welcome to a brand new day here at HobbyMaker, and we've got a cracking day ahead of us. Got lovely Dawn with us for this hour and another hour later on as well, and we've got some very, very creative shows for you in lots of different styles of craft, which I always like when we've got a good mishmash.
This is it, and especially with this show, because obviously we've got the most beautiful flowers. The sun's shining today.
Absolutely.
And if you love your flowers, you're going to love these.
Well, this is it, and you don't have to worry if you get hay fever, because these ones are going to be brilliant for you to work with. But what else have we got coming up? Well, this hour is dedicated to fabulous Spellbinders, and we've got some beautiful flower dies that we're going to be sharing with you. Then Dee is here with her amazing MDF, incredible paint, and a little caddy craft along, which I know you are going to want to get involved with. It is so cute, absolutely adorable. I know you're going to love. Then Laura is here with Carnation Crafts, so we're going wild flora, lots of flowers around today. And then Carla is here with a brand new launch. You are going to love it. The Brother Skitch PP1. It is an incredible embroidery machine, and Carla will be taking us all around that at 4 o'clock and a little bit later on as well. Spellbinders, our lovely Dawn is back at 5 through till 6. Carla is back 5 through till 7, and then 7 through till 9. Lovely Angie is back in the building with her very sparkly Diamond Dotz, and then Laura will be here from the end of the the 8 o'clock show right through until 9 o'clock. Dave's going to be up from 5 through till 9, so I do hope we can count on your company all day. Somebody is going to be here all day, and we must give her a big mention, because that team here is incredible. Everybody steps up to the mark when we need to, and our lovely Laura, who you can see on your screens there you go.
Very good.
She's with us. She's going to be producing the shows right the way through until 9 o'clock this evening. Better say hello to Charlie as well, because he was sat there as well. And you're sulky if we don't mention him. There he is. He's part-time though, he's not here through to the end. And I suppose roll call wise, Michael, yes, okay, we're going to say hello to you as well. Give us a wave. There he is. Do you want to do a wave as well, Dawn, while we're there? Absolutely. I think I've introduced you to everybody now.
And you.
And yeah, I'll give you a wave as well. There you go. So yeah, it's good to have your company. Now, we have got something brand new. Beautiful dies, beautiful collection, in fact. And I'm going to show you everything that you can get hold of as the hour progresses. But we've kind of got two bundles. We've got a very substantial bundle and an even bigger bundle. So we've got lots of ways for you to shop. So this is the first bundle that we are sharing with you. And you've got a lot within here.
We have. You can see with this, honestly, you're going to make the most beautiful florals with this one.
And I love this. You're going to get a gorgeous embossing folder. You wait till you see what you can do with this embossing folder. Some beautiful florals as well. Your echinacea, so I think it's the one on the top that we're looking at here, aren't we? Some amazing sentiments with this one as well. So you've got a mixture of your die, which is right down the far end. You go to, so here you go. You've got your die. Is it the top row? Is it the top row? Oh, which bit are we talking about then for the bundle that's on the screen at the moment? Sorry, I've got myself confused. Bundle. Yeah. Right, hold.
We're just going to
hold
change
the line.
it.
Dawn, talk to people about these. Well, I just rearrange everything.
So easy to do. These have been designed by the fabulous Susan, who has brought lots and lots of to you before. And you can see with these, obviously, you've got the, in the collections, we have got the anemone, we have got the cosmos and things like that. So lots of different styles of flowers that you may well know. The embossing folder is one of the larger ones. It is a 3D embossing folder, so it's going to give you that real good impression when using it as well, with your gilding waxes and your inks too. And don't forget,
keep going, Dawn, I'll be back in a minute.
The sentiments, if you did get the larger collection, once we get that, then obviously they will letterpress and hot foil as well. But in this collection that you're seeing now on your screen, you also get that little hummingbird in there, so you can build these. These are going to be great for boxer lids, things like that, gift bags, but also as works of art for your cards. And when you see the finished examples, we've got them in little acetate boxes. Please do have a look on the website and get yourself some acetate boxes, or make some, because honestly, these just look like a statement piece.
Perfect.
They really
do. They do make a difference, don't they? It's all about the presentation, isn't it?
Yes.
Talking about presentation, I don't know if I've got it right now. Looking at, I know what I have. There's a finished sample at the end that threw me.
That's what threw me. I was
thinking there's 4 products there, but there's not. There's 3. So we're not entirely sure that we've got the right one there, actually. So hold on. Hold the line, caller. Come on, Michael.
That one's in the collection. There
this
we
is
go.
This is because I only know a pansy and a daffodil.
Me too.
We're doomed from the
I know
start
a
with my...
chrysanthemum, that's it.
So is that better now?
There we go.
Okay. There you go. So good afternoon and welcome to HobbyMaker. Let's start again.
Yeah, let's do this.
Now, the top row that you're looking at there with those two beautiful dies that you can see there and that 3D embossing folder, that's what you've got on the screen. Your Summer Solstice Garden Bundle. Beautiful florals. You're going to have so much fun with these. And that is kind of the first starting point of this bundle. And I have to say that embossing folder is the bit that did it for me. This is beautiful.
It is. And because it's that larger size, can I show you? The larger size on this, when they are embossed, it doesn't matter if it's white on white, if you had any bit of gilding wax. Look at the design,
Beautiful.
the detail on there. It's a statement piece on its own.
Yeah.
You imagine all your different cardstocks, all the different colours, and because it is a 3D one, if you wanted to, you could fussy cut it.
Good point,
You could 3D it up. But also, this is one of the sentiments as well, which has actually been hot foiled. So you can just add that hint of a tint with it, and you can see how beautiful it looks. So really, really striking. You can make and sell with these.
Nice. That's
So
good to know.
bear that in mind.
Yeah.
But if I was you as well, I would cut them out and I'd do like a little class and get people involved. And obviously, I'll show you how to put them together in the wheeler way, shall we say. I'm going to show you.
I mean, there's loads of video footage out there. You can go and find it on YouTube, but you'll find your own way, I think, the way that feels comfortable and kind of adapt them to whatever you need.
That's it. And if you do them in different colours, you can make them more fantasy flowers as well.
True.
So it's not just, and obviously you can see the purple ones that we've got there.
They're anemones.
They're the petunias.
Oh, petunias.
Okay. So with the petunias, obviously they're purple, but if you do them in different tones of pink, and then you add like a beautiful like black centerpiece, if you roll it up, like quill it up and have little strips, you can then make it look like like a
fuchsia.
Yeah, like a fuchsia. You can actually do that by using the larger pieces from the cosmos on the bottom. So then you can make lots of different other flowers. And the longer one that we've got, which is the echinacea, if you cut them and fan them out differently, you can make them look a little bit like a daisy.
Ooh, okay.
So you have a play.
more bang for
They're
your buck.
not just what they say they are.
I love it. There you go. Now, one thing I will mention as well, we've got obviously a saving that's going to appear on your screen. It's not there yet, but you will be getting that saving. Saving is only good through until midnight because with Spellbinders, those prices go up at midnight. So do make sure you do check your basket out as soon as you possibly can. Now, if you're shopping for those three together, just £49.99. So brilliant value for money. If you fancy that one, then the details are on your screen. But I did promise you a larger bundle, and you can see little elements of these. So this is a huge deal. You've got split pay on this one as well. And on this one, you're going to get what we've just shared with you, but also the additional elements that were on the bottom row. And you're getting so much in this big bundle. You're going to get that BetterPress die with all those, plates, should I say, with all the sentiments in there.
That's it. So letterpress it using your inks, or if you've got the glimmer machine, the hot foiling machine, you can hot foil with it.
Nice.
And it will also cut them out as well, which it saves you such a lot of time.
You're going to get the cosmos in there as well. You're going to get all those gorgeous flowers, loads of foliage in there as well. And you can see from the finished samples, they are absolutely spectacular. Almost realistic to the flowers themselves. The way that they've been captured is brilliantly. But of course, you've got creative license when it comes to creating with these. So as Dawn said, you can adapt them, you can tweak them, you can make them up in loads of different ways, maybe to get other flowers or inspiration of flowers from them. So, deal on your screen is your bundle price. Now, you'll notice that recommended price and today's price, they're both exactly the same. Now, the price is going to come down. Now, we've got a 30-second clock. That gives you the ability to get yourself involved with these, to get yourself onto the website, to get yourself onto the app, to get yourself onto the call centre, perhaps. One thing I will notice is if you notice that you are actually going to get a free deal with this one as well. So you're actually going to get some cardstock that will get you started, 20 sheets of the Oakwood A4 white cardstock, which is brilliant for inking and all sorts of different techniques.
Exactly. And even if you want to make an inky background and then cut your flowers out. So again, you're taking it to a different level. It's great for that.
Love it. So you're going to get that included, but the price is coming down. Where are we going with it? We are super limited stock with this big bundle. £121.99 is your final price on this one. So if you do want to go for it, you want to take advantage of that 4-way split. I know, how affordable is that? Then you can do, or you can go for it all in one go. But it's a beautiful collection, and we love our flowers, don't we? Love our florals.
And especially with these, they're cost effective because obviously you're making it out of cardstock and
Yes,
paper.
yeah.
So, you know, bear that in mind. We'll talk about the different mediums you can use when you're working with it and what's going to be easier, what's going to make it a bit harder.
Perfect.
And obviously we'll discuss all that. But honestly, cost effective. You could just have a night where you just make lots and lots of these flowers and just really enjoy it.
And the thing is, it is, a lot of people love that kind of, that sitting down time, creating the
Yes.
flowers, having them ready so as when they come to make their projects, they're ready made. But can you see those? I think are they anemones, the ones that we've got on the end of
Yes.
the top? So incredibly realistic. They are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget display boxes. If you do want to go for those, we can help you with those as well. But just look at that. That's gorgeous.
They're magical. So you imagine it could be in a box frame, like say, it could be a piece of home decor, it could be a card, box lid, gift bag, however you want to do it.
I love it. So there you go. Details on your screen. £30.49 being your 4-way split. First payment today along with your post and packing, and then your subsequent 3 payments. 10% of the stock has been checked out. So yeah, very busy for this one. Obviously loads of different techniques, and this is the key thing. You can go onto the YouTube channel and find certain techniques. And of course we like the wheel away as well.
Well, you know me. Where there's a will, there's a way. So we're going to do this. So first of all, I thought we would start with using the Cosmos one. I've just popped it in here just so I've got everything ready. So it just makes it a lot easier
Now, have you added in a magnetic sheet with yours?
I have,
Yeah,
yes.
it's always
These
a
are
good
my
idea, isn't it?
folders
Yeah.
because for me, I'm frightened to death of losing the little bits.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that. What I want to show you first of all is with the dies as well, a lot of them, I don't know if you can see that there, but it says ×2.
Okay, right.
So that means you're going to cut 2.
That's clever. I like that.
So there's no guessing with this because otherwise, I personally, it drives me loopy.
Well, quite often you'll have like a little crib sheet, won't you? And
Yes.
Yeah, you have to keep referencing backwards
That's
and
it.
forwards.
Obviously, you can see here, and if you want to, just count the petals.
Got you.
So then you can think, oh, right, there is only 2 layers that I need. But normally, it does say on the dies if you need to cut more.
Perfect.
Now, with these as well, this is your foliage to match it. But if you're crafty, this is going to be ideal for little stag.
I was going to say, it looks like antlers.
Yeah, like little antlers, you can add that in. This will, all different colours. And if you want to make a wreath, this is great as your fillers to mix with the others.
Nice.
So,
and
honestly.
also coral as well, if you've got anything like under the sea.
Under the sea,
yeah.
you could mix those
Beautiful.
in. So I
Okay.
put them on there. It doesn't come like that. So I've just cut a few pieces ready in different tones.
Do you have to think about what type of cardstock you're cutting out? Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Okay.
Nothing too thick. These are all on about 240 GSM.
Okay.
If you want to, you're going to get the white cardstock with it, cut them out in white,
Nice,
and
yeah.
then work that through. But do you know what? If I was you, save a little bit of time. If you're like me and, you know, you want to save that bit of time, you want to make quite a lot, start with a base colour, something quite pastel, then add your inks or your pens,
It
whatever
saves
you
your
want.
ink as well, doesn't it? Because you've got the complete coverage there as well.
That's it. And then you can just add a hint of a tint. If you want to use your alcohol pens to do them light for light, you can do that because obviously you've always got your inspiration. You could just do a white one if you wanted and then add those
Almost
in.
looks like that's a photograph of the flowers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those are the actual dyes having been used. Amazing.
And then also, you'll notice you've got this one. It's great because it's all in a plate, but this then sticks all on the outside. This is like your pollen.
Okay,
So
right.
you can cut that too. So I'm just going to cut a little piece of that.
Good that they're all on the same little die together,
Yeah.
because otherwise if they were little tiny individual ones, you know what's going to happen.
Bit of a
with
nightmare,
those.
yeah. You are going to be
Absolutely,
struggling, believe you me, whereas it does make it a lot easier. So let's just I'm just going to show you how easy. I'm only going to cut a couple of pieces.
That's okay.
But this will show you.
We've got lots of new crafters joining us today, adding this one into your basket. If you're new to us here at HobbyMaker, welcome. It's good to have your company. We bring you lots of different companies, just like Spellbinders, who bring quality products time and time again. Now, a couple of things you might need to know that you might not realise. With Spellbinders, the deals that we're bringing to you, they are going to expire at midnight, so that's the first thing. So if you like the idea of the bundle and the deal, then you need to get in as quick as you can. Also, as well, we have only got a kind of defined number of these sets as well. So it's not a bountiful supply, so it's not a case of just can keep ordering. Once that stock has gone, that is it. We've got your 4-way split with this one, so you only need to find £30.49 today. Then you've got your 2nd, 3rd and 4th monthly payments that go out at monthly increments. Your post and packing will go out today, but that post and packing covers you for the whole day. So anything else that you're adding in, maybe from this show, or maybe you're going to be watching some of the other shows we're bringing to you, it doesn't matter. 1 P&P for everything you order up until midnight. Can't think of anything else that I need to tell you at the moment, but if you've got any questions, all you need to do is message us and we'll help you with that live from the studio, or you can speak to the call centre who can help you as well. Where are we up to?
So, like I say, I've cut all the bits out. I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, you are going to need tweezers. If you've got the reversible tweezers from Spellbinders, these are going to be phenomenal. I know a lot of you got this as a freebie.
Oh, we had that last week, didn't we?
Yeah. So if you got this as your freebie, this is going to be your best friend, okay?
Perfect.
So, but if you haven't, obviously have a look on the website. These are the Oakwood range that we bring to you, so have a look as well.
Okay.
So, first of all, what you are going to do is just take these and just add a little bit of ink. So I've got some purple, and we're just going to add a little bit of this. Now, when you are using these, what I want you to do is bring a little bit in, but don't be too zealous with it.
Okay.
Because all you want really is just like a hint of a tint just on the edges.
Almost less is more.
Yes. And you don't want it, it doesn't matter if it's not overly blended either. So if you're new and you're thinking, I haven't got loads of ink pads, I'm only going to, that's why I've kind of used the purples and things like that, just to give you, if you've got the pinks, add a darker pink on it, or if you just do them in the white cardstock, you could just do them white and then a little bit of yellow in the centre.
Already.
So I mean, it's so easy to do. You'll also notice with the cut, they've all got the veins in it as well. So that was going to give you that beautiful look on there as well. So you can see this is just really quick and simple. Obviously at home, you're going to take more time.
Now, I will warn you, you guys have checked your baskets out. Congratulations. You have got your order in the system. 25% of the stock has gone, so well done. Now, of the rest of the stock, when everybody checks their baskets out, that update will be 50%, so there's lots of you shopping for those. Lots of you found the individuals, incidentally, as well, which is okay, so you can get hold of those. If you like the idea of that BetterPress, and we have got a deal for that as well, so you can go and check that out, and Dawn's going to certainly talk about that one in a little while. But the big bundle and individual, everything actually, we are very busy. It's good to have your company. Thank you for joining us.
That's great. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Again, I like to sometimes show you, if you haven't got certain tools, how you can do it. If you have got your rubber mat from your Spellbinders machine, if you're thinking, I want to do that, but I haven't got an embossing mat, use your embossing mat from your Spellbinders machine. I've inked them, you're going to turn them over, and first of all, you're going to break the fibres on the edge. That's why it's better not to have too thick a cardstock.
Right, okay.
Because you want to break them down to soften the edge. So all you're basically going to do is just go around the edges, first of all, just to soften it. And you'll see it's so easy then to bring this together. Take more time at home, work it in, enjoy the process. But obviously, live tele, I am going to move a little bit quicker to show you. So you can see this is just breaking that down. And then what you're going to do is then start rubbing the centre then to lift the petals.
Oh, you can see them forming already.
So that's it. So you've got that. That's the first bit that you need to do. Again, go back in. If you use anything too lightweight, like too thin a paper, it's going to rip and tear when you do this. So you need about, I would say about 240, 230, 240 GSM is a great weight and something that will take your inks.
Well, you can be quite firm with it then, can't
you?
And obviously that what you're doing at the moment, there's a certain amount of firmness because of getting the shape in there. So like you say, it could very easily be that you tear through. But give it a go if you've got things like vellums and different mats and things like that. You'll know your own strength.
That's it. But with this, I'm using medium size just to break the fibres on the edge. Then you're going to bring this over.
My goodness, so many of you checking your baskets out there. Thank you. Brand new crafters. I can see quite a few of you with this in your basket. If you have any issues checking out your first ever purchase from us here at HobbyMaker, do speak to the call centre if you're having any problems. Numbers on the screen, they'll be able to help you. They can kind of bypass the website and the app to make sure you get hold of those goodies, because if other people come in and place their orders, you could find that you miss out on these. So just give them a shout if you need them.
So once you've done that, you're going to bend them in. okay, on the selves. Then what you're going to do is the edges where you've bent it in, you curl these back.
Okay.
Okay, so that, again, softens the edges and it gives it a little bit more of a curl and a crease on the edge. That's why you need these tweezers, because, you know, the reversible ones, because it's going to grab it, hold it, and then all you do is just then twist it back. But it's about shaping it. And remember, all petals are different in nature.
Absolutely.
Don't be
Yeah,
too
that's true.
hard on yourself and too
Yeah.
like, oh, it doesn't. It will come together once you start inking it and once you start gluing it, sorry, and assembling it, it will come together. So just add a little bit of that on there. Just going round. Like I say, you'll take more time than this at home. I know you will.
This is the bit that people will sit with like a tray full of them in front of them when they're
all the
watching the
petals.
telly. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So once you've then done that, again, then you're going to go in. I've just got to curl that one because I didn't curl that one. But you can see it's starting to get more of a shape.
Nice.
So again, go back in. You're just going to roll this round and just enjoy the journey. Yeah.
That's the key thing. And because you've got so many lovely dies, you're going to work with them in a similar sort of idea. So manipulating the petals to get either the realism that you get on the packaging or following the YouTube tutorials, or just going free range. I can imagine that you kind of just sit there. It's almost like doodling.
Freestyle,
You just go off and just do freestyle. That's a really good phrase.
That's why I said to you, you know, when I was, you know, making up some of the ones that I was doing, I thought, well, you can make this look like a daisy if you did, you know, white with the yellows in the centre, or you pinch the centres out of this one.
More about the colours, isn't it, than the way that you form the petals.
That's it. So just take your time, do this. Like I say, I know you will take more and more time and, you know, really get those edges going in. But you can see it will then start to bring it in. And all you're doing, again, is just softening the fibres. I can go back in and just curl the edges of that one. But the marks, the little veins that are in the petals are already there, so you haven't got to think about that. But with the petunia, I have got a little tip with that one when we get to that one, because I'm here now and then later on. So if we don't do it this hour, I will show you.
Can I ask a purely selfish question?
Of course.
We've got these little brushes on the show. You were using like your little kind of finger daubers. Could you actually use these to do the same thing?
If you've got those, you could totally use those. It's not a problem. It's just down to preference what you want to use. It's
Good
just
to
I
know.
got them just with a little bit of ink. I haven't got them, so that's why.
That's okay. Well, they're ours. They're mine. You're not having them.
So the centerpieces, you can see these are great, but again, as a little tip, because you can imagine when they were producing the dies, you're going to need them a lot finer. So if you just take a fine pair of scissors and just snip into these, this then will give you that finer centre of your flower. So all you're going to do is then go through and you're going to put these on. Now, if you've got the product from many years ago, Flower Soft.
Oh, you still love Flower Soft?
Use a little bit of that. If you're like me, and sometimes I've not got the patience to stick all the little tiny bits on, but if you've got the time and the patience, then do so. But if you haven't, I would tell you, get yourself some Flower Soft and get the glue applicators from Carnation Crafts. Put little dobs on the ends, and then you can then just add a little bit of Flower Soft on there.
Love that idea. Yeah.
So really
a lot of people
easy.
do take pleasure from this kind of like what I call kind of like, it's almost like minute crafting, isn't it? I don't have the patience. I don't have the ability, to be honest, because I'd end up just chopping up bits off by mistake. So
well, this is it, because obviously
options.
I'm trying to go a little bit quicker because obviously we've got a lot to
they're
show
always
you.
like floral sculptures, aren't they?
This
That
is
you
it.
can make them, or you can put them together in whatever ways you need to. Nobody's going to come back and take the dies off you, are they?
No, of course not. No, they better not. Then just rub the centres and you will see then these start to curl up, and that's what you want.
Okay.
Then once you glue those together, which I'm going to do, offset them. Okay. So let's get a little bit of glue. I'll probably bung this up again like I always do.
Oh, it always happens.
Oh,
dear,
there we
careful.
go. It's fine. Glue's glue. This is water. Now, I'm patch tested this. I know I'm okay. It's water-based glue.
You can always put that onto a little silicone mat or something like that, can't you, if you need
Put
to?
it on your glass mat or a piece of acetate.
Yeah, good
So
point.
what I'm going to do is then just offset this in the centre, and this again is where you need your ball tool, because all you're going to do is just slide this back and press down. So it gives it that, so it's not as uniformed a little bit. Then obviously you've got your little pieces here. Put these on your embossing mat. Yes, if you want to emboss them, use your fine one, you can do that. But then I would say tweezers, this is where your best friend comes in, your tweezers, if you can see them. Because I've got some new contact lenses.
Oh, it takes a while to get used to.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't believe. So put these onto here. Now, with this, like I say, use your Flower Soft. If you want to use a little bit of embossing powder, you can add those on. I'm not going to stick all these on because I think life's too short for you today.
And also as well, it depends how I don't know, I've got to be careful of the word that I use, how particular you want to be. Because you could put like a little blob of glue in there and almost sprinkle them into place, couldn't you?
Or a little bit of glitter, that would look fabulous. But like I say, I'm not going to do all of those because life's too short. So again, go back in with your ball tool. And like I say, there's 2 sizes in this, so one's slightly larger. So the bottom one, again, we're just shaping this up. And then we are going to shape the second one. Now, all you're going to do then is a little tiny bit of glue, and then you are going to offset this.
Oh, wow.
So once that's on there, this is then going to bring your flower to life. And again, if you then want to go in, you want to do a little bit more, you know, twisting of the petals, you feel like you flattened it a little bit, just go in and give them a little bit of a crease more, and you can then add those to it. Then once you've done that one, take the centre, again, a little bit of glue, less is more, and then go in with that one.
So cute.
We have got the foam shaper that's on the show as well. That's
the mould tray.
Yeah. And with that, if you wanted to, then obviously with some of the flowers, you can just like, shall I just show you? Yeah. You can like then pop them in, and that just then holds it while it's drying. So you can do that as well. So again,
that's a clever idea.
It's however you want to do it. You know me, I will always show you an alternative way. I've used my mat and I've just used my ball tools. But you can see then, like I say, you can sprinkle in your other bits, and then you've got your styles of flowers already. Then you've got your foliage, and this is where then you can have a play around. You can start tucking bits in behind, have a load of this cut out of, and scrap cardstock. This is just made for it.
You're going to use these little kind of fronds over and over again, aren't you?
Well, like I say, if you're making a wreath, I would draw a circle. What I'd do is I'd probably draw freehand a little bit round that. Use that as your wreath shape, and then position these in, and I'd start then building up.
What a lovely idea,
onto there. So don't stick it on your foam on a roll. I'm not saying that. I'm just using it as a shape.
It's a very pretty look.
You can make a home decor piece with this. But you can see, you can dress this now. You could just have one side. This could be on a card if you've got some dies. Make your centrepiece. Use one of the sentiments, the letterpress sentiments, add that on there, you've got a card.
Absolutely, it's beautiful,
Really
absolutely
easy.
Gorgeous, And also as well, home decor wreaths throughout the year as well. When you think about it, if you're decorating your home for the spring, the summer, Christmas time even, because they'd make fabulous kind of like white Christmas flowers. So beautiful. Loads of you have popped this into your basket. Now, let me reiterate what you're going to get in this bundle while Dawn gets herself ready for her next demo. You got a lot in this bundle. So you're going to get both of the 2 shelves that we're showing you at the moment. The items on the top shelf are part of a bundle by themselves, but most of you are realising just how incredible value for money it is going for everything. So you've got 5 sets of floral dies, and you've also got the fabulous little hummingbird, which is so cute. All of that coming together. You've got a 3D embossing folder, which is so incredibly detailed. It's stunning, absolutely amazing. And then you've also got your BetterPress plate and die set. So not only are you able to use your BetterPress in situations like letterpress, like stamping with the kind of incredible clarity with regards to the precision, you've also got the die that's going to allow you to cut out all those lovely phrases and sentiments. Also, the beauty is if you do have your glimmer machine, then you can actually foil those as well. And they are incredibly popular as a foiling system. So definitely worth considering that as well. But the beauty is you get it all together for that fabulous price, but only if you shop for this up until midnight. Your 4-way split will be available after midnight, but you certainly won't be paying £30.49 for each one of those. Overall, you'll be paying £148.91. So do not miss out on that fabulous deal price, because when you realise just how incredibly detailed they are and how easy to craft with, you wish you'd gone for it. Now, let me give you the details individually before we go and have a little look at what Dawn's up to, because some of you are kind of choosing elements, which is fine, isn't it? That's what we do sometimes. Embossing fold, let's start with that one. This is beautiful. So Details on your screen. It's a big embossing folder, this one. $15.99 is your price on this one. Already 10% of the stock has gone. Dawn, this is huge.
This is a really big size. Please don't think if you're used to using embossing folders, plus it's a 3D one, and you really do get that deep, crisp embossing there.
So that has all been done just with one pass. It's not like you've repositioned the embossing folder or anything.
No,
wow.
Just popped it through, bit of gilding wax. But do remember, you could use that as your background, and you could also just, you know, the little flowers we've just made, just pop them on. Yeah,
nice
so then you
idea.
get a three-dimensional
What have you got there? You've got some white card that you've used
there.
So
so that's just to show you, even if you just got white card, that looks really, and it shows how deep and crisp that emboss is.
Beautiful. All the kind of inner detail that you've got, the veins, the petals, as well as the foliage there as well.
Watercolour, you could go in, you could really bring that to life.
Gorgeous. Thank you for sharing that one with us. Again, use it in its entirety or play with it. Maybe use one of those fabulous plates that we've seen earlier on and add a little bit of detail with the foiling. So there you go. You're going to get those sentiments alongside if you're going for the big bundle, but of course if you are just shopping for the embossing folder, then just focus on that, because that's what you are going to be able to create. £15.99, very popular by itself, but also it is included in the big bundle, both of the two bundles we're sharing with you today. I'll leave those details with you. What else should we have a little look at?
Okay, so shall we do a petunia?
Oh, let's do it, yeah.
So what we're going to do is take this to this. Okay.
Now, I would not know that that was going to make that when you look at it.
That's what I'm saying. You have to trust the process.
Okay.
And I've got a little bit of a, shall we say, a tip or a little bit of an ease of use that will obviously then make it a lot easier.
Like
it's your trusted pencil.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So this, from this, is going to create this. Okay.
Ooh.
So just bear with me.
Okay.
So, and then you've got your centre if you want to add your centre in. There is the little circles if you want to add a dot. So first of all, again, I'm going to go in with the purple to show you how to do this.
Lovely.
So with this one, first of all, again, around the edges, and you can be a little bit more heavy-handed. And again, don't worry about the blend. Okay. It's not about the blend with this one, because if you've actually seen the flowers in real life, if you started on a white piece of cardstock, sometimes that's where you can think, this doesn't look right, and you do start to panic. But by doing it this way, with a hint of a tint underneath, it really does help.
Beautiful colour.
Now, of all things, I'm then going to bring in a navy.
Okay, right. Oh, didn't see that coming.
Because you've got to imagine the flowers, these are trumpet ones, so they're always darker in the centre. So this is where then you bring the purple in and you start to see the colour. But again, trust the process. It's one of them where you kind of go, really? Do you know what I mean? And I can say that because I've been there.
But the thing is, you could make these or work on these, maybe have 20, 30, 40, however many of these in your stash, not actually add any colour to them if you don't want to. Or make them in your favourite colours and then just have them there ready to use when you need to construct them.
Well, you could do these in white. And then you could cut the centres from the other flowers in silver. You could put those in.
That's a nice
you could do
idea.
them in reds and things like that. Because that, to me, as well, a little bit kind of like a poppy.
Yes,
you know, if you then, if you did two, let me show you. It's easier to.
Oh, she's gone down the rabbit hole.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm thinking about different types of wedding anniversaries as well, because you've got like sapphire and all the different colours, ruby. You could make them to whatever colour you need.
So if you weave, because obviously it's got slots in it all the way down.
Yes.
You could actually weave it in between and
Nice.
fasten it through.
Okay, yeah.
But you can see if you cut one bit out and then added it in and then cut down those pieces, then that would make it look like a poppy. Do it in red.
Clever.
You could cut that out in black, add that to the centre, and you can see how you can change it. So please, it's not just what it says it is.
Good idea, isn't it?
So a little bit of navy in the centre. So already we've kind of got the colours, all right? Now, this is where you start to go in, and you don't have to be an artiste.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm just going to take my pencil in and draw these down. And you, like I say, you don't have to...
Just from the middle to the outs.
Yep, you do not have to be anything super special, believe you me. So all I'm doing is just bringing these in. But this is what then brings it to life, believe it or not, because I was like, I can't get the detail. This was what I had to do. So again, now we're going to turn it over. I'm using the bigger ball tool first to start breaking down the fibres on the edge, because what I want to do is to soften this up. We are going to snip some little bits out of this as well, which will also help with the detail, because you can imagine if they took too much out, it wouldn't go in the trumpet style.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just breaking these fibres down.
Don't forget, Dawn's using those tools that you may well have got hold of last week if you were shopping with Spellbinders. They're from Oakwood Archer, but you will be able to actually find those on the website as well, I believe, in the brand section.
Yes, do have a look. So all I'm doing then is just rubbing this in, and this is where then it softens the pencil lines as well, because again, you're just breaking the fibres up and bringing those in. And then what we're going to do is take a smaller one, and what we're going to do is start from the edge, and we're just going to bring it in. So this then starts to give it that trumpet style, and it starts to really then give it a different look. And we're softening those fibres up to make it, because you'll actually find with the petunias, they actually look a little bit like a piece of velvet.
Yes, yeah.
So they have got texture, doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying don't go too soft with the fibres in the paper, but they kind of look like a little bit felt and a bit fluffy. Yeah, they do. So that's why it doesn't matter if you do too much.
It's turning those kind of almost paper fibres into, so they're almost like fabric, really.
Yeah.
They break down that much that they're incredibly malleable. Very, very busy for that big set. We've got the details back on the screen for everything. This is the way that most of you are shopping for them. I mean, all of the florals are absolutely beautiful. And don't forget, you're actually going to get 20 sheets of white cardstock to get you going, to get you started with your creations as well. So we haven't got a picture of that on the screen, but you are going to get that included as well. Beauty is, it all comes together under one item number. You've got your 4-way split with this one. Literally everything will be sent to you, to your door, and then you start creating. Whether you fancy you're going to have a look at the YouTube tutorials for the different florals, or maybe you're going to make them your own, or maybe you can take a bit of inspiration from our Dawn. It's entirely up to you. It's your crafting time. You use it in whichever way you so choose. And to be fair, when you're crafting with these, you're going to make some beautiful flowers. Whether they look botanically correct or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to look gorgeous.
It does. It doesn't matter. So you can see all I've done is then gone back round and with a smaller tool and broke down the fibres. So now you can see we're getting that curve to the edge as well. Then all you're going to do is then take your pieces, and what you've got to do then is just fold this in, and this then will give it that trumpet style. So a little bit of glue in there as well, so we can add those in. And all I'm going to do is just line that up with the point that is on there. So you're lining the points up that are there very, very easily. Then while that's drying, and if you're never sure, just get your reversible tweezers, pop it on the joint and just let it hold it.
I like the idea of popping it into that little mould, and it's almost like having a little crafty friend that you can say, oh,
so you can just say that, just hold that, you can do that as well. But if you've got the reversible tweezers, they're going to be great. Now, with these, what I want you to do now is just go in with your little snips, and it's easier to do, believe it or not, once that's dry. Let's take that out. And then just go round, and I just want you to take out just a little snip. You don't have to, but you'll see once then we start moulding the flower again and twisting the edges over, it makes it look a little bit more realistic.
Okay.
And like I say, they don't all have to be exactly the same.
It's almost nice if they don't.
Exactly.
Because the thing is, it's very natural then, isn't it?
That's it. And then this is where then you go in, where you've broke the fibres, and then you just take that and you're going to bend and twist this over. So again, we're curving the edge down, and then where the point is on the edge, just give that a squeeze in.
Okay.
Okay, so it's however you want, but this is like the techniques that obviously Spellbinders are lovely. Susan, who's designed this and things like that, plus a little bit of, you know, what I've worked out works and makes them look a little bit more realistic. You can do that as well. But you can see then it starts to come together. Now, if you're worried about putting them on your card, I will show you a bit of a trick as well.
Oh, yeah, because they're quite pointy, aren't they?
Yeah, and there is the calyx that comes with it if you want to use it. So if you're having it on a box and you want
that kind of sits behind,
doesn't it? Underneath, you can do that as well. But you can see with that pencil now, it makes it look realistic. Now, again, take your ball tool, and this is where you gently take the widest one and give it a little bit of a rub, and then just press down.
Just to flatten the back a little.
And that will flatten it, so you've got your centre. You have got this small little piece here.
Oh, wow, okay.
And with this one, again, you're going to take the edge and all you're going to do is just twist this in.
Like a bit of quilling.
Yep, so you can take multiples of that. You can bend them out a little bit. And then what you can do is then just take a little bit of your glue. And again, multiples of those, they all then... Oh, hang on, I can't see. Eyesight today, I tell you.
I'm terrible. I'd maybe be adding extra little bits. I mean, you could actually take the centre of that one and put it out black cardstock, couldn't you?
That's it. There is the little circles as well, so you could put the little circle in first, and then you can add those in. You build those up, put multiples of those, but then you can see that's how you get that effect, and that's what makes them look so much more realistic. So again, just showing you different things. If you want to have that, and add odd ones on there.
Power colour. Like it.
Home decor.
Beautiful.
Again, in a frame, a box frame. You've got those beautiful looks with those.
Thank you. Enjoyed that as well. All these gorgeous flowers that you can be able to put together. Fundamentally, it's a similar sort of technique, isn't it, where you're kind of breaking down the fibres and manipulating the flowers and adding the centres, and you decide how much of that manipulation you do, whether you want them to look very weathered or quite starchy, if you imagine. There's loads of different ways. But once you've kind of got that technique honed and maybe look at the packaging for a little bit of a reference, then you can be away with yourself. Now, I will warn you, so many of you have gone for the big bundle that is now looking incredibly vulnerable. I mentioned that the price will go up at midnight. Also, as well, if the stock has gone by midnight, that will be it. So even if you're thinking, right, I'm ready to place my order now, 10 o'clock tonight or something like that, then you could find that they have gone. In fact, Dawn's back later on, so the stock's looking a little bit vulnerable. Is it the same show later on?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Oh, okay, could get interesting. So I can leave the details with you with regards to that. So there you go. They're disappearing off your screen. But we've got a few other little kind of tools and bits and pieces that might help you as you're putting different bits and pieces together. The sentiments are proving to be very popular by themselves as well. Now, these are made up of your plates and dies. So this is something that we've not really spoken about during this show so far, but the BetterPress system, a letterpress system, you've got the sentiments, you've got foiling, you've got ink, you've got dies, a really comprehensive system this really.
It is, it's great. Should we show you how to actually use that then in a minute? We'll go through that and we'll show you that. Yeah. It's a great system because the BetterPress is a basic traditional, I'm talking...
Goes back generations.
It's the first lot of like embossing, if that's what you want to call it. It's the first generation of embossing that ever came through, and it was a very, very expensive format to do. In the box, you will get the BetterPress machine to be able to emboss and press into it. You get an ink pad. You'll also get the fantastic tape that holds them in place. But also remember, the BetterPress, I'll show you when we do it, you can use it as a stamp positioner as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, we'll have a close look at that.
So again, you can get the best of both.
I love it. Now, it does come with, I think, it comes with a few little kind of starter elements.
Yes.
But a lot of people use it for things like their sentiments. So, yeah, if you like the idea of getting the sentiments as well, they're only £28.99. You don't have to use them with the BetterPress system if you don't want to. You can use them in loads of other different ways. But it just kind of enhances that technique, that letterpress technique. And, of course, the Glimmer machine will help you get the foiling version of those as well. But I need to tell you about the anemones. These are so pretty. One of my favourites. And this is a lovely one. It's such an affordable die by itself. Only £11.99. And these are beautiful. I love the rich pinks and purples that you tend to see in anemones. There's probably other colours of them, but those are the ones that I remember. Yeah, £11.99. That's all that you're paying for that particular die. So details are up on your screen. I think it's the... which one is it now? It's down at the bottom, isn't it? It's the little die at the bottom that we've got for it. So you've got different shades of pinks and purples in there. And again, you've got loads of kind of little fronds and the leafery in there.
That's it. You're going to get foliage with all of them. But like I say, the foliage, you can mix and match that to your heart's content. So please do not, worry about it. It's not like your flowers are going to look like they're floating. It's going to give your flowers grounding.
Perfect.
So it's going to look great.
4 cutting dies you're getting in there for £11.99, which is brilliant value for money. Another one to share with you as well, the begonia. Now, this one has got a little kind of ladybug in there, or ladybird, if you will. And this one is really pretty. I first looked at this, and I must admit, I did think it was a carnation initially.
Could be. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. You've got those interpretations. You can make it whatever you want it to be. But like I say, it's supposed to be a begonia, but I do think, like you said, make it a carnation.
Yeah, carnations have got different leaves, so you might need to kind of play around.
But have got a little bit of a frilly leaf, but you could do more
Take it from
layers.
The others,
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, maybe the leaves are the giveaway for the begonia. or maybe make it into a carnation, or make it into whatever you like. Use those fantasy florals as well, because they can be just as pretty, can't they? And $19.99 for that one. Now, the next one that we've got for you is the Cosmos, and we did see the Cosmos coming together earlier on when we were looking at the big bundle, and this is the one that we saw with the yellow centres, but you can do them in whichever way you like. And as I gave a serving suggestion, you could use the centre of this one with some of the other flowers if you wanted to. That's if you've gone for the bigger bundle, maybe. But by itself, you're looking at just £22.99. Nice generic style flower, this one as well.
Exactly. And the thing is, that's why I said to you, if you want to make a wreath,
Yeah.
they're all balanced the right size.
Nice,
Because there's
yeah.
nothing worse if you've got great big ones and then you're
Yes.
trying to fill it. These are sized as well to go on cards, to go on projects and things
Yeah,
like that,
good
because
point.
they're not too big that you're going to be like, I need a vase to
Yes,
put them in.
yeah,
They will go on
absolutely.
your cards and your projects.
Love it. So there you go. If you like the idea of the Cosmos style, £22.99. And then Echinacea. This is another of the florals that is in the big bundle. And this one, synonymous with kind of home remedies and things like that. I think it's good for like colds.
Colds
isn't it,
and
I think?
coughs, yeah.
And they've got those beautiful statement centres there. Larger flowers, you can see, with almost like spidery petals.
It is, but that's the one that I said to you, if you then angle the petals slightly different and you did white with a little bit of yellow ink in the centre, make it look like a daisy.
Yeah. And also gerberas or gerberas,
Yeah,
I never know which way
gerberas.
around it is. You could use it for that.
More
Yeah.
petals, that's it. Just build
Simple.
it up as you. But the petals, I would say, curve. Well, if we get time to demo it, I'll show you.
I love it. She's waving her hands around. She's
like this.
She's talking with her hands. They're £22.99 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But quite a few of you have shopped for the BetterPress machine today, so it's probably a good idea that we show you exactly what you can do with it for those guys that have never seen it before. Very clever system, and it's something that you'll find yourself going towards, because we see more and more BetterPress dyes coming from Spellbinders.
Yes.
So it's a popular system. So, deal on the screen. You're getting that price dropped down to $74.99, but you've got a three-way split with this, which makes it very important, because it means you can get it very affordably, $25.99 or $24.99 today. So,
Full instructions, so do not worry if you can't remember. Full instructions
Okay,
are always in
good.
there as well. You've got pictures too, so it's genius. Do not worry, okay. In the box as well, you will receive one of the BetterPress inks. Now, these are specially designed with the help with Spellbinders to make sure, because if you've got an ink that dries too quick, it's not going to work. If you've got an ink that's open, as we would call it, it's too wet. Obviously, it's not going to dry, it's going to smudge when you put the pressure on.
It's stuck on the dye, isn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
You also get this special tape in there, which is reusable to hold your projects down if you want to do that. And in the box, if you get your BetterPress, you will actually get a free complimentary BetterPress plate in there with 2 sentiments. You'll also get some of the BetterPress cardstock. Now, this is, again, a traditional, this is like cotton-based, okay?
Okay, right.
So with this is a very old traditional cardstock. We do sell it separately on the website. If you are wanting to use your own cardstock, I'd say get something quite a little bit heavier.
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I
quite
mean?
substantial, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know, your 300 GSMs,
Oh,
things
right.
like that, you could
Okay.
use those as well. This will give you the best effect.
Okay.
But there is other cardstocks.
And I suppose it needs to be of a reasonable thickness, because it's kind of going to emboss at the same time. isn't it?
Exactly.
And you need it to go right
So,
into those
where did
fibres.
I put those? I put everything down. I'm having one of them days. There you go. So,
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is take the plate off here.
Oh, that's good. It's all in one piece.
Yes, so you've not got
That
to think
is
about it.
clever.
And it doesn't matter if you put it on upside down, back to front, because if you're like me and you're dyslexic, you've got no hope.
Well,
Do you know
it's
what
kind
I
of
mean?
like mirror text as well, isn't it? So it's not easy to read at the
That's
best of
it.
times.
Now, the base, you will see with this, yours will be absolutely clean. So it will come with some extra shims in the bottom. I always
Okay.
leave them in.
Know where they are.
Yeah, this is magnetic, okay? So wherever
Okay.
you position this, that is then going to stay. So if you want perfect alignment, this is how it's going to
I
work.
like the fact that it's kind of giving you your card bases and those kind of cross hatches, so you can get it spot on and perfect.
Absolutely, every time. Now, just let me show you the lid as well, and there's a special thing we can do with this in a moment. You will see the lid, let's get this right, hovers.
Room, yeah.
It hovers.
Oh, okay.
So do not worry about that, but that was so handy. I'm going to show you in a minute or two how you can use that.
Okay.
Take your cardstock. Again, I can position it in the square where I want it. You can take some of your tape on there.
Have you inked up the plate?
No, not yet. I'm just going to show you. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I was
Sorry,
gonna say.
sorry, yeah.
No, sorry, I wasn't sure
I'll
if you'd
use some of
forgotten
the
to.
tape. No, no.
I wasn't sure if you'd forgotten to ink it up when I was going to
But
say.
you can just use it without the ink.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, so you can use it without the ink, so you can do that. I'm just going to use a different bit of tape because I can't find the end.
The end isn't
and I can't see. So, like I say, you can use it as it is, and I'm going to show you first of all, this is how you would use it if you just want that embossed detail.
Oh, I see, right.
And then we'll go back in and I will show you how you can use it. So make sure your BetterPress
we
words...
can hear it almost clicking to
That's
place
it,
then,
that just clicks in. You are going to need your Platinum 6 or a wide mouth machine.
So if you've got one of those die cutting machine that accommodates, you know, the dies that kind of got the sponge on them, those thicker dies.
The thick ones.
Then you're okay. So yeah, it's Platinum 6, obviously perfect. They're all from Spellbinders, but you don't have to necessarily invest in a brand new die cutting machine.
You've got your big sharp.
Yeah,
if you've got, even back in the day, you cut a bug, it will fit in there. So this is just to show you the simplest form that this works.
Yes.
So you get that embossed detail, which is just beautiful. Then you've got your dies. You'd lay your dies over the top, and that then will cut everything out.
Okay.
And that, again, is in one piece.
Perfect.
So you haven't got to worry. This will come off of here. You can then arrange this onto here, run that through. You've got all your sentiments. Right, so that's one of the things you can do.
Okay.
Now, if you want to take it up to another level, what you can do is then you can take the ink. Now, with this, don't take any fibres off. Take the fibres off because sometimes they're a bit rogue. No tapping. It's not a rubber stamp.
Okay, right.
Try and just gently rub it over.
Okay, right.
You'll get better application with it, believe you me. Because if you do this, it just doesn't... it's a different sort of ink pad.
Looks like a different kind of felt on there than the ink pads that we get as well.
So, again, just go over it. This isn't going to harm or damage the metal in any way.
Okay.
So do not worry. Again, use your cardstock, put that over the top, because I want you to see how many different uses you can get out of this, okay?
Well, our crafters are very inventive, so I know there'll be loads of techniques that come out of it.
So you can see, that's just going to fit on there. I'm now going to offer it up to the machine, and this is where you kind of like stamping with a metal plate.
Like that.
So,
well, some people might not have the kind of the upper body strength to
Dexterity,
actually do stamping. So, yeah, I mean, this is maybe opening up a new way of crafting for some people that have struggled in the past. So.
that's it. So then we can take this off.
Wow,
can you see?
look at that. Oh, it's like embossed and inked in the recess.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So you've got two different versions you can work at. So you've got that beautiful emboss. So if you're making like that, thinking of you card, it's just a suggestion. It's very gentle, it's very classy, it's beautiful. But you've got the two effects, and you can see, and like I say, this is a very, very traditional.
So crisp, though, when it's actually had the ink on
Gorgeous,
there.
yeah.
I mean, look at that. Wow.
So you can do that with it. Now, what I am going to do is just grab something else to show you what else you can do with this.
Okay, right. Details are on the screen, so don't forget. If you're wanting to use the plates from the set that we've been looking at, you can use them in other ways. You don't have to use them with this technique. But I think what Dawn's showing us, and I think it's brilliant, it gives us the opportunity to just see the benefits that you get from the BetterPress machine by itself. So the details are on your screen for the BetterPress. Don't forget, it comes with a little starter kit as well. And it means that you can do all sorts of different techniques. But we're going a bit rogue now,
We're going, yeah, this is, you know what I'm like. I like things to do a bit more. Like I say, you might not find this on the internet. This is just something as I was playing with it.
It takes a while to build up your plates as well, doesn't it?
It does.
So it's like another kind of opportunity.
And it's something that I want all of you not to think, oh, well, yeah, I might do a bit of embossing. You can use it for so many other projects. So all I've done now, no plate, I've just take a piece of cardstock.
Could be the cardstock that you get in the bundle. As
exactly.
You say, yeah.
Then what I'm going to do is then just take an ink die. I'm lying, the rubber stamps. Oh dear, I do apologise. Telling fibs today. I'm going to position this where I want.
So taking maybe inspiration from the lines, in the centre,
so that's all lined up. I can go back in, and because that is hovering, it's not touching it. Until I press down, then it's actually got that on there. That's why it's ideal to tape your card down. So now we're going to use this as a stamping system.
Now, this could be brilliant if you're kind of building up a stamp with a sentiment or a border, and you've got lots to make.
Or you're somebody who thinks, I've always wanted to have a go at stamping, but I've just got one little ink pad. This is a Tim Holtz one, Distress ink. It's not the BetterPress ink, because save that just for your machine.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then I can turn this over, I can go back in, and if you are batch making, what an easier, better way than doing this. But then, if I wanted to, can you see?
Yeah.
What I can do then is, with my BetterPress, now, for the purpose of demonstration, I am going to do this a bit rogue, because I haven't, because this is all in one plate.
Okay.
So we're going to pretend, but you're going to get the idea, okay? But with this, if I wanted to, say I just wanted to have one sentiment, then I could go back in, I can position that down. I would actually put that like that, because you can overhang slightly with that.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go back in, because that will just hold it.
Well, it might be that you've got other plates, isn't it?
Exactly.
Kind of
well, you'll have individual sentiments. I've got a plate one. I wouldn't recommend it. If you've got some of the Spellbinders separate ones, I would say use the separate ones. I'm just showing you that we've used it to stamp with.
Yeah.
And then I can take it out. And
have that
you can imagine, if you've got it,
we get the inspiration.
Individual plate, and you put, because obviously you just have that one sentiment like that.
Or you could have done the technique that you did earlier on and die cut them and just actually put them on top.
Yep. Yeah. But like with that, I've now got the embossing detail and I've got the stamp as well.
Yeah, play around with it. Good idea.
Easy, so easy to do, because you can do the alignment. Obviously, like I say, this plate is not what I brought to you before the other week, like the individual ones. You could then just position it on there, put it on, and then you could actually do that.
Perfect.
Or if you've, say you've used like the Oriental collection we brought.
Girls that we had earlier
you could foil them, but then you could emboss the sentiments.
Yeah.
So you get so many things.
It's kind of getting more out of the stamps that you've got already, and then introducing that foiling maybe as the time goes on. It's kind of like an add-on to your original die cutting system, I think, and it's something that I know lots of you shop for during this show, and have already shopped for previously as well. So £74.99, three-way split if you do want to shop for your BetterPress. Don't forget, it does come with a little starter set as well, so you could be just shopping for that today, but don't forget, we have got plates in the system that we're sharing with you, or the collection we're sharing with you. You can shop for those just by themselves if you wanted to, or you can go for it all today, all in one go. It's entirely up to you as well. So if you like the idea of that, please do so. Now, lots of other different little bits and pieces that we are sharing with you. So, which are we looking for? The water, oh, it's over here.
Yes.
Sorry. I was looking at those thinking that's not a water bottle. There is water, but that's a water brush. There you go, the brain didn't quite connect.
Doesn't matter.
What's this all about?
This is fabulous. Now, with this, we've all got water sprays. Yes, we have. But with this one, you don't have to shake it with an inch of its life. And when you spray and hold, you get the finest mist spray that's continuous.
It holds it for such a long time, doesn't it?
So if you are putting your self-tan in here, it is doable, ladies and gents, because I've done it. And then you can hold it and you can go like that, or you can do your back. So it is doable, I'm just saying.
I had my own...
It's not a disclosure, don't try it if you don't want to. It's just, I've tried it.
And things like if you're wanting to, I don't know, just damp your hair down and stuff like that for restyling. I actually use one with my sewing. I was using one earlier on when I was turning up one of the dresses with my BetterPress in there. So you kind of, BetterPress, should I say, for sewing. You spray it and it just gives...
Yeah, rather than that... You know, if you know, like if you've got kids and you spray in the hair, you squirt, and kids are going like this. This, you just hold and spray, and it's a fine mist, and then you go again.
Obviously, if you are putting product in it, then do bear that in mind if you go to use it for something else.
Yeah.
But I would certainly consider, if you have your personal flushes, maybe you get a little bit warm every now and again, or maybe come the summer, you want that personal little spray.
Yep.
That is going to be brilliant. Just spray it over it and keeps you nice and cool. $5.99, that's all it is.
I'd get a couple of those. I really would.
They're brilliant.
For your crafting, it's great because obviously if you're mixing using your inks on your glass mats. You can spritz it and you don't end up with big clumps of water. You get fine
and it's nice
drops.
because you're not having to do that action pressing
That
it down.
hurts, yeah.
Just that trigger action. Love it. There you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, only $5.99. Loads of you have been shopping for those. We do struggle to keep them in stock. Talking about back in stock, the blending brushes, is that what we're talking about? Oh, these are ridiculously economical at $3.99. These are brilliant, especially little tiny centres and inks and things like that.
Or if you have got your cardstock, you know, I was saying to you before, take that and then you can just blend a little bit of your inks on there. You've got 3/8 of an inch, 3/16 and 1/8. So you've got different sizes in there that you can use. So easy, but with your stencils and stuff like that, getting all those areas.
Nice and flat on the end there as well, so beautiful. $3.99, so affordable. At that price, you could go for multiples of those and then use them for other kind of colours of inks, and so you've got some, they're kind of like dedicated ones. Loads of other things that you can go and have a little look for if you're wanting to on the website. Don't forget, Dawn's going to be back a little bit later on.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, so do make sure you tune back in for that one. But if you have added anything into your basket, including that big bundle, can I suggest you check your basket out sooner rather than later? We're going to get even busier in the next hour, and I don't want you to forget about that deal, because at midnight that price is going to go up, and I don't want you paying a penny more than you need to. Dawn, thank you for your inspiration. Thank you for your company. I will see you straight after this. Did you know HobbyMaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 AM on Craft O'Clock.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, All you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to an hour that I'm very much looking forward to because it's been such a long time since I've worked with the lovely Dee. Dee is here on a monthly basis though, I have to say. So make sure you put a little note in your diary because the last Saturday of every month, which obviously today being the 31st, Dee is here with L&M Gifts. Now, if you just happen to stumble by the hour, well, don't worry. We've got Dee here. I'm going to let her explain who she is and what L&M Gifts is all about. Tell our lovely viewers about yourself.
So I'm Dee. So I have my little business that we run, and we make our own handmade, why can't I speak, watercolor paints. Now, I'll get there eventually, guys. So we make our own watercolor paints by hand. And then we have our glaze, which is a UV glaze that you can use on products. And then we also do our wood elements. So basically, essentially, that's our 3 items. And Shaylee and I just work away on them and grow our business, I suppose.
They're incredibly popular, incredibly popular. Now, if you do usually tune in for the shows, then you know some of the bits and pieces I'm going to introduce you to, because not only do we love it when Dee is here because of the amazing creativity, but you bring us free gifts as well.
Always.
I love it.
I can't do a show without a free gift. It's just not me.
Now, she brings us these fabulous collectible little pin badges. So this is the collectible badge for the month of May. How do you get your hands on this? Well, you need to spend £30 or more, excluding your post and packing, and you will get one of these included within your kit. And the beauty is you can actually take these little projects. Now, can I bring in the larger one just
yes,
to
of course
explain?
you can.
Because what you can actually do is add the glaze to them and add colour to them. And this is kind of what we will see a lot of in the next hour.
Yes, that is correct.
So there you go. You're going to get your fabulous little Highland cow. Simply order anything you like, £30 or more, without your post and packing being added into that, because obviously that's covering the whole of the day and all your other goodies. And then this is something that you can get just simply by placing your order. Don't need to code or anything like that. You just automatically include it.
Yeah, Shaylee and I will do all the calculations and everything in the background.
Love it.
And it's just worth mentioning. So that is our collectible pin. So every month, so if you carry on watching the following shows, every month is a different pin and you can collect them over the year.
I love that. Love that idea. So what sort of things have we seen already during the course of the year?
So we've had a little birdie with flowers. We had a little kitty cat. You're now asking me something yet. Now
No, that's
training
fine.
the brain.
Two is enough. Two is enough. That's okay. Don't worry. But you can only get them when you shop during the shows. So that's the thing, isn't it?
Yes, and they will never. I will never have those designs on their own that you can buy.
Right.
So those designs will be exclusive, and then normally I base the design for the month on whatever the customers like the most for the previous month.
Ah,
That's kind of how it goes.
I love it. Now, if you are shopping with us and you're spending more than £30, in fact, more than £50, not only will you get your Highland cow, but you will get a free gift as well. So again, excluding your post and packing. So £30 worth of product, you will get, £30 worth of product, you'll get that. £50 worth of product, you will get both of them.
Correct, yes. And the little fences, it will all become clear in a bit why you actually would love to have the little fences. So in the little free gifts, you get 2 little fences. You're going to get a clasp to either make your acrylic blank, which is also included into either...
See that there, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to point because I always point in the wrong direction.
Oh, I do it as well. I've been doing this for like 16 odd years, so yeah, don't worry.
So you can make it either into a key ring or a bag charm, and then right at the bottom is a white paint, which which is the paint that you'll probably use the most. I'm giving you a full size of white paint as well.
Wow, that's incredible, and that's all for spending £50 or more. And we have got so many things that I know that you are going to love. Then you will probably find yourself actually getting those. Now, of course, you can go off and have a little look on the website. There's all sorts of goodies that we are going to share with you. We will be back with you just in a short moment. If you're wanting to add anything else in, like the paints, like the inspiration, like the starter kit, which I'll explain everything to you in just a few moments, then you can do so straight away. But we will see you the other side of this.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Now, don't worry, I haven't finished Dee off. She is still here. She just needs to do a little bit of admin, so she'll be back and joining me in just a few moments. But I thought I'd take the opportunity to show you through some of the things that we do see from L&M Gifts, which I know are going to be essentials because they help you create all sorts of wonderful things. Now, can I show you some finished samples of the kind of effects you're going to be able to get? Because what we regularly see is these beautiful MDF elements. Now, you can use the glaze and the paint on pretty much any surface you like. And you can see here you've got that gorgeous pearlescent finish that really comes through, really gets enhanced and almost magnified when you start adding that glaze. Now, the glaze is a UV glaze, very, very easy to apply. It's all pre-mixed, something that you can add and get those incredible results. But then the beauty is you can use it in loads of different ways. What about things like jewellery? Maybe using them on things like your little clays that you might already have that you're going to work with. Maybe have little resin moulds as well. It could be that you're using it in addition to that. What about little things that you pick up on your journeys, on your travels? You can actually use the paints that we've got from Dee and apply them to pretty much any surface you like. So we've got little seashell that is here. Also, things like pebbles, things like MDF, things like, well, anything that will take the surface, you can literally add that glaze and cure it. Because it's a UV glaze, it's something that is going to create that kind of hardness, that firmness that is going to protect whatever is underneath. And the ability to stamp on things and then cover them with glaze means that you don't even need to be an artist. So let me show you about some of the bits and pieces. So we've got 2 starter kits, and just to explain to you, you've got contents that differ very slightly, but also there's certain elements that are included as well. So let's have a little look at the first one that we've got here. Now with this one, you've got your glaze. Now your glaze is going to be the important part of your element, because with this one, this is the clear element. Now it's in a dark bottle because you don't want the light to get to it, and the lovely Dee's back and joining me, and she'll explain exactly why in just a few moments. But you've also got your little LED light with this one, which is a fabulous little tool which you're going to use all the time.
You're going to use it all the time, and even if you don't do my craft, you're going to use it for some other crafts as well.
Okay.
So if you do resin craft, you'll use it for that, or any other crafts that these days come out. When you need an LED light, you'll have one ready to use.
Perfect, and it folds up so neatly
Yes.
that you can take it on the move with you as well. Now, I was talking about the glaze. The glaze is in a dark bottle because you don't want the light to get to it to start with, do you?
Yes. Yes. So you need to just store it in a dark place, as you would normally do with like a resin as well. Store it in a dark place, and then when you use it, so especially the bottles with a nozzle, or the bottles with the small nozzles, when you're using it, just make sure that you keep, oh, sorry, Just make sure that you keep that away from your LED light, because what could happen is the glaze could cure in this little thing.
Ah, of course, yes.
But it's still fine, because all you need to do is, everybody's got a pin around or something sharp.
Just pop it out.
Yeah, it literally comes out like a little worm.
Fabulous, I love it. So it's not all wasted, so don't worry. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that little starter kit, you've also got a little almost like pokey tool to manoeuvre.
Yeah. It's so funny, because you guys always call it pokey tools and I call it a detail stick.
Okay. And that's this little element that we've got here.
Yeah.
Piece of card as well, is that included?
So that is a little silicone mat.
Oh,
so when I do the demos just now, I'll show what you use.
I do apologise.
No, it's all right. So you can mix pigments or alcohol inks into the glaze as well if you wanted to give it something extra.
I love it. So there you go. That is your starter kit. One of the starter kits. There's no tools included with this one, but at £29.95, that might be your choice of getting started. Now we've got another toolkit. Now this toolkit has got a comprehensive range of elements in. Talk us around what we're looking at here then, Dee, as we bring it up on the camera.
That's fine. So with that one, I've put everything that I personally use while I'm crafting is in there, and you'll have a laugh because there's literally everything I use. So on the one side you can see there's a bottle. So that is the water bottle that I use, because I like it that it's got a cap and I can just put the cap on and close it, and it doesn't fall over my desk.
I love the fact that you included that in there. Okay, yeah.
Then you also get a little pipette, which is just above that, and that is that you can use to put the water onto your paints.
Okay.
Next to that again is a detail stick, paintbrush next to that, and you get a 10 gram of my glaze with this one, which is the most popular size to use because it's just so easy to use.
Okay, nice one to take on your travels with you.
Yeah, yeah. And then above that is my paints. So you get 6 of my midi-sized paints on a little palette, so they'll already be on the palette. Just worth mentioning that the paints that you see there might not be the paints that will be included in the set.
So it's a bit of a lucky dip with regards to colours, is it?
Yeah.
That's fair enough, that's okay.
Next to that is your glaze stand, which I'll explain in a sec what that one is.
I love the little fox that's on there. Very cute.
And again, that's a lucky dip because I've got so many designs. So I'll just grab a random one for you.
Okay.
And then again, your LED light, and next to the LED light is my wristband, which I will also show you what you do with that one.
Love it. Now, if you fancy getting hold of the bundle and you already know it, then the details are on your screen as well. £49.95. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of that, you can do. Now, the little element that we've got there with the fox, that's creating this little stand.
Yes.
Okay.
So just for those who are new to my craft, so the glaze is still a resin. It's still within the resin family, but it's not a full-blown resin. So the main difference is with a full-blown resin, you can put it into a mold and make something solid.
Okay.
And those who use UV resins will know that when there's bubbles on it, you just run a flame over it to pop the bubbles. Yeah. But because I've had all of those chemicals removed to make this safer to use, you can't do that.
Right.
So I had to come up with another plan.
Okay.
Because I think I'm a genius. So the little fox that you see is the glaze stand. So this is just another version.
So it might be a floral version.
Yeah, so you might get a floral version.
Yeah.
And all this does is just for you to pop your bottles on, you keep them upside down. And what that does is the bubbles will now float to the top and stay away from the nozzle.
Clever.
So you don't get it on your project.
Brilliant. Love that idea.
So easy. And with the starter kit, your glaze stand basically doubles up as your first little project as well if you're brand new to the craft.
I love it. Yeah. And then, of course, the wristband. There's a wristband in there, which you are very, very beautifully modelling here.
I cannot paint now without it. I felt last night I was doing some painting and I wanted to dry my brush and I didn't have it on. I had to go fetch it.
So it literally slips around your wrist?
So it just slips around your wrist, and then all that I do is while you're painting, I'm sure everybody's had this before, while you're painting, you just want to dry your brush, and then I normally do it on my arm.
Yeah.
So now I just use this and dry it, and then even if you want to dab, you can see how dirty mine is from paint. Even if you feel like you've got too much water on while you're painting, just dab it on.
Just nice and easy. Love that idea. It's such a brilliant idea. £49.95. So that is almost like your deluxe kit. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, you can. Incidentally, if you've got a lot of the components, or maybe you want an extra UV lamp because you're going to be doing a lot of projects and you want them to kind of work in a bit of a relay team, this is back in stock. So if you want just the lamp by itself, £15.95. And we will see that in action. I'm not going to talk too much about it now because we've kind of explained what it is already and we will see it working later. So if you just want the lamp, those are the details on your screen as well. So absolutely beautiful. Then you start choosing your projects. Well, Dee, I have to say, this is lovely. And I love the editorial behind this, because Jean was the inspiration for this, if I remember rightly.
Yes, so Jean is one of my customers. Hi, Jean, if you're watching, I hope you were able to tune in. But I had...
I'm going to bring it over.
Yeah, I had a welcome sign right in the beginning. I'm now talking 2021 August, I think it was.
Okay.
I had a welcome sign. And everybody loved it, but it was completely different to this. And Jean wanted to buy one of those ones.
Okay.
And when I looked at it, I'm like, hang on for a sec, I can make that much better now.
Yes.
And then I created these.
So that's where this kit came from.
Oh, yeah. And when I started designing, I couldn't stop.
Well, that will explain why we have so many
many.
options.
Yes.
So the one I've got here is your goose, and you can see on the bottom of your screen, we have got the option there, including the goose. You've got things like gnome in there, Highland cow, you've got florals in there. Now, fundamentally, the design is going to be the same. The bit aspect that changes is the character.
Yes. So if I show you, so you can either, so if you imagine, I stuck these down because I did a tutorial, so these are proper stuck down. But you can get the Highland cow one, so that will be a Highland cow. So you still get exactly the same elements, but just the Highland cow.
Okay.
Then there's the kitty one. So again, the kitty one gets the top. I just attached the florals on this one, so or you can have the kitty one.
Lovely. So the florals will be the same, and on this one you just get all together.
Yes.
Okay.
You can also get one that's just these two florals, and the reason why I did that is some of my designs, there's other designs that's people's favorite design. So instead of having whatever I included, they can put whatever they want to on the side.
That's fair enough, isn't it? So is that the blank one then?
That's the blank one.
Fair enough.
Then I have a gnome one, which I didn't paint, and it's over there to do a demo with.
That's okay.
But there's the gnome design, and then there's also a floral one, which is just two pieces of floral.
Perfect. Love it. Go up on the website, you'll be able to find all the different options there. Such an affordable project at £27.95. Of course, you need to add your colour, you can add your paints, and we can have a little chat about paints very briefly as well, because you have got paints in abundance when you look at the different colours that Dee brings to us. Now, obviously, if you've gone with the little kind of kit, well, not the kit, the freebie kit, do you remember if you're spending £50 or more, you will get one of those little kind of paint pebbles, I like to call them, because they do look like little pedals, but these are your dots. Now, you've got different options with regards to the dots, so you can see here, I have got some beautiful cosmos colours with this one. You've got your cosmos, you've got your blossom, your peach, your lilac, your lavender, your violet featuring in there. Now, Dee, do we choose these individually or do we get them all?
So you choose them individually,
Okay.
so it's a pick and mix, so you can choose any 6
Oh,
colours.
so it's not a set then, so
No.
I could choose whichever I want to go for.
I always forget something to bring with. Normally I forget to bring the little palette with, which we'll show in a second. This time I brought the palette, but I forgot the big sheet to show all the colours.
Oh, fair enough then. So all of these colours basically are options. So
Yes.
you decide. Now, the way that a pick and mix works here is you choose your colours, and then when you get to a certain figure, then the price drops down. So with all of these, they're going to be available to you. So we will show these in just a moment. We did mention about the bundle for the kit. Yes, yeah. So the paints. Do you get the paints with the home sign?
Yes.
Oh,
I was going to go back to that in a sec.
Sorry, that's my bad. I didn't realise it came with the paints. I didn't think it came with the paints. I do apologise.
So I'll tell you this. So this is, I have a craft subscription box on my website. So this is this month's subscription box. Okay. In the subscription box, you get everything that you need for the project.
Right.
So you will get your paint. So you get 6 paints. It's okay. You'll get 6 paints with us. You get 10 grams of clear stuff with it as well. You're going to get your acrylic blank, will be like this. Oh, me and the camera.
There you go, you got it.
It's the first time ever I got it, actually. So you get your acrylic blank, and I'll show you guys how to use that in a sec. Your little home that's in acrylic, the welcome to our home, or welcome to our, and then the home will finish it off. Then you also get a little pot of glitter, which really confused everyone when I sent this out. I'll explain, and I'll show how to use that one as well. And you also get a bit of twine to use to hang your sign up and down.
And there you go. So if you've gone for the goose option, then that's what your project will look like. But of course, you've got all the different options. The gnome one is proven to be very, very popular in this hour. But you've got 6 designs in total, including the goose that we're looking at. So you decide But the fundamental elements that we've just spoken about, you will get exactly the same. It just depends on your decoration option that you've chosen as to what you're going to get. It's very affordable at $27.95, isn't it? You get a lot.
Do you know, I always try and make it affordable, to the dismay of many people in my life. But I just feel, why must I price it so high that not everybody can actually enjoy the craft?
That's very kind of you, yeah.
And that's why when I do a craft kit, I just try and chuck everything in there, because it just makes it worthwhile then for you on the other end when you've got everything that you need.
Lovely, lovely experience as well. So there you go, if you like the idea of that one. Then choose your character, choose your design. So now I'll mention the pick and mix, because you're already going to get paints within that one. I was thinking you're not going to get any paints, so we better show you the paints. So how do you get all the paints? Well, this is how you do it. So these are all individual paints. Now, when you're shopping for them individually, you're looking at £2.75. But if that's kind of like the price that they are. Yeah. But if you go for your multiples, that's when you take advantage of that discount. So if you're shopping for these and you're going to get, where am I? Is that 8? I've got something in my eye, I think. 6, yeah. So. So it just right. So okay. So if you want to go for a set of 6, then you can do. Then you'll be paying your obviously the higher price, or you just shop for them as the colours that you want. All the colours scaling through at the bottom of your screen, as you can see. So you just kind of get these as time goes on, I suppose.
Yeah, and they last really long. We did the Facebook Live earlier, and we asked, because a lot of my customers were actually on the Facebook Live. Okay. And we asked them if they can just like write in and say for how long they've had it. And David wrote in and he said he bought some of my paints the Christmas before last. Wow. And he's still using them. So the paints really go a long way, because I've made
18 months then.
Yeah,
wow.
Because when I make them, and that's the whole reason why I started making my own, is to make sure that they are incredibly pigmented. And I'll show everyone in a sec just how pigmented they are, because then it's, you save on it. Not only is it affordable, but it will actually hold for a long time. Now, with the pick and mix, if you choose 6 colours, you also get a little palette for free.
Okay,
so
right.
That's how that one works. So choose 6 colours, put 6 colours or more, 12, multiples of 6, I should say. For every 6 that you take, you'll get one of the palettes. Okay. And you'll see there's space for the paints. Now, the paints, I'll just take one off from here. When you receive your paints, they will all have a glue dot on the back. I'm going to put it off with the glue dot. Okay. So they'll all have a glue dot with a little backer, and then you just pull the backer away, and then you just stick your paints on.
Oh, okay. So if you've got multiples of these palettes, it could be that you have all your cool tones together or your warm tones together. So, okay.
Yeah, so you can actually build your own palette. And then when you do a refill or you decide you want to move them around, all you need to do is just twist them off. If you've got glue dots, you can remove the old one, just put a new one on, and then just...
That is really clever.
Right?
Very clever. I like that. So you get that automatically. If you're shopping for 6 of them, you don't need a code, you don't need anything in addition. They'll automatically be included with your order.
Look
so
how
there you
easy
go.
I make it for everyone.
You do make it incredibly easy. That's what I love about it. So there you go. Start adding those goodies into your basket. Don't forget, I dropped the Highland Cow, I think.
No, I picked it up, don't worry. I covertly picked it up.
Don't forget. Shop with us today and spend more than £30 and you will get this fabulous collectible pin badge. This is your May edition pin badge. So all you need to do is spend £30, excluding your post and packing, and he will find his way into your order. A substantial side project to get started with. Yeah. And if you do find that you're spending more than £50, then you will get your Highland Cow alongside this fabulous free gift as well, including a little paint pebble. I call them that. So there you go. £50 you'll get both. Again, excluding your P&P. £30 then you'll get your pin badge. But it's so many different things to choose from.
I know.
So now, if you fancy getting involved and crafting alongside Dee, well, you've got the ability to do so as well. Yes. And this is very exciting. So would you like to explain what this is all about?
I felt very overwhelmed there for a second because I'm so passionate about this one.
Oh, bless you. Now, let me get out the way.
We did, I think we've done 2 craft alongs so far, and people are absolutely loving them. So I'm trying to do a craft along where we actually put something together. So last time we did a floral and a vase. This time we're doing a brew caddy.
Now these are, have you seen how incredible these are? So there are 2 options. So You're going to want to take part in the craft along, so I'll tell you how to do that with the tools in just a few moments.
Oh yeah, that's what I was supposed to.
That's okay, don't worry. But you know what? I'm glad that we've shown them and it's given us the opportunity, because I think people will want to shop for more because they'll want to do the class, but then it's like, I want to do it all again. I want to do it for somebody else.
That's normally what happens.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, can we grab one of these and just talk around what you've actually got, because it's very interactive, and that's fine.
Let me start by saying, when you receive your craft along, so there are different options which we'll talk through, but everything will come flat back, like IKEA packed.
Okay, fair enough.
Everything will be flat backed for you, and we will build it together on the live.
Oh, okay, so you don't do anything ahead of the live.
If you wanted to, you could.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to, we can build it together. It does come with a whole instruction manual, which I've had tested by some of my VIP customers.
Wonderful.
So you will receive it like this, and then once you've built it, see, now we were saying about reaching over, now I'm going to reach over today. So when you've built it, you will have a blank brew caddy, is what I'm now calling it.
I love this as brew caddy. It's fabulous.
So basically, when I put it together, you can pop your, I'm just going to take the lid off, pop your teas in there. So I resized it just to make sure that our tea bags will fit in there in little packets.
Lovely.
And we were testing earlier for the coffee bags, but I didn't actually have coffee bags.
Yeah, I've got some, but they're not individually wrapped, so probably wouldn't work. I've got a little drawer at the front as
then
well.
You've got a little drawer, and you can put, I mean, I put teaspoons in mine.
Oh, that's a cute idea.
Teaspoons in there, or you can put like your sugar sachets in there, or your sugar cubes in there.
Yeah.
Go wild, you can put anything in there.
I love it.
So that will be unpainted. And then I had some of my VIPs do some examples for us, because there's so many options of how you can actually paint these.
Well, this is it. Now, we will look at some of those options in a few moments, but we've got a couple of different ways to get hold of your kit and your craft along. One on the screen at the moment is talking about the tools. Now, the tools are going to help you create during the craft along. If you've already got the tools, don't worry, we will talk about that in a few moments. But if you haven't got the tools, this is a set to go for.
Yeah, so two options. You can either buy just the caddy, and I did that for my customers already, really have a lot of my tools and paints, or you'll get your tool set with yours. And in your tool set, you will get all your goodies that you'll need. If I can just grab them all out.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, look at all the goodness falling out there.
Oh, okay.
So again, you're going to get a little silicone mat, and this is just if you want to mix stuff on, which we'll show in a demo in a sec.
Lovely.
You're going to get your little pipette as well.
Wonderful.
So that you can add water to your paints. You're going to get my favorite brush.
Okay.
So this is the brush that I use all the time.
Perfect.
You're going to get your clear stuff. So you're going to get a 10, I can never turn this around the right way, 10 gram of your glaze.
Lovely.
That one. Going to get wood glue, because obviously you're going to need some wood glue for this project.
Stick it together, yeah.
Clips. So these are just little bulldog clips, which I'm including for you, because it helps when you, especially when you put the drawer together, just to use some clips for that front panel.
Wonderful.
Again, a detail stick. You can never have too many detail sticks, believe me. Some glue. Now this glue I actually sourced because of customer comments again, or customer ideas. And this one is a multi-purpose glue, because normally I come on the show and they say, oh, you can use E6000. So then I went away and sourced and tested a glue. So now this is the first time you'll actually be able to get this glue.
Okay, right.
And it is for, you can use plastics, metals, wood, so you don't, it's not predominantly just for my crafting. So it's one of those versatile ones.
That's good to know.
And what I love is, look at this.
Oh my goodness, it's got like a pin in there.
Because I don't know if anybody else uses E6000, but what annoys me is when I close it, doesn't matter how well I close it, it always dries.
Right, okay. So that's going to help. And a very fine detail nozzle that you've got with that as well, which is brilliant as well.
Now I just need to get the needle back in. There we go.
There you go, you've got it.
And then you're going to get 10 of my paint dots.
Oh, wow, look at these.
Normally, with any of my craft kits, I give you 6. And this is 10. So these are my paint dot sizes. So they're basically sample size. They won't come attached to the palette like the others. And if you want to attach them, I'm just going to carefully, because otherwise they're going to roll all over. Just want to show how, not how small, but the size of them.
Oh, look at the colour.
Right.
Wow.
And then all you need to do, I'm just going to grab some glue dots, sorry, because I left them on this side.
All of this is included within that kit. The details are on your screen. So that is going in with your brew caddy. So you're going to get your brew caddy and the tools as well. 12th of June is when the craft along is, and it's 7 o'clock in the evening. So if you get your kit now, you're ready, well ahead of the game.
Yes. So I've just popped a glue dot on the back. Now I'm sticking to my finger. Glue dot on the back, and then again, the reason why I've done that is so that you can decide where you want your colours. So just stick that on with a glue dot and go around and put all your colours on, and then Bob's your uncle.
Fabulous, love it. So there you go. So if you don't have any tools at all yet, then there you go. You've got everything that you need. If you just want the caddy by itself, or you want an extra caddy, then these are the details that you will need. So with this one, you're not going to get any of the tools, and to be honest, it's a very economical way of getting those tools, or maybe extra tools, to be honest. But £23.95 if you're shopping for the caddy by itself. Want to go for multiples, then you can do. But do be aware that when it's popular, as it has been, that 12th of June will not be too long away. You can get involved 6 o'clock in the evening. How do we actually access that then?
So that will be via our Allen Gifts Facebook page.
Okay.
So if you just search on Facebook for Allen Gifts or Allen Gifts by Dee, you'll find our Facebook page. Make sure you follow us as well, please. And then we'll do the live from there, and we just have fun. We have lots of laughs between Shaylee and myself. We always have a hoot. It's
Good giggle.
Good fun, yeah.
I'd say that's the very keen ingredient to add to a bit of crafting,
No,
a bit of a
it
giggle.
is.
So yeah, if you fancy joining them, there you go, 12th of June. Now, if for any reason somebody couldn't actually be there at the time of the, that kind of crafting session, can they go back and watch it at a later stage?
Yeah, it will stay on our Facebook, timeline.
Yes.
But I will also, in addition to that, I'll do a YouTube tutorial. So if you wanted to follow along, then you can do it via YouTube tutorial.
Love it, there you go. So even if you're not there live, you're okay. Or you want to go back and watch it again. So, brilliant. Okie dokie. Well, just looking at the time, we're a little over halfway through the show. Shall we get into a demo, Laura? Lovely. Very, very quickly. Oh, yes, the coffee insert. We need to mention that, don't we, as well? Yes, I forgot about that. So you had a little bit of feedback from
my VIPs.
Your followers.
Yes.
Let me move this out of the way for you.
So I love my VIP group on Facebook. In the VIP group is is just customers in there. Okay. So if you place an order, you receive like a little invitation card to join the VIP group. And I always ask for ideas or input. And when I posted the caddy that I was so excited about, my tea caddy it was called then, some of my VIPs were like, but we don't drink tea, we only drink coffee.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, how can I solve this problem for them?
You're
and
a
I did.
problem solver, aren't you? You like that.
So this is another one that we've painted, and
look at this. So you've got little acrylic inserts.
So now you can also purchase the acrylic inserts.
Brilliant.
Literally just like that. So I'll build them for you because there's a special glue that holds them together.
Yeah.
So I'll build them before I send them out, and then you can just put your coffee in there. This one has got sugar in, or if you want to put sweetener sachets in, or if you want to put salts in. Adam was saying earlier, well, my Himalayan salt can go in one and my Epsom in the other.
Charlie's just suggested protein shakes and things like
that.
Oh,
anything Charlie, well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I keep the teaspoons in it.
Ah, there they are.
Like, I mean, I don't know if anybody else has the same, but teaspoons just go missing.
They do disappear, yeah. Disappear. There you go.
Won't go missing.
And also as well, what a lovely little addition. Maybe if you have a spare room and you have guests come over, then you could have that there. Maybe a little kettle there as well. Might be little sachets of kind of like the powdered milk that come with it. But it doesn't have to be your refreshments. You could put things like bath salts in there, or I was talking about things like, you know, the cotton pads to take your makeup off. You could put those in there if you wanted to. Or maybe just get one of the little caddies and just put your jewellery in there. And
you can do that too, yeah. It's just, I think this caddy is opening the scope now for me to design so many other things.
Absolutely.
The ideas that the customers have thrown my way last night was just crazy.
Well, it could almost be that if you wanted to, you could leave it without the lid, maybe use the lid for something else and put your brushes in there or anything really. There's loads of opportunity. But I know you guys will come up with loads more, and so will do. So the details are on your screen. If you're wanting to get those inserts, now you're going to get, is it one insert that you're getting with the details on your screen, or do you get two inserts?
So one insert, so you can Yeah.
Yeah, so you could...
Not a set, yes.
Yeah, so it could be that you want to go for 2. Well, if you do, then you'll be able to pop
Yeah.
1 in each side, just increase that quantity to 2. Or it might be that you just want to pop 1 in there. Well, you can do. You might have other options of ideas to work with it. So the details on your screen, make sure you're shopping for those in your multiples there.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Dee get herself ready for her
Yes.
demo. You guys, don't forget, anything that you've seen already that you wanted to add into your basket, by all means, please do so. When you are shopping and spending more than £30 a day, you will get your collectible pin badge. So this is the May release, so your little Highland cow inspiration from the projects that Dee brought to us last month. And incidentally, Dee is here on the last Saturday of each month, so that is why we see her with us today. £30 or more, excluding your post and packing, and this fabulous little character will come its way to you. Then, if you are finding yourself spending £50 or more, then you will actually get both of these, including this fabulous project kit with your little kind of bag charm or key ring. You've got your acrylic piece here. You've also got your little picket fence, which I'm intrigued to learn a little bit more about with Dee. And of course, you're going to get one of your paint elements there as well, which is one of the most popular and most reordered of all of the colour range. So if you fancy getting hold of those, I can't give you an item number because there isn't an item number for it. You need to shop with us, but they're free, completely free. You don't need any code or anything like that. It will automatically be included with your order. But of course, Dee, when we get everything home, it's about what do we need to do with this. And keep your messages coming in. I know some of you have messaged about teas and coffee going into the caddy, so that's mixing it up.
I know, and I can't wait to see all the other ideas that will actually come through.
Absolutely.
That's what makes me the most excited.
I love it. Yeah, do share those ideas. So, Dee, you've got a piece of MDF there and you've got your paint.
Yes.
So what do we need to know?
So for those who are brand new to the craft, all you need to do is use some water when you want to do your painting. And I want to show just how absolutely creamy my paints are. So all you need to do is use your pipette, and if you don't have, why do I have a stray here? Yeah, they always annoy me when that happens. If you don't have a pipette, just use your brush and just add a drop of water to your paint, or use your pipette, fill that up, and then we're just going to add drops to the colors. Now, I normally say at home when I'm going to paint, what I do is I get my paints ready first, put a drop on all the colors, then get all my other stuff ready, and then within a minute your paints will be rehydrated enough for you to start painting. Then you just go around and put them on. Or if you are in a hurry, which I normally am, all that you need to do is just swirl your brush. So I'm going to show you on one of these. Let's go for the Belize. So all you need to do is just swirl your brush. The trick is just to get your paint to water ratio on your brush correct. What you're looking for is a nice silky texture on your brush, which I think we got to now. And then I'm just going to go straight onto my wood design and just paint.
Oh, it's easy as that.
As easy as that. So you don't need to prepare the
no
wood.
No priming or anything
no,
like
nothing.
that?
Nope. None of that jazz, because who's got time for all of that?
That is a fair point.
And you can see just how pigmented the paints are. You don't just have to use the paint on wood. Obviously, I do predominantly wood painting, so that's why I created the paint. But you can paint on card as well, which I'm going to show you guys in a second. I'm going to go with the same color and same brush onto card as well. And just to show you, so we'll come back to it again, but you can see the shimmer there.
That is incredible.
Now the shimmer becomes even more shimmery when it dries.
Oh, wow. And such a tiny amount to get that intensity of colour.
I know, right? But have a look at this magic. So this is on black card. So let me swirl my brush, and that is on black card.
Oh, my word.
Look at that.
Wow.
So I did some examples, and I'll do a little demo with these as well. But if you look at this.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
So what I did here was just stamp, emboss, and then paint. And it's come out like that. And you can do on white card.
My goodness, these paints are so versatile.
And then this one is on craft card as well, which is my favorite card to use.
Oh, that's effective. That is really good.
So you can really use it on just about any surface. I even have, I think it might be over by Hayley, I've got a customer that even, there's a pebble that's over there.
There we go, let me pass that to you.
So I've got a customer who's stamped believe it or
Wow.
not. That's a stamp on the pebble,
That's
then painted with
amazing.
my watercolor paint, and then used my glaze over the top of that
That
to
is
just waterproof
beautiful.
it to put it outside.
Isn't that incredible? Oh, so it can even go outside. Wow, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, so versatile. And with the glaze, like I was saying earlier, the glaze is, I know I left that by you as well, lady. I'm so unorganized today. Let me grab my glaze. So with the glaze, because, oh, no, not because, but you can also use anything to either give it a tint or add some glitter to it. So I'm going to show you how easy that is. All you need to do is just squeeze out some of your glaze onto, and this is why you get the little mini silicone mat with a kit. Squeeze that out, and then I'm just going to add tiniest bit of mica powder, and you really don't need a lot. Wait. And I'm just going to mix that, and just make sure that you don't put too much mica powder in, because then if you put too much in, what will happen is the light won't be able to get right through the glaze to cure the glaze. And without me painting the wood, I'm just going to pop that on and then move it to where I want, which is why the detail stick is so amazing.
That is, that just looks like honey.
Right. And then I'm going to pop it under my LED light. If you've got a big nail light at home, it will work perfectly under that as well.
Okay.
And all I'm doing now is I'm just popping it in for 10 seconds.
Okay.
So what the 10 seconds does is it creates like a protective film over the top, because you can go ahead and glaze more than one section as long as they don't touch each other. Now I can go in. Let me see if we've got the overhead going. Oh, gee, what is with all the hair today? If I press, you can see it kind of indents.
Okay, yeah.
That just means that it's undercured. So you can never overcure it, but you can undercure it.
Ah, okay.
So just to show you the difference with the glitter, so I'm going to do the same process again. I'm just going to add a little bit of glitter to that, which is now going to go everywhere.
Do you have to think about the type of glitter that you're working with, or can it be
No.
anything from our stash?
Anything.
Okay, that's good to know.
I always use I did say it's going to go everywhere. I normally use a fine glitter. I do have a super fine glitter that's almost like a powder.
Okay.
As well.
Oh, look at that. That looks
Look at that. And again, I'm just going to pick it up with my detail stick. I'm just going to pick it up, pop it on, and then just move it to where I need it to be.
So you
And
don't
look.
use a paintbrush at all?
No.
You just use that detail stick all the time? Lovely.
Actually, it's a good question, because one of my new customers asked me yesterday whether she can use a paintbrush. You can use a paintbrush if you wanted to. I never do. But if you do want to use a paintbrush, you can. When you clean it, just use some acetone to clean off the
Oh,
glaze.
I see. Okay.
Just like that. And then for a final cure, you can pop it under the light for 60 seconds. So if you use the mini light that's in the starter kit, that light goes for 2 minutes for a full cure, and then the bigger one goes for 60 seconds, and then it's done.
Look, it's easy as that. It's such a clean craft, isn't it? That's the key thing. Don't forget, if you do need your own little lamp, we've got it in the starter kit, but we've also got it available by itself as well. And it is rechargeable, so it comes with a little cable, I'm guessing.
Yes, it does.
Just find your own little USB plug to plug that into. Folds down beautifully, as you can see there. So if you are taking it on the move or on your travels, might be that you'll have a larger lamp at home, and then you're going off on your classes and workshops, and you want to take that one with you as well. So yeah, do make sure that you are looking for that. And as I say, £15.95, incredibly affordable if you are wanting to shop for it during this hour as well. So there you go, you can see you can put like a little shell under there and actually add all of that to there as well. I love it. So I must mention as well that fabulous home sign that we saw earlier on. Oh, that has proved to be so incredibly popular. Now I'm going to bring that back in because we have got one of the different variations with this one. So this one is your goose. Now your goose obviously is your main character on this one. As you can see down at the bottom of your screen, you've got lots and lots of different options with regards to this one, but it is a comprehensive kit. So the kit that you're actually getting with this one, I'm just going to move all of this out of the way because that is
so much in the way
craft-along
there.
kit, and I don't want to show you things that you don't get. So first and foremost, RD's going to come and join you because you know better than I do. So first of all, you've got the word home. So that's already cut out of your acrylic. You're going to get that included as well as your acrylic base.
So you'll get the acrylic base, and I've got a painted one here which I'll show you the protective layer, how to remove that. In the little package you'll have the home. Just be gentle with it because it looks amazing, but it is a little bit fragile.
Okay.
Not too fragile, but it is a bit. And then the wood piece for the welcome to hour, which you can paint in as well. So you get that, and then you get 6 paint dots. So the same size of the paint dots that I showed you guys earlier that comes with a caddy, you get the same size, 6 of them. 10 grams of clear stuff. You get a little pot with some glitter, which will be this little guy here. And
then
some
use
twine
that
as
in the
well.
way that you just showed us. So,
Yes,
yeah.
and you can. So actually, yes. See, I forgot about that when I was standing there. The glitter in the little pot is my extremely fine glitter. Now I call it a glitter dust because I think it's
Okay.
finer than dust.
Yes,
it's
yeah.
crazy fine. And just use a little bit of that glitter, mix it, and then you can pop it on. I used it on the home, the actual home, on one of my other designs.
Okay.
Just to give it some shimmer.
That's a nice idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
All about different options. And of course, when you put it all together, add a little bit of that gorgeous paint, add that fabulous glaze, and there you go. That's what you could be creating. What a lovely idea. Love the way that the MDF takes the colour so well and so easy. I mean, you showed us the little gnome earlier on, but you can really get gradients of colour with these as well.
I'm laughing because Adam said MDF earlier, and I said to him, how dare you call my wood MDF? It's not MDF, it's plywood.
Oh, is it? Oh.
No, I'm teasing, it's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm very
but
uneducated.
No, but I'll explain why I use plywood. First of all, the plywood's
It's
a
a lot
lighter
thinner,
colour.
isn't it? Yeah.
It's thinner and it's lighter, especially for card makers.
Yeah.
When I started designing the smaller designs for the card making, I used the plywood because it's lighter on the cards.
Okay.
So if you grab, right here next to you is a card, for instance, but you can feel the weight on that. You can see.
You wouldn't know that
No.
there's any wood on there at all.
Yeah, and you can see how many wood elements are on there.
Yeah, there's loads,
and
yeah.
you can't feel the weight.
I must admit, when I was looking and I was thinking this, and I was going to almost ask you about scorch marks, because this is the other thing.
Yeah.
It's so beautifully clear. I mean, when you actually, I'm just going to bring in one of the palettes to show you, because there are no scorch marks on there, which made me kind of question when I was thinking about the MDF laser cut. You often see those scorch marks, don't you? So
I'll tell you why there's none on there. It's the job I hate doing the most in my business. I
Okay.
sand the wood.
You
So-
do not.
I do. So I wish I had one of the other wood pieces to let you feel. So normally it's really rough, but to
Yes.
make it a nice surface for you to paint on,
So literally everything that is posted out has been hand
I've
sanded.
hand sanded them all
Oh, well.
twice.
On behalf of our viewers, can I thank you for your dedication, though? Because, I mean, oh, my goodness, wow.
It's the most unglamorous job because I have to wear like masks and
Yeah,
everything.
I bet.
But I cannot, if you ever receive something and there's like yellowing on it, it missed me, somehow missed me, but I hate it. I will
My
rather.
goodness, I never imagined that for a minute. Wow.
No.
Wow, that's dedication for you. That's making sure that you guys get quality. So there you go. Hope you appreciate that. I know you do. I know you do. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of your home sign, then the details are on your screen. Loads of you have been going for the fabulous spring caddy. Now, don't forget, this is your craft along. Oh, characters, spring characters. I thought you said spring caddy.
Oh, spring characters. Yeah, they are.
I do apologise. Right, okay.
So
I
there's
need
always
to get my ears syringed.
There's always a story within a story.
Okay.
So these are one of the favourite characters at the moment for my VIPs. I rely so much on my VIPs. But basically I do calendars, and each month I do a different calendar topper, and this was this month's or last month's calendar topper characters. I can't remember which month. And so many people ask me if they can have them as just single designs to use them for something else. So I put them all. Let me take it out of here because the glare, not the glaze, is driving me insane. There we go. That's much better. There we go. And you see the little caterpillar and the little mouse.
Absolutely.
It's just
adorable.
everything to create whatever you want to. And this is where the fence comes in, because Mom's visiting, and Mom actually made these cards. And we had the idea of creating this layered little card, and this is why we did the fence in the free gift, because you're going to want to do that if you want to make
Clever idea. Now, don't forget, spend £50 or more, excluding your post and packing. You'll get those fence pieces included with your order, so you can get 2 of those, and they work so well with those little pieces, don't they?
They do, and I think I did a smaller version of the fence way back when, and it was so popular. So all I did was just extend it. And what Mum and I did was we cut the card, we cut like a piece out, and then put the white card behind, and then just coloured that, and then just did a little scene build with it, which I think is so gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful. You're getting so many different elements in there. I mean, incredible detail that you've got. And as you showed us with the gnome earlier on, you can just go straight into it.
Straight into it.
Don't need to prep it, don't need to do anything. Those paints are so incredibly intense that the tiniest amount will give you that intensity of colour. And I love the way that you've kind of got the butterflies going in opposite directions, so you can frame elements and all sorts.
I know, obviously I learn as I go, and I do now when I make these sheets, I do try and take some of the designs and flip them around so you can use them in different, on different aspect ratio. You know what I mean?
I do.
Different sides.
Absolutely. Brilliant value for money at £15.95. Definitely worth considering. And I would certainly be popping those into your basket if you can do. And don't forget, as you're crafting, you will be using the clear stuff over and over again. So you will need to shop for those. Now, a couple of different ways you can restock these. So you first of all got your big bottle here. So this one's your 100-gram bottle.
Yeah, this one is actually, I think now that so many customers have my smaller bottles have become the most popular.
Okay.
I need to stock more of them. So this one my
You're doing
customers
it by the bucketful soon.
This one my customers normally use as the refill bottle because this one's, as you can see, has got the bigger nozzle. So all that you do with the smaller ones,
that one up.
Yeah, so if you get the 30-gram or the 10-gram that you get in your kit, all you need to do is just, if I can get the lid off, just pop this little guy off and then top up your bottle and then you're good to go again.
Brilliant. Love that idea. Now, they're in dark bottles. Was I right in thinking that's because you don't want the light to get to them?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Because otherwise you get an accidental curing in the bottle and we don't want that.
So as a result of that, when we're crafting, we haven't spoken about this. Do we need to be careful where we're crafting at home when we're working with this?
Yes, I would stay away from a window or like bright sunlit areas.
Okay. Don't take it in the garden and craft.
No, unfortunately. You can go sit in the garden and paint, but when you glaze, unfortunately, it has to be inside.
Okay.
I tried different ways. It doesn't work.
You just imagine you like under your coat doing this.
I was trying with the brolly and everything. No, that's not going to work. It's a drawback. But the good thing is you don't have to wait 24 hours for your glaze to dry.
That's very much so.
You know,
very much so. And of course, the fun outside doing the painting, that is certainly a way to do it. So don't forget, that is your 100-gram. But then if you do want to go for your smaller bottle, then you can go for this particular one, which is your 30-gram. So your 30-gram, very usable size, very manageable, and yeah, very popular one at £12.95. And of course, that is one that you can be taking out and about with you as well if you go to classes and workshops and things like that. Yeah. Rather than taking a big bottle with you. So there you go. I'm going to leave those details with you. In the starter kit, you will get some of that clear stuff in there as well, but it's a smaller one, so maybe you're topping that one up from there as well. But of course, we got very excited early on, and we continue to be excited about the craft along that we've been chatting about, because this is something that you've done 2 before, did you say?
I've done 2 before, and they were absolute hoot. We had so much fun. So many giggles, and then we just, I think those watching actually stopped. On the last one, everyone was saying, oh, we stopped crafting, we're just watching you guys and laughing a lot.
This is what can happen. It can be the social aspect, so you might not even craft during that craft along. You'll grab yourself something to drink and you'll sit down and you'll be part of the social aspect, and then you'll come back at a later stage. Love it. Now, these are some of the finished samples that the design team have put together, and they are beautiful. I have to say, they've done such a sterling job.
It's not the design team, because I don't have one of those. These are my VIPs.
Oh, I see. Oh, so
this is how amazing my customers are.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So this one Karina did for me. So I posted them out for them and said to them, just use your creative flair. And I loved seeing that, because with this one, you can see the flowers this way. The flowers are this way around, and that's the way that I originally had it.
Okay.
But then I had Victoria paint this one. And on this one, you'll see that she's put the flowers the other way around. And I thought, that looks amazing. And then we have...
I love the cups that she's used on the embellishing of the drawer as well.
She did, and she even did, at the top, she put the time for tea on the top.
Cute.
And then this one, I was going to swap it. I'll just leave it here now. So this one, I did this one.
This is amazing.
So I'm not a decoupager, but this one I decoupage just with some serviette. I'll show you.
Oh, wow.
Because I'm floral crazy. And you'll see I use the flower at the top with this one.
Nice,
and then all I did was, I still used the little teacup just to do that. This is why, if you wanted to use it for like cotton buds or anything like that, just put something else over the teapot. Nobody's going to look at the back of it, are they? So that one was decoupaged.
It's like a little mini Welsh dresser or something like that. It's adorable.
And then this one, Mom did this one, which I absolutely loved, because I said to her, can you do one for me and just show that you don't actually have to use all the elements that I give you. You can put, because if you do a different type of crafting, if you do quilling or anything like that, you can use whatever you love. You can use that to decorate it with.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Now, don't forget, if you're looking through the little windows and wondering what's in there, those are those little acrylic containers that you can shop for. £7.95 each if you're wanting to shop for those. And they give you the ability to put loose contents in there, so it doesn't have to be wrapped.
Yeah.
And they come fully constructed. You don't need to put them together.
Nope.
It's a lovely little idea, that. I think that's brilliant.
Thank you.
I can't help but looking at them thinking they look like a little pair of eyes there.
So Mom is probably watching, and I can tell you now she's laughing, because when we had all of them arrive back in the post, I had them on the TV units next to each other, and she started laughing the one evening while we were watching telly, and I'm like, well, what's going on? She goes, look at them, they look like a row of faces.
You could add little eyes if you wanted to. Now, just to reiterate what you're going to get with this one. So if I just
let me move
that
it
one back, and we'll talk through everything that you're going to receive, because you're going to get your kit to start with. And with this, you'll go through how to put it all together during the craft along.
Yeah, we will.
It does come with full instructions though, so if you do decide you want to jump ahead, then obviously you've got your instructions there, or if you are crafting after the event, then of course the instructions might help you with that. But then you're going to get all of the different bits and pieces.
There's
you
so
need.
many.
Well, where shall we start? You're going to get a variation of the silicone mat that you were using earlier on.
Just a smaller version of it, yes.
That's going to be included in there.
Yeah.
You're going to get your mini palette. You've already taken one of your own little glue dots there to add your paints, and you're going to get a lovely selection of paints with this one as well.
Yeah, 10 paints.
Wonderful. You're going to get the favourite brush that Dee uses.
Yes, my ultimate favourite.
That is included in there. So I'm going to get a detail stick, so that's going to help you for getting those paints exactly, not the paints, the glaze exactly where you need it to go. Talking of which, you are going to get your glaze as well. So a little 10ml bottle, which you can top this up as well, I guess, from the larger size if you're wanting to. And then the adhesive. Now, you're going to get a couple of different types of adhesive, because you will get your adhesive like so in there.
Yeah, so this is the standard wood glue that I've always used, and then I'm just including this in the toolkit because you can use this glue for any other craft that you do as well. So it becomes like a versatile.
Love that idea. Little pipettes as well for adding in any detail that you need to. And like what I did there.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Because they were so tricky to pick up individually. I've clipped them there to your little business card. So you're going to get 4 of these as well.
Yes. And that just helps when you actually assemble the little drawers.
Wonderful. So,
do you know what we didn't say? Their welcome sign. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel
to
put everything together. So if anybody was getting the welcome sign, if you go onto YouTube, we literally just search for Alum Gifts by Dee, and my channel will come up, and then you'll be able to watch along. It's not the painting tutorial, it's just how to assemble it.
Love it. And don't forget, the 12th of June, that's when the craft along will be happening on Facebook, and also you'll be able to watch it on YouTube at a later stage. Don't forget as well, if you do want to go for additional paints, we have got that pick and mix available, and for every 6 that you shop for, you are going to get your empty palette that you can add your little pebbles to as time goes on. Dee, thank you so much. I've had such a lovely time with you. Don't forget, go looking on the socials for our lovely Dee. Have you got another show today?
No, I only do one. It's exclusive, one a day.
I love it. So L&M Gifts, do make sure you go looking for them on the socials, and do make sure you get involved with that craft along. You're going to have so much fun. Dee, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys,
Bye,
as well. I'll see you after the break.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
If you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back. I'm having such a lovely day today. I've got to craft with so many lovely people. And this time I'm crafting, well, I say crafting alongside you. I'm not, I'm just doing the talky bit, but there we go. How you doing?
I'm good, yeah?
Very excited because it's a long time since I've done a Carnation Crafts USB and here we are.
Yeah, and it's a brand new one today. We've been asked for so long, when's the new one coming out? When's the new one coming out? So today is the day it's here.
It does feel like ages since we've seen one. And I have to say, my goodness, it's been worth waiting for. You have got the most beautiful inspiration and ideas with this one and some very usable elements that you'll find yourself using all the time, I think.
Yeah, I think what the USBs do really well is they put different themes in there as well. So if you want to cover something that's got lots of different themes in there, then this is going to cover that. And obviously value for money, when we look through exactly what you get in the USB is so much value for money. You've got matte and layer in dyes in here as well. So even when you just look at those of the price of the USB, you get so much value in the USB, and everything's on the USB as well, so you don't have to go to the website and download anything.
Okay.
So the vignettes are on the USB for you. Right. You've got backing papers on the USB as well, and they're on there, so you plug the USB into your computer, print them off there, so you don't have to download anything either.
I love that idea, so straight away they are there. And as you can see, we've got some gorgeous finished samples that we'll share with you. We'll go through the boards as well in a few moments, but you've got so much content in here, but at the moment I haven't got any details to give you. But I have now. Look at the details on on your screen now. You've already explained we're getting loads in here, and I have to say the fact that you've mentioned the dies alone, not the dies, sorry, the cutting files already, $49.99 seems a very, very fair price for everything that we're getting, but that's not the price you're going to be paying.
No.
So here we go. Now, don't forget the cutting files. You can do all sorts of different things with those, can't you, if you want to?
Yeah, which is the lovely thing. When you've looked at some of the samples, and we will show you more, you can resize all of these images. So you can see the family tree there. You could make that 12 by 12 and actually make them into home decor items, party decorations. You can do the same with baby things as well. Like you can see the little toy duck, the toy car. You know, you can turn the car into a 12 by 12 sheet. You know, and that's one of the lovely things with the USB is you've got that option of resizing these. Obviously, you can weld as well, so you can make your own card bases with these.
Right.
But you can see the You and Me card that you can see there. That's the teardrop and sweep. You have got 7 different shapes in mats and layers of them on here. Now, just for those mats and layers on their own, you would be paying way more than the price that you're paying now for the USB.
They'd be big size physical dies, and you can only do them in that size, and that would be it. So £44.99. Lots of you getting involved, lots of you checking your baskets out already. So yeah, rather than $49.99, you've got $44.99, and you've got loads and loads of finished samples, which I'll share with you in a few minutes. Should we get straight in and have a look at the boards? Because there's a lot of boards. Have you seen all of this?
This is one of the other nice things about the USB. If you imagine all of these in die form, you've got to store all these as well, whereas all you've got to store is a little USB. So there's that point as well.
And also, if you lose any of those dies, that's it, they're gone forever. On the USB, they're there for you to go to time and time again.
You can't damage it, can you? Right, so let's start off with the, this is the Dreamland card shape. Now this makes a book. Okay, and like I said, the vignettes are on the USB for you, so you can see there. Now, a lot of the design team have used these almost like frames as well.
Okay,
but it does make a book. But you can see how they've used them like frames to actually frame their projects, which I do think it does make a really nice frame, especially when you look at it like these. But it does make a book. So if you go on, it'll show you the die form of it, but it'll give you the instructions of how it comes into a book.
Fair enough. Going to get that included then.
Yeah, so then we go on to Sweet Lullabies. Now again, you can pop these on, so it looks like a little washing line. But if you wanted to, you could make a 6 by 6 baby grow card,
yes,
because you can resize them, and you resize the artwork as well. So you could make these, you could make the bottles into cards, you could make the bottles into baby shower invites.
Yeah, nice.
Because you can resize these. So you could, these are changing now. Instead of those small elements that you add in, these could be the large focal points of your cards as well.
Lovely.
Then we go on to Delightful Delivery. It's just the most lovely image, isn't it?
I can't get over the cut lines that you've got in here.
Yeah, the detail is amazing. And one thing I love about these is you could cut the parachute off and you could have one of the stalks that we've got coming up in here as well. So you could pop that there so it looks like it's carrying it. You could cut this bit off and put one of the toys or something on there and use it as a parachute. And again, resize these as well.
And actually, you could turn it around the other way and almost have it like a basket.
Oh, yeah, you could. I didn't think of that. Yes, you could do it with the basket. And if you've got the last USB, the last one we did had the dogs and cats in. You could put the little dogs and cats in the basket.
Adorable. Yeah. Okay. Oh, now look at these florals.
So these are your tropical florals.
Okay.
So again, the fact that you can resize these as well, you could make a bouquet with these, you could do your home decor because you can resize them, have them in multiple different sizes, but you've got the artwork there to cut those out. Really, really pretty.
Oh, look at these.
Yeah, so this is the one. You could imagine now him holding the basket. So these are your safari friends. So you've got your elephant, your giraffe, your monkey and your stork. They are just adorable. And the lovely thing again, resizing these, so you could have them, and obviously you can flip them as well, so you could have them like this, or you could do it with the tree.
Oh, beautiful.
So you can see it changing them. Then we go on to our Dreamland alphabet.
Now, hello.
And we all need alphabets, and especially when you've got them in digital form. You can weld these together. Like that one I just showed you, that had the alphabet on. So you can see there, new baby, but that could be a name.
And these are on a
just
larger scale. So could I literally make that into like maybe the card front, so just an initial letter?
Yeah, and you've got the mats there as well for them, so you could weld the mats together to be the card.
So the card could be shaped
The
like
card
a letter.
could be shaped like the letter.
Or
you
the
could-
word.
The whole word.
Oh,
and
my
then you can pop
goodness.
the letters on top of that as well.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's worth $44.99 in
On
my
its
book.
own, yeah.
Yeah.
Then we've got the family tree. So that was the one I just showed you. Now this has been designed. You've got the frame and the cameo, so you can pop the pictures in and actually build your family tree.
What a lovely idea.
It's so lovely, and you can resize this then as well because you've got it on the USB. But obviously it's a tree, so that could be with the animals. You could have the car in front of it and it's the background, so you can use that in so many different ways.
But I love that, actually turning that
I
into
love
a
these
family
as well,
tree.
just on their
Yeah.
own, just using the cameos I think would be stunning.
That's a pretty little one as well, isn't it?
It's so
Nice,
lovely,
yeah.
isn't it?
Okay.
Right, then we go on to, this one is, I can't find it. There, the halo card shape. So, and one of the things, when you look at this, it looks like lace.
Beautiful.
It's so detailed. Pop another one next to it, you've got that full circle effect. These, I can imagine if you do memory book, journaling, scrapbooking, you could put, they could be a little corners to hold your photos in.
Yeah.
Really useful one there. Then we go on to, now this one is a 2-in-1.
Okay.
Because this is...
All of these sentiments you're getting in there with love, celebrate for you.
Yeah, so this one is your reaching high floral. So you get your labels and your sentiments in there, but you also get...
Wow, look at these.
Isn't that the prettiest
these are beautiful.
floral? They are absolutely stunning, the artwork in here. Now you can see you've got little circles on the stem, so you can build these up however you want them to be. They are extremely detailed and obviously resize these, so they can be for absolutely anything.
And we've got kind of those little cut marks that we see in the traditional Carnation Crafts dies.
Yes,
So
and
we're still going to have the detail of
yes, so the
those.
lovely thing with how Carnation have done this is you can cut them like this, which is your detail cut.
Okay.
Or you can cut them out, which will cut the outline, which is your speed cut. So depending on what you want to do with them, how much you want from them.
Wow.
You can either cut them out like this, you've got all those little detail lines in, or you can cut them out with the speed cut. And then you won't have those detail lines in, it'll give you the outside cut. So it depends which one you want to do.
And that printable sheet is on the USB as well?
And that's on the USB, yeah.
Wow.
So when you, I should have said this before really, I forgot. When you first print anything out, this is the first thing I print out. So you can see there, these are your index sheets.
Okay.
So print this out. The lovely thing with these as well, the colour will coordinate with the colour of the USB.
Okay.
So you've got that. So if you store your USBs, look at the colour. You know, you've got that colour coordination, but then you've got the image there with all the word in, so you can see exactly what it is that you're looking at there. So you can just look on here and think. And do you know one of the things I really like about these? I pop them into a little file.
Nice, yeah.
And for me, I can find things easier on a USB than I can find a die.
Yes, that's a
Because
good point, yeah.
if I've bought a die 2 or 3 years ago, you know, it's gone in a drawer. And unless I can see it, you kind of forget about it until I see something, and then I'm like, oh, I'm sure I've got a die similar to that.
Yeah, or you buy it for the second time.
Yeah, and I've done that before. So you can look at these and you can just flick through. If somebody says to you, oh, I really need a baby card, you know, you can just flick through these in a file and you think, oh, well, actually, I've got all of these baby-themed images that I can actually use.
Beautiful. All those florals, you'll be using them on everything.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, now.
Now, these are your 3D ones.
Okay.
So this is your stem, and then these have been designed to actually be more 3D. So you can pop these together and make your 3D flowers. So I think these are great for like little gift boxes, pop-up boxes, anything you want.
Nice
some
idea.
dimension
Oh,
in.
my goodness.
Right, so now we go into a teardrop and sweep. Now, these are your mats and layers, your card bases, your apertures, your frames, absolutely anything you need. And this is what I said, value for money.
So these are all different sizes?
Yes.
Wow.
You've got the mats and layers there to go in as well. And then you've got the mats and layers in the centre. Now, you get these in the hexagon.
No way.
You get them in the square.
Okay. See, $44.99, that's what you could be paying just for
Yeah,
that physical
the
dies.
DL.
Wow. Oh, look at
The
this.
oval.
That's like a full set.
The circle.
Are you still going?
I'm still going.
Oh my
and
goodness.
the rectangle and
Oh my word. Oh
the
my goodness.
diamond
The
as
screens
well.
have lit up and I'm not surprised. Wow.
So you've got them in there.
Oh my goodness. So all of those abilities in different sizes as well. Phenomenal. Do make sure you're checking your basket out on this one. It's a brand new release. It's the first time that we've seen a Carnation Crafts USB in quite some time and you've been waiting for it. Loads of you shopping for it. Do make sure you're checking your baskets out though as well. You need to make sure you're taking advantage of this one and confirming your orders because we've got so many people shopping for this. And it's going to be one of those situations that some people could miss out because sadly we don't have as much stock as we would have liked to have had. So you need to be quick with this one. Carrying on though, what have we got next?
Right, so this one is the Dreamland card shape. So this gives you the ability to make your own shelves. So your shelves are going to pop into these little slots here and then you'll be able to make something like this. Now this one has been used with acetate, but if you wanted to, the shelves do pop in those slips.
Okay, yes,
see there,
yeah.
but this one's been designed as a card and then
goodness.
with acetate there, so you can add in all of those little bits in
I
there.
wouldn't know the first place to start with that one. If
And
I
you
was
can
trying
see as
to
well,
do
this
it.
has been resized. So when you look at this one and the one on the board, you can see that has been made bigger as well. So you've got that there, which I think is really, really lovely. Different way of using that. This, I think, is my favourite one.
Wow.
I love this. This is the Savoured Summer Florals, which I just
Beautiful
think
colours.
is so pretty. And I'm just going to show you quickly. Look at that.
Oh my
So this card will just stand up from that small little image to that.
Wow. And there's no loss of quality because you've enlarged it. Sometimes when you make things big, they get all pixelated and go all fuzzy. With that,
it's perfect, isn't it?
wow.
Absolutely perfect. And that could be for absolutely any occasion at all that you could be making that for. Really, really
So
pretty.
has that come from that original design?
That has come
there?
from that one to
Wow.
that one there. And then we do have this one where you can see some of them have been made a little bit bigger on there as well. But so many different ways you can use that. You've got the decoupage pieces in there as well to build these up. And I just absolutely...
How many more boards
We've
have
got
we
so many more.
Wow, okay, right.
So many more. Then we go on to Pumpkin Wagon. I adore this. I love the idea. When I first seen these, I thought, oh, do you know what you could do? You could enlarge that to 12 by 12, cut these out, and then if you're like me and you don't like actually getting all the seeds and everything out of the
Very
pumpkin,
messy, yeah.
you could just draw pumpkin faces on there.
I
hate getting all the seeds and everything out of the pumpkin.
Makes such a mess, don't they?
Yes,
That's a nice idea.
And this, one of the things that made me think of that is, especially when you see it with the pumpkins, you do think really autumn cards with this one. But I see so many things like this in weddings, do you know, and they've got little sweet shops on or popcorn. So you could really mix and match that up with wedding cards as well, which I think would be great.
Oh, that's a pretty corner.
This one is the Acorn Flourish, which I think is just really, really pretty, really detailed as well.
Nice.
You can decoupage those up and use those in different ways.
Lovely. Oh, look.
Then we go on to our classic playtime. Now, I've got a lovely one here, just to give you an idea again. Look at that.
Is that truck?
Yeah.
Wow.
How stunning is that? Now, that's got pumpkins in the back of it.
Nice.
But like I said, if you imagine the tree, you could pop the tree behind that, and that could be a card.
A Christmas tree or something like that. And then
You could put a Christmas tree in there. You know, if you had the last USB, you could put one of the dogs in there.
Oh,
You know, you
nice,
can really mix and match this up. You could put gifts in there. You can completely change that. You could even put some of the other elements in there, as if it's got toys on the back of it. So you can really mix and match this one up. Then we go on to our antique adornments.
Okay.
Now, this was in the shelf one I showed you, and they were enlarged slightly, just so you can see. But I think those are great seam building elements that you can build in. So you've got extra little bits there to build into your seams.
Useful as like little tuck-ins and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this is pretty.
Really pretty. This is the lace ellipsy card shape. So that was on this one that I just showed you. And that one there. And do you know these two samples, how different they look, just in different colourways? But you can see this one has got the matte layer in the middle, but such a detail.
And creating your card shape as well.
Yeah, you could cut that out, pop a sentiment on there, your card could be completely done with that one. Then we go on to Spooky Friends, which I love. He is so adorable.
Oh, can you imagine them riding in the back of the truck?
Oh, yes, you could. They could be Halloween decorations in the truck. They are just so cute.
There's nothing scary about those.
Absolutely adorable. You've got the mats there as well, so build these up. They could be Halloween invitations, party invitations. You could just make these larger. They could be your decorations and things like that as well.
Tags for gift bags and things like that. And nice as well, because there's so much usability on the USB that you know that you've got Halloween there when you need it.
Yes.
But you've got loads of other elements.
Yeah, and
that you
that's,
use
I
the
think,
rest
one
the
of the
year.
really nice things about the USB. Maybe you are somebody at home that you don't make and sell. You just make for your own crafting, just as a hobby. You know, sometimes we do want something different and we think, oh, actually, I do want to do something Halloween, but you don't want to invest. Like, dyes are a lot more expensive, so you don't want to invest in dye form of doing it. So this is such a lovely way to go into those other themes as well without actually breaking the bank.
And you make these for your grandchildren or the next door neighbour's kids.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go out and have to actually spend, I don't know, 20, 30 pounds getting the tools to make a little gift bag.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And you've got so much in this USB that you will absolutely use. It's kind of like you're just getting a bonus. Extra theme of use it. Right, now them are all of the images with the vignettes. Now we go on to our 3 bonus card shapes. So in our USB, you'll get 3 bonus card shapes that have never been a die and will never be a die.
Oh, okay,
so
right.
These are exclusive to the USB. So the first one is our half fold card, which is this one there. You do get those massive layers in there too. Then we go on to our pocket card, which is this one, which I just think would be so nice for. Do you know if you want to put a gift tag, a gift card on there? Yeah. You've got them there like that.
That's beautiful. And that, I think, if you do your memory albums and things like that, that's going to be useful.
Yeah, little pockets.
Well. Like the idea for a gift card.
And then our last one is the, which one is this? The pop-up gatefold card, which will pop up like that.
Very nice.
Really lovely. And these panels as well, so usable in their own right that you'll use. But you can see there, that is what your card will give you. And the score lines, if you're wondering as well, the machine does the score lines. The score lines are built in as well.
Do you know what? It's taken us nearly half the show to go through those boards. And can you have a look at this? I mean, look at the boards that we've got here that we've just gone through.
Can you imagine that, though, if you had them all in dies?
Well, you'd be spending hundreds and hundreds of pounds, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. And then you've got to store them.
You've got to store them. You could only use them in a single size because you couldn't change the size of them. And it's one of those situations, like you say, I mean, storing that alone, gosh, that's a huge amount of space. Beauty is, though, not only are you going to get those shapes that you can cut out, but you're also going to get the artwork that you can use them with. You watch your back as you're leaning over. There's a lot of weight in those boards. Loads of ways you're going to be able to craft with these. I mean, the design team have had such a fabulous time. You've got a lovely selection of different kind of themes and also times of year as well. So elements like the Halloween, you might not be using those at the moment, but you know that they are there, ready for you to use when you do need them. Maybe you've got a young person who is about to arrive in your family, or maybe it's a first birthday, or maybe it's a bedroom that's being themed in a specific way. You can use these in so many different ways. You've got your card bases in there as well. So take the aspect of the card bases and add the decorations from the vignettes. I mean, it's such a brilliant idea.
It does the hard way for you then, doesn't it? Because you just have to worry about the decorating, the fun bit, and going in and adding all these little bits in. But I think what's lovely is when you look at these as compared to a die form, you know, if you're looking at the elephant and you think, I want to make a card for a friend, her favourite animal is an elephant, you know, enlarge that so the elephant is the focal point.
Yeah.
And you could just make the card completely from the elephant if you wanted to.
And the elephant, you could actually have the elephant, flip the elephant so you've got 2 elephants holding almost like a banner with the letters for somebody's name.
Yeah, just like the baby one.
It's all in there on the USB. This is the beauty of it. It literally has got so much content in there. You are going to have so much fun. There you go. So you could replicate something like that with a person's name.
Yeah, and that's it. You've got so much. And this actual card base, you can see, is the images welded together. So you're making the complete card. And don't forget as well, you've also got, you can draw these. You can cut them out in vinyl. You could be cutting these out and making stencils with them. You know, you've got different options of what you want to do.
I love it. £44.99. Brilliant value for money. All on that little USB. Probably proper little powerhouse of creativity, isn't it, a USB? It comes in a little box as well, so if you do want to store it on your craft shelf, then you can do. Don't forget, first thing to do is have a little look at those index sheets, because they are going to help you realise just how much creative content you've got on that little USB. And of course, the beauty is you can stack them on your shelf, so you can go to them at any time that you need to. Not only have you got cutting files on there, though, you have got those printable sheets, those vignettes, and it's the vignettes that really do bring the artwork to life as well, as you've seen earlier on. Any questions that you need to ask, then please get in touch with the studio. It's been a while since we've seen a Carnation Crafts USB, so you may have questions that you're wanting to ask. If you do, then message in and we can help you with that, hopefully. Have you got more than one show with us today?
Yes, we have 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay, so if we've got stock available, we'll have that show at 8 o'clock as well. So, what are we going to do?
Right, let's do some cutting to start off with. So like I said, every time I get one, this is the first thing that I'll print out. So plug it into your computer, or if you've got a printer that you can plug a USB in, you can print it out that way.
Okay, perfect.
Print this out, and then it just makes your life so much easier. You can, like I said, it's so much easier to flick through this to see what's on the USB, but also when you're using it as well, so you can see what each file is called, and the image is there as well.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah.
So then when you print something off, so like I've printed out these florals.
Beautiful.
So I can look and I can see there, reach and height florals, so I know exactly what file I need to go to.
So you can find that very easy. Look at that artwork, it's beautiful.
So we've printed that off. Now, like I said, you can do this in a speed cut or you can do it in a detail cut.
So is that what the little letters mean at the top there?
Yeah, so when some of them will be the same, some of them will be slightly different in a speed cut or a detail cut. The main difference is sometimes if it's a speed cut, they'll add in, if they've got room, they'll add in more of the image.
Okay.
So if you're just doing the outline, you might get multiples on one sheet.
Okay.
Whereas the detail cut tends to give you one because it's going to take longer to cut out to put all those detailed lines in for you. So we've got that on the mat now. So we've plugged the USB in. So now we need to go to the USB to find the file that we need to print.
So you've popped it into your scan and cut.
Yeah, so we're going to go to retrieve data. And we're going to click on our USB. And then you'll see, you can use this with your Cricut. Now, if you use, I don't understand, I'm not a Cricut user, so I don't understand how a Cricut works, but I know the files read slightly differently.
Well, the thing is, if you know that you can use it on a Cricut, great. You don't need to know how.
No, so if you are using it on a Cricut, then you're going to go to this file. Okay. You can see your papers are on there, so you do have free background papers.
If you just wanted to print them off, then just go to that folder.
Yes, so you can print them out, and then if you're using the scan and cut, so your SVGs and your vignettes are there. So you're going to go into that, and we're going to go down to reach and height.
So this is where it's useful to have that sheet because you know exactly which folder it is that you're looking for.
Yes, you can see they're named there, and they're in alphabetical order as well.
Oh, even better. Yeah. Oh, now what we've got here?
Right, so you can see, you've got your detail cut, your speed cut. Now in this one, you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, wow.
So you can see I've got multiple files. So when we say, how many's on this one? It says on the back, I think, is it 21?
Where am I? 29.
29.
SVG designs,
So all of this is categorised as 1.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's where that number comes from. But when you look at them, that is categorised, all of this is 1.
Okay.
So you can, there you go. So that's the one that I want. So let me come out to that. So you can see there, that's the speed cut. If I click on the detail cut, just to show you.
Oh, it's
can you
see
see
the detail? Yes, yeah.
How much more detail you get in those. So all of those detail lines you'll get. If we do the speed cut, you're getting that outline cut there to cut these out.
So on this occasion, the actual sheet that you've printed off is the same whichever you choose. So you can just print that off, have loads of those in your stash, and then when it comes to actually cutting it out, you decide at that point which one you're going for. You don't have to print out a special one for one or the other.
No, you don't have to at all. So we've done that, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to group everything. So all of those now are individual SVGs. So if I move one of those, it's not going to move together. I'm going to move one singly.
Okay.
So I'm going to select everything on the mat, and then I'm going to just group it so it's one rectangle.
Okay.
So now I can move this.
Ah, okay, right. So they're all moving at the same time.
So they all move together because I need to line that up now with the printer.
Oh, okay.
The print sheet. So I'm going to pop my mat in.
Lovely, very quiet, isn't it?
It is.
Don't forget, Scan and Cut. I'm sure we've got that on the website somewhere if you're needing to shop for one of those.
Right, so we're going to press this button here now, which is the mat with the bar across. That's our scan. It'll ask you, do you want to scan your mat? Yes, we do. So that's going to scan the mat now, so I can see exactly where my paper is on the mat.
So it's almost like taking a picture of the mat.
Yes.
So it's getting its like location and it knows where you've stuck that down.
So I can line them up.
And you could have stuck that anywhere on that
Anywhere
mat.
on the mat, and
Okay.
it will pick that up for you. So when that's finished,
Oh,
there you
there
go.
it
So you can
is.
see the image
Okay,
there now.
right.
So I'm going to go back into Edit. I'm going to zoom in.
Oh, I can see the red line now that you was there.
Yeah,
right,
so I'm going to
okay.
zoom into 400. And then all you have to worry about is, can you see that corner that's been
Oh, it's
removed?
like a little notch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the same there
Yeah.
on your cut file. So all you need to do now is line that corner up.
Oh, simple as that. So that's all lined up now.
Yeah, so that corner bit is lined up now. So if I zoom out, that's lined up.
Okay.
So now I do this as habit. Once I've lined it up, because that outside line, the only purpose that's there for is to help you line that up.
Right.
So if I press OK and cut now, it'll cut out that outside line around the
Right.
mat.
Okay.
So what I do is I ungroup it once I've finished,
Yeah.
and then I just click on the mat, and that outside line,
Yeah.
I just delete.
Oh, okay.
Just to
fair
save
enough.
the life of my blade. I'm not doing a cut that I don't need to do.
But
That's
you
the only
wouldn't
reason.
cut into anything.
No, it wouldn't make any difference
It's just,
if you did.
It just doesn't need to do it.
It just doesn't need to do it.
Okay.
No. So once you've done that, then press OK. You're going to select that you want to cut, and press Start.
Oh, that's it.
And that's it. And then we'll have our flowers then. So that black line that you can see,
Yes, yeah.
if I'd have left that rectangle on there, it would have just cut that black line. That's
So-
all. So it wouldn't have made a difference.
So
if
at the
you did or not.
moment now, it's just tracing the artwork that you've got there and actually cutting it out.
Yes, so because we're doing the speed cut, that is going to cut around the outside and give us all of those. Now,
That's
if you
like-
did the detail one, that's going to go in and give you all the detail lines.
It's like passing that sheet to and a pair of scissors to a crafty friend and saying, "Oh, just cut that out for me. I'm going to do something else."
Yeah, I think I'm going to do something else, but I never do.
It's hypnotic though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you
just
always
watching
just
it.
look
Yeah.
at it. Oh, you think, all right, I'll grab my cardstock, or I'll cut my mats and layers, and then you just sit there looking at it.
But you know what? I think it's probably cutting. I mean, looking at the speed that it's cutting out, it's probably cutting it out quicker than if I was trying to find a pair of scissors to cut it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the time that it gives you, like you can see, that I think that gave us 3 minutes at the start.
It did, yes.
It gives you a worst case scenario, which is if it has to go over it twice.
Okay.
Because that blade is measuring the cardstock to check the pressure of how it needs to do. So it kind of gives you a worst case scenario. Mm-hmm. So and the worst case scenario is that it'll need to go around it twice to make sure it's cut properly. So the time it gives you, 9 times out of 10, it never takes that long. That's just a worst case scenario. It might take this long.
Approximately giving you the
Yes.
time. I love it. Nice and easy. I should have asked about the cardstock that you're working with as well. Do we have to consider how thick the cardstock is to start with? Does it matter?
This one is the 220 Pro Print, which is what I prefer to use when I'm doing the scan and cut. I know some of the design team do use the 170, but it's completely up to you. I wouldn't go any lower than that one, because it is just going to be that single cardstock. So if I pop that off now.
Oh, look at that. Now, can I just ask, because there's some bits that are left on the actual sheet. So what's happened here? Why have we still got bits
Just
there?
exactly how you would with your die when you get that bleed line.
Oh, okay,
So
yes.
just in case you don't line that corner bit up perfectly, it's given you a little bit of a bleed around them just in case you don't line that up properly. So just exactly how you would with your dies. So just in case you don't line that up, you can still use them.
Oh, look at that there. Wow.
But
that
you've got those
artwork
there.
is incredible, isn't it? It's beautiful.
They're so pretty, and you don't lose anything, do you? So you've decoupage there. So you've got your 1, 2, and then you've also got
cut out to perfection.
them there.
And that's fabulous, isn't it? Look at the detail that that's cut it out to. Absolutely beautiful.
And then, so you can see now, you can go in, add these in, build these up. or you can use them completely singly if you want to. So you could just pop those in, add them in there.
That is gorgeous.
And then build your card. So should we make a card?
Oh, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Now we've got the components, might as well. And the thing is, you could be crafting while it's cutting out the next sheet and get a proper little production
Yeah,
line.
that's what I always say.
Although we did get a little bit mesmerised by watching it all cutting out. Now, incidentally, loads of you shopping for this. The details are up on your screen. You've got that saving, bringing it down to just £44.99. And don't forget, you are getting so much in here. Papers alone, you have got over 200 sheets that you've got in here. You don't have to go off and get the downloads, download them, print them off. Your vignettes you would do with your metal dies. With these, they are already on your USB. And on the USB, you've got all those different folders. I think it was 29 different cutting files in there, allowing you to create all sorts of creativity, loads of fun with them over and over again. And one thing I did forget to ask, I think I know the answer to it though, are we okay to make and sell?
Yes, absolutely, which is just the value for money. Like we said, if you do make and sell, you know, you've got so many different themes covered in here as well. So,
just those card bases, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And especially when you look at getting them in compared to die form, you know, you get so many different varieties in here that you can go in with. So I am using the fold card shape that comes on the USB. Yeah, so this is on the USB ready for you. And like I said, you've got the master layers on there as well. So I'm just going to pop this down first. So I'm going to pop this in there. Let's just line this up. So we've got our card base, which is cut out, and the machine pops the score lines in for you as well. So I haven't had to go in there with my scoreboard. The machine does that for you too. So that's scored like that for us.
That's brilliant, because that's quite hard to do, because sometimes I've worked with cutting files in the past that it almost cuts into the cardstock on that fold line. So
yeah, and this
really
is the perfect paper as well. Okay. So you can see how lovely that's cut in there.
I think we've got a perfect paper on the show as well today.
So we're just going to pop these in here, just to add a bit of height in there. So we've got your master layers. So everything I'm using is on the USB, your master layers there.
See, this as a base card, I think you'll find yourself doing this over and over again. It's a
yeah, and
lovely
especially
card.
the fact that you haven't got to try working it out as well. And
yeah.
Even sometimes, even with card shapes in die form, like if this was a die form, you know, you have to try and work out where the circle is going to go, and then you have to try and make sure you do it to the same measurement on either side. And
that's true.
I'm so awful that if I measure something slightly off, and then I look at it and I think, no, something doesn't look right, it's because the measurement, no, I can't. And then I end up just leaving it then, and I end up not doing it because I just get frustrated with myself and I just don't do it. So you don't have to worry about things like that, because obviously it's in the machine. So all your measuring is done for you. So now I'm going to do exactly the same thing on the other side.
Okie dokie.
So we'll pop our mat over here. And then we can do some florals as well then.
Lovely.
So
It's a lovely way of crafting though, isn't it? And the beauty is, you know that you can go back and make this card over and over again.
yeah, that's the lovely thing. And especially as well, if you do make and sell and you make this card and then you think, oh, actually I could batch maybe 5 of these together and sell it as a pack.
That's a nice
you know,
idea,
you could,
yeah.
and you could be popping the master layers together like I am now, while the machine's cutting out the next card.
That's it,
so
yeah.
you do save time.
And changing sentiments and things like that, or put in a selection of sentiments in the box with them or something like that. So people, when they receive or buy the box, they can choose which occasion they're using it for.
Yeah, and you know, it can be the slightest little thing, like just changing the colour, can change the look of a card completely.
And also as well, that time of year when maybe you're making lots of cards, things like, I don't know, Christmas cards and things like that, although there's nothing to do with Christmas on this USB, doesn't mean that you can't use that base with other USBs that you might already have in your stash.
I do really like the idea of the car, though, with you know, the one you said with the Christmas tree in the back. I think
I like the idea
so
of
lovely.
with all the little Halloween characters that going trick-or-treating in the back of the truck.
Oh, But you know what? That's the lovely thing about it as well, though, because if you have got maybe you're sitting at home thinking, actually, I love that idea of the Christmas tree, and I've got a Christmas tree die at home.
You can do that.
You can resize the card to make
That's
it
a good
fit
point,
with the
actually,
Christmas
yeah.
tree die. So you don't have
metal
to.
die, yeah.
No, so you don't have to think of these as, oh well, I can only use everything from the USB together. Mix it up with your dies as well.
See, I would potentially sit and have a proper crafty session making these card bases up and then having them there in my stash to go back to at a later stage. Keep a note on there, though, because when you look at the professional finish that you've got with these, you could be forgiven for thinking you've actually bought a pack of cards already made up that you're adding your own embellishment to. But I will warn you, it's been a popular USB. We've been waiting quite some time for a new USB from Carnation Crafts. And you guys, oh my goodness, you are snapping it up. More importantly, you are checking your baskets out as well. Now, lots of you have got it in your basket, potentially watching the demo, waiting to see what happens during the course of the show. Totally get that. But what you may find is when we come to the end of the show that you're all checking your baskets out at the same time. Now, of course, that could mean that you're running the risk of missing out on this one. So that's why I would suggest check your basket out, even though we are kind of mid-demo, then you know that you've got it. Then you know it will be on its way to you, and you will know that you can recreate what Laura is teaching us in the demo. Loads of confirming your orders now, so thank you for that. I don't want you to miss out on this one.
Right, I'm just popping the mass layers in the centre circle part.
Could be like you're putting a little shaker on there or anything.
Yeah,
really,
you could make it into a shaker. You could even cut out a photograph.
Oh, that's
and have
a nice
have a photograph
idea.
in the middle. And then you've
Yeah.
got baby themes in here. Maybe it could be a picture of a baby, and you can have the baby items at the bottom. But you've got now
that's lovely.
that card shape.
Like that.
And like we said, you know, different colours. You could do that in black and with orange mass layers, and that's going to be a Halloween card. Do it in white and red or gold. It's going to be your Christmas cards,
Do you know
wedding
what?
cards.
Can I just come in? You could even make that into almost like an easel card if you wanted to.
Yeah, make it into an easel. There's so many different ways you could. And don't forget as well, like that is how that card comes. You could make that bigger.
Yeah.
Or you could make it smaller as well if you wanted to. So you've got
you could
that
stand it
image
on
there.
I mean, this
or
just...
that could even just be the front of your card and have it together like that.
Also as well, you could have it almost standing up like that if you wanted to as well, couldn't you? I love it. Love that shape.
Right, let's get our flowers. So we do have those flowers that we've just cut out, and I do have some of the other ones.
So again,
well.
the print, beautiful. The artwork, incredible.
Absolutely stunning. So you've got that. And I know everybody at home is going to look at those. That one board I showed you and think, I will use that all of the time.
Absolutely,
all of the time.
It'll be your go-to, because, I mean, we use our florals all the time. Can you imagine putting, like, little glaze drops on those?
Like the little dewdrops in the morning.
Like
yeah,
morning
they just look so pretty, don't they? Now I'm just going to give these a little bit of shape. Add in some of our trusty pin flare.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to just give these a little shape too. And we're going to just pop that one under there. So I'm just going to add some glue to the end. And I'm just going to pop that there, like that. And then you've got those decoupage pieces, which I also think, even if you just took that, if you wanted to make it with the smaller, maybe you're looking at that. I mean, you could resize that to make that smaller, but you could also use these bits on their own as well. So if you wanted to add that in separately, you could do that as well.
Or you could just cut out certain elements and use those to decorate a box or a gift bag to coordinate with the card.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about this as well, because you've got them in this larger form as well. So like gift bags, boxes, or anything like that, even home decor, maybe you're making shadow boxes.
Nice, yeah.
You know, and you sell those, you could absolutely use these for that.
Do you know what as well? I mean, the Scan and Cut, that's such a brilliant machine. You can get rotary cutters to cut out your fabrics. So if you've got fabric that you could print on, sometimes just the most basic of calico, you could actually print on that if you're putting it through an inkjet printer. And then you could actually cut that out and applique onto a garment or onto a cushion. So yeah, home decor, brilliant idea.
You can get the diamond attachment for it as well. So you know, like when you have the rhinestones in a pattern.
It's like the little holes.
Yeah, so you can pop them in as well, So you could even do things
Oh, I
like
didn't
that.
realise you could get that as well. Oh,
There's so many
gosh.
different
It's a
ways.
good
But
tool.
I don't know what different things you can do, like on the Cricut as well.
But you
So you can do it on the Cricut.
Well, this is it. And I know there's other die cutting machines out there that will read cutting files. So I know that there's loads of different ways you can work with those as well.
Yeah.
And of course, printing on so many different mediums, that really opens up a whole area.
Yeah,
of
and that's the
crafting.
other thing as well. You could print these out on vellum and cut them out in vellum, which is amazing, or acetate, or like we said, fabric. You know,
Absolutely,
there's
loads of choice.
Yeah.
Loads of choice. Oh, we've had a message. Hello, good afternoon. Karen, thank you for sending your message in. It's good to have your company. Hi, lovely ladies. Oh, she's talking to
Hello.
that's us. I have all the USBs, but I have to say this is my absolute favourite. Karen, that's quite an accolade to have all of those. And that is a strong statement that this has been your favourite, because there have been so many of them over time, because it's such a brilliant way of crafting. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm sure lots of people that might be thinking, well, do I go for it or don't I go for it? I've never gone for a Carnation Crafts USB before. Do you know what? I have a little phrase, give it a go or you'll never know. That is the key thing. And if it's a case of that you've only recently got your scan and cut and you're thinking, well, I don't know if I can do all the things that Laura was sharing with us, don't forget, you have got time to do that, all the time in the world. You've got over 200 printable sheets on there that you could be printing out and just using background papers and different things in there as well. And as time goes on, then you'll gain that confidence knowing that you've got the artwork. And I think the artwork will urge you to learn how to get more out of these scan and cuts, to be
absolutely, it
honest.
will. The first scan and cut I got was before the automatic blade. And the first thing I cut out a huge hole in the mat.
Fair enough.
You know, and I think, you know, then that was my biggest worry, was trying to remember, oh, what pressure do I need for what cardstock and things like that. But, you know, with the scan and cut now, you've got that blaze of stuff.
Clever, it does that, like,
yeah,
almost
it does
test,
that for you.
Yeah. You don't have to tell it what you're working with.
So, you know, if you are sat at home thinking, oh, I don't know if I can do this, I don't think you can get it wrong.
Yeah, no,
and, you know,
good
one of the
point.
lovely things is, even if, I think the only thing you could get wrong is if you accidentally broke one of the bits once you put it on the card, if you've ripped it or something.
Physically torn the
yeah,
card.
that's the
Right,
only thing that I
yeah.
think you could actually get wrong. And if you've done that, you know, the lovely thing is, all you've got to do is pop your USB back into your computer and print out another sheet.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then that's it, that's done then.
Brilliant idea.
Right, so I've done my florals there, and then I'm just going to pop in my sentiment.
Oh, isn't that
there,
gorgeous?
like that.
And the perfect papers, you've got the different colour tones in there, have you, for the different... so the different pinks, they feature in the perfect papers, do they? All the different
These are
colours.
perfect papers
Yeah.
from,
Nice,
from
pretty.
my
Sorry,
stash.
I've gone off on one then. Sorry. Just been,
Oh,
shall I just
shall I
move all of
move them
this,
over?
all of this clutter / contents from your USB? Look at these.
There we go.
That is
oh,
beautiful.
and I'm stuck.
Oh wow,
So you
that
could,
is amazing.
and now you could do the exact same thing with all of those other florals as well. So
Yeah.
you could make the exact same card again, just use a different flower, do it in different colours, or you could do it for baby cards. You could do it with the Halloween cards. You know, there's just so many different
Absolutely.
ways of actually using them.
And the beauty as well, when you come to print out your sheets, you could choose to just do them in black and white. So then you've got something that's very monochromatic, a grey tone, a sepia tone, all these different settings that you might have in your printer that will allow you to actually do those cards. But you're getting so much content in there. I mean, the USB we've already spoken about. Should we have another quick look at the boards? Do you think, I mean, what sort of time have we got left? Have we got time to go through all these boards? I'm just going to very quickly mention as well, printing on the right cardstock is key, and we have got the 220 Pro print on the show. It really does make a difference. Honestly, you are getting 70 sheets for $14.99. It makes the world of difference. I must admit, I was one of these people that were a bit like, really? Does it make a difference?
With the different
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. Okay, right. Yeah. There's your proof. Yeah.
I was exactly the same though. I thought,
Can it
it's my
really make
printer.
that difference? Can it
Surely
really?
Look
at that.
I was under the impression of surely it's the printer. It can't be
Yeah.
the paper. It's the printer that makes the difference. I need to invest. I need to get an expensive
Wow.
printer. It is not the printer at all.
That
It is
is
just
amazing.
the cardstock.
That is incredible. I mean, look at that. Give it a go. For 70 sheets for $14.99, keep a note of the item number. The reason I say that is because you'll come back for more of it. You will not print on anything else other than that when you're working with your USBs and your downloads. If you want that realistic, professional look, then this is definitely one that you need to go for. Oops, that one's obviously cut out multiple layers. Sorry about that. I can't get over the difference between those.
No, it's amazing, isn't it? And it's when you see it, honestly, if you go and join our Carnation group, I think almost every week there is somebody that says, I didn't think the paper would make a difference, and they've printed off, so whatever it is you want to print it off in the paper that you've got at home already, and then print it off in the Pro Print. And they always post a picture and they always say, I can't believe the difference.
Absolutely. Now, the Pro Print 70 sheets, 220 GSM, perfect weights to work with, obviously, the cutting files. There are loads of other different weights of it available on the website, so go and have a little rummage around for those if you're wanting them. But let's have another look at those boards. And I am a bit nervous because we've only got about 10 minutes left.
We'll go quick.
It took us nearly half an hour last
time.
We'll go okay, go for it.
Right, so this is the one that you can turn into a book. But as you saw with some of the design team samples, they were using them as frames. I love these panels as well, just using them on their own. And that, to pop your sentiments in there, just works so well. And then you've got your baby themed. I just love, you can pop those on like at the line, pop the grows on, pop the socks on. But again, you've got your moon, your stars, your clouds. You could enlarge them. They could be the clouds behind the family tree to build your scene, and then you've got the sun behind the clouds, so because you can enlarge them.
Beautiful.
They can be so much more. Then you've got the baby arriving. Like I said, you could chop this bit off, it looks like a parachute. You could have that bit in the stork's mouth as well. They're just so cute. Tropical florals. I think you've got a floral in here for any occasion that you want. You've got your summers, your autumns, everything covered in here. Your animals, I loved it. I love the idea as well of if you're decorating like a baby room.
Yes.
This would be so usable doing something like that.
Yeah,
pop them in photo frames, and maybe you could pop one in if imagine that's the photo frame.
Yeah.
You could pop one in, enlarge one of those letters, and then you could spell out the name in each different frame, and you'd have one of the animals in there, which is just so cute.
That's such a usable
alphabets, so usable on their own. Then you've got the family tree. I love the cameo on the little frame, just on their own. But obviously you can build that up to make that family tree as well. The halo card, I love the idea of popping these next to each other and having that big circle. The lace, when you cut this out, because of the artwork on that lace detail, it really does look like lace. Then this one is the 2. So you've got your sentiments with your labels on and those stunning florals.
Oh, look at the florals.
That we just used.
Wow.
I mean, look at the shading in the artwork on the leaves. It just works so well, doesn't
as well,
it?
you could cut those out of your watercolour cardstock and take inspiration from the artwork.
Absolutely, yeah. You could cut these out in cardstock and colour them in yourself too. Then you've got your 3D florals that you can build up. Then we go into all of those massive layers that are just going to be perfect.
Ridiculous what you get
when
here.
You see the value for money just in these is amazing.
Exactly.
You've got the hexagon, you've got the square, you've got the DL, you've got the oval, the circle, the rectangle.
Big dies.
And the diamond, all in the teardrop and sweep.
Yeah. And if that was a physical die, you're looking at £44.99 just for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And worth every penny, because these are going to be your workhorse ones that you use day in, day out. Then you've got that lovely one that builds those shelves. I love that. Even just these panels. I know you could add those into so many different collections.
Be nice on a gatefold card, those, wouldn't they? With like florals running
up them. And this one, it just looks like a curtain. You could mix and match in with different collections. And think of die sets you've got at home as well that you could add these into.
I mean, the little books, those are so useful. Graduation cards and things like that.
Yeah, amazing. And one of the things I was saying, instead of popping the books on the shelves, pop the little toys on, pop the baby stuff on. It could be a baby card with baby stuff on the toys on there, so you can mix and match these out. This, I think, is my favourite one. The colours in this, and like we showed you earlier as well, don't forget.
It's the thing that I can't get over. That is the original size on the USB, so you can cut it, print it, cut it out to that size. But then this, look at that.
Yeah, and you could do that with every image that we're showing you. So for that, you could do that with that one, this one, and resize all of them as well. Then we've got the pumpkin patch. You've got the acorn
Beautiful.
flourish there as well.
And the beauty, I mean, obviously you're working with the scan and cut. When you actually go into the folders that you've got within this, you've got all the different machines that you can work with. So things like this, the Cricket's on there. So you can use
so
it on the Cricket.
any machine that reads SVG files, then it'll work with.
And I think, if I remember rightly, SVG files are kind of cutting files, and it's the most uniform format for them.
Yeah, you've got your SVG file on there, and then you've got a separate file for Cricut users, because I know
that's the only one that's different.
it just reads them a little bit separately, differently. But you can absolutely use it on. I think is it just Scan and Cut Cricut?
Well, the Scan and Cut, the Cricut uses its own variation, which you've got a folder of in there, so you can use it on there. You can use them on your Silhouette. Any machine that will read an SVG. So that's what you need to check.
Which I think they all do, don't they? That's what they use.
It's a uniform language. It's just the way that cutting machines understand. So SVGs, that's the key thing. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. So cute.
He's so adorable. And then you've got your 3 bonus card shapes. So this is the one that we just used.
Perfect.
You've got the this one here, which I just think gift cards. I love the idea as well for like journals, scrapbooking as well. You could use that.
That's just the perfect size for maybe a HobbyMaker gift card. That's a good point. Good point.
And then we have the pop-up card as well, which just looks amazing.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And it's all included in that USB. Now, the USB can go into your computer. That's where you can literally print off all of the different sheets. Print those off and then decide if you're going to be cutting them with the finer detail, giving you all that inner detail that you usually see from Carnation Crafts and their metal dies. Or are you going to go for a speed cut, which is just the outside edge? It's entirely up to you. It's your choice. The beauty is, obviously, you've got the sizes on there, the standard sizes, but then you can adapt them. You can twist and turn them to make them into whatever size you're wanting to do. Lining it up perfectly, as we saw on the Brother Scan and Cut. But again, you can use it on your other digital die cutting machines. Just use whatever technique that you need in order to get those cutting files on there. And if you are a Cricut user, don't worry, you are not left out. You have got a folder dedicated to you with all those cut files that your Cricut machines are going to understand as well. Don't forget, you're back again tonight.
Yes.
8 through until 9 o'clock.
Yes.
So if there's any questions that you're needing to ask, then again, get those messages in. But for anybody that's thinking, I've got my cutting machine, I'm familiar with it, I'm quite happy with that. I don't know whether to go for a Scan and Cut, not a Scan and Cut, a Carnation Crafts USB.
Yes.
What would you say to anybody that's watching?
I would say 100% do it. When you see the samples, the value you get, it does hold your hand. And like I say, maybe you are somebody, you're fine with a Scan and Cut, like I'm fine with a Scan and Cut, but I am not good with technology. So the fact that I can just plug a USB in and then you can just print out everything that you need. You can click on your vignettes, print them off from the USB. You haven't got to go looking on the website. You haven't got to download anything. So in some ways, it's a little bit easier than actually going on
and I think you gave a top tip as well. Print off that index sheet, and then you know where everything is on there. So for easy location. So just go for it. As I say, give it a go or you'll never know. Even if you only cut out those card bases with those mats and layers out of the cardstock that you've got in your stash, and you don't
even
print
if you did
anything
that
out.
and you didn't print anything out, you're still getting amazing value with the USB. But maybe you are looking at it and you're thinking, well, I've never cut out images, printed images before. You will 100%. You'll cut out some images and then you'll start printing some out to look at. And then you'll realise how easy it is just to line everything up. Like I showed you, just group everything first and then line up that little corner piece. And then once you do that and you realise, oh, actually, I've done that. That was so easy. And then you'll be on a roll then. You'll be doing everything.
And the beauty is this show is available on our website for the next 7 days. So you can go back and watch this show as many times as you like for the next 7 days. And then beyond there, it's actually on our YouTube channel. So you can go right the way back and look at that, whether it's months or years down the road, then you are able to do that. But of course, loads of support as well from Carnation Crafts and all of their kind of fans.
Yeah, you can always email us, message us, or join our group, because everybody in our Carnation group is so lovely.
And where do we find that group?
On Facebook, so just type in Carnation Crafters on there.
Perfect. Laura, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. You guys, thank you for your company. Do not go anywhere. We've been chatting a lot about Brother during this hour, but wait for it. We have got the most incredible launch. I am very much excited about working with Carla in the next show. So grab yourself a brew. I'll see you in 2.
Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
How amazing was that video? Just giving you a little insight as to the creative world you will be stepping into. If you are joining us, I know that lots of you have shown an interest already, and I am very excited for this one because we have got a launch here at HobbyMaker for an item that you cannot shop for on the Brother website because it has sold out. Here, you can get it if you get involved early.
It's very lucky.
Yeah, this is the thing. Now, it's a machine that we don't have a huge amount of, so can I urge you, if you are interested in this one, to check your basket out as soon as you possibly can, because this is the first time that we have ever seen this on TV. Now, the details are up on your screen in just the next few moments. If you want to get involved, then you can do. You just need to take those item number, get onto the website, place your order, speak to our call operators if you're wanting to. You have got split pay on this one. You don't have to find that for £449 payment straight away. You can spread the cost if you so choose, but you need to be quick. Now, Carla, what have we got?
I'm in love with this machine. So, just to be absolutely clear, first of all, this is one of those shows where us two should have swapped roles because she knows what she's doing.
Second of all, I've had this for 2 weeks. When did I get it out of the box? Yesterday. Stop shouting at me. I was busy. And so, can you learn this super fast? Yes. Is it easy to use? Yes. Can you do it in a panic? 100%. Can you do it in a panic at midnight last night? Yes, you can. It is so easy. It's an embroidery machine that stitches a 4x4 inch square with all of your designs in there if you want them, or you can make your own. Can you go bigger than a 4x4 inch? Yes. You just have to do some working around it. Will it help you? Yes. It all comes from the same Art Spira app that you can use on your Brother Scan and Cut, and you can use it on your sublimation printer. You are now a craft industry. If you've got those three machines, you are now a crafting industry. And I think that is really exciting.
Sets you apart from maybe other people that you're crafting alongside at craft fairs. Now, we are very busy. Lots of you have already got involved, shown an interest in this one, knowing exactly what you want. You've checked your baskets out straight away, so thank you for that. And Carla, I mean, thank you for that introduction, saying that I know a lot about...
She's like a sewist.
But you know what, though? I think it's more important to be in your shoes in this ad, because we've got a lot of paper crafters watching.
Not for the customers, it ain't.
No. Because if you are a paper crafter, if you don't have any sewing knowledge, you don't have to know how to make a quilt. You don't need to know how to make a dress or a garment. You can literally take things that you've got, maybe already in your wardrobe, maybe with a bit of a spaghetti stain on, that you're wanting to kind of revamp because you love it. Well, this is the way you do it.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you can do things like caps, you can do artwork on it, you can do pictures on it. So if you wanted to embroider, for instance, a family tree with people's names on it that you can then sew around, so you might add in some felt leaves and that kind of things. I know a girl who used to make those. She used to make a lot of money doing that kind of thing. And they're really beautiful and they're personalised, so I can personalise anything on here. I can say, Hayley is my favourite person. I can literally put that in here and it will embroider that for me. There's Disney patterns on there. I think you may have to pay for some Disney patterns. Very briefly, the Art Spira app is a free app, free to download. You can download it now. It's called Art Spira, one word. So you can download now. It's free. However, there are things on it that are behind a paywall. So that would be a subscription of $9.99 a month. Do I think that's worth it? Hell yeah. I've got my scan and cut. I've got my sublimation printer, this sketch. Yes, it's worth it. I can get all of the designs. I can do all of the things. Can I make my own designs if I have the free version? Yes. Can I, if I so choose, take a photo of Hayley's head or her face, depending, put it in here and then get it to embroider it? Yeah, absolutely. So suddenly we start sort of expanding what we're doing with it, right? Will it guide me step by step? So say, for instance, I wanted to do, let's just say the Union Jack, red, white and blue. How do I know when to change the thread? Well, it'll tell me. It'll say, you need to change it now because we're going to start doing something else. And so it'll pause and it'll wait for me. And as soon as I've got the next one threaded, then it'll start going again until it needs to do the next one. It's so blooming clever. And you wait until I show you the layout tool that comes with this, because if I was to do Hayley's head and it was 4x4 inches, which would
a lot bigger than that,
fill up the whole of this, right? You'd sort of think, well, that's my limit, right? What if I want to do a cushion and I want to have Hayley's head that's a 4x4 inch, but then underneath it I want some text? Well, fine. I can move the hoop down. Then this will take a photo of my hoop. It'll work out where Hayley's face is, and it'll go, show me where you want your text underneath it, and I'll go, okay then. So I type it out and I put it where I want it. Put my hoop in here and it knows exactly where to embroider.
The thing that I love about this is very, very quickly, if you have been looking into embroidery machines, you probably have been looking at things like the hoops. And quite often, traditionally with a hoop, you have to kind of put the fabric between two pieces. And quite often that can mean that there's certain things that you can't embroider because of the layout of this. Okay. This has got a magnetic hoop.
Yes, so this is super, super simple. Where are we in terms of camera? A up. My left and my right's going all jiggly. Right, so if I've got this here, this is my hoop, right?
And it's all set. To here.
It's magnetic. Is that easier if I'm here?
Go, yeah.
So you've got your magnetic hoop here, and you can see it's got the wee jiggly here. So all we're going to do is just separate them out. You can see how strong it is. and that is my hoop. So all I need to do is get some fabric stabilizer on here and a piece of fabric. And it can be any fabric you want. Now, what sorts of fabrics can you use? It's going to depend on your needle. Am I right in saying that?
Well, yes. Yeah.
So if I go in with, say, leather, and I'm trying to do that with a cotton needle, I'm not going to get anywhere, right? You're going to break your needles. So obviously think wisely on what you're doing needle terms. They're the flat-sided embroidery needles. You do get some with it, so you'll have those when the machine comes. And everything, all your instructions are on the app, which is wonderful because it's linked to all your YouTube videos. And it's on the app as you're using it. It literally walks you hand by hand. And the other thing I love, and then I'll stop waffling because, you know, verbal diarrhea, it's only got this amount of buttons to remember.
Nice and simple, yeah.
That's it. So you see them at the front? That's it. That's what I've got to remember. The top one's just Wi-Fi. Do you want to attach to a Bluetooth, should I say? So all I need to do is click that and my phone will attach to it. That's your accept button. That's your cut your thread button. That's pull your needle button, either up or down. And that's start and stop.
Yeah.
Anyone can remember that, right?
Yeah, very easy.
All your instructions for threading are there. There is one point in threading that's really frustrating. I aren't going to lie to you about that, and I'll show you it because it took me a while to work it out last night. Believe me, when I was already in a panic because I was late trying to organise myself to learn this and it wouldn't thread, did I shout a little bit? Yes. Did my son Arthur come and help me? Yes. Arthur George, you are my hero now and for always. So we want this, we want some stabiliser. Do you want me to just so you can do the bits or do you want me to just carry on?
I don't mind, just carry on if you're wanting to. So if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, by all means, do send them through to the... We're here, we're both here. We will work our way through it. That's what we do as crafters, isn't it? We figure it out, we think logically and we find how to do it, and that's exactly what we will do in this hour. If you do want your supportive elements like your stabiliser, your stabiliser is almost like the foundation for you to work with. And one thing I'm just going to mention to you, because this is key to get those perfect results, and I do apologise if I am taking over. This sounds very, very strange, but think of the sum of 10, the number 10. So if you've got a weighty...
That went a funny route, that.
If you've got a weighty fabric, so something like a denim, that would probably be about a 7 when you're looking between 1 and 10. So you need a stabiliser that's a level 3, so it brings them together. But if you're working with something that's much more lightweight, maybe like an organza, that would probably be a 3. So you need a weightier stabiliser to make it 10. So it's almost like, think of it being a balance. So if you've got a heavyweight fabric, you need a lighter stabiliser. If you've got a lighter weight fabric, then you need the other. And getting that balance of the two together will help you get those results.
I got an E twice. I got an E twice at GCSE Maths. What she said was just mathematical nonsense, but I'm sure it meant something to you guys at home. Have I got the right stabler for the right weight? No, I doubt it very much. Right.
No, you'll be okay. What you've got there is good.
Listen, we'll work it out.
Yep.
Now, you can either use this on an iPad or you can use it on your phone. It's an app, remember? So I've got it on my phone. Let's hope nobody texts me anything that nobody else wants to see right now. So we've got this here, and it says to me, embroidery designs. Now, these are all your different ones. So you've got cutting designs, scan and cut, that kind of thing. Printed designs for your printers. You've got your sublimation there, because remember, Brother does all of these different types of machines. We're going to go in for our embroidery. It says, what sort of thing would you like to do? I've got quick layouts, I've got animals, I've got tons of stuff, right? This is all in the app, so I can choose loads, even down to vegetables. If you want to embroider a vegetable, you feel free. Everybody has everything that they need. We'll go for love for now. Now, it goes into your hearts. You've got your heart icons. You've got holding hands. You've got all the different... Look at these. Aren't they beautiful? So I can do all of these different things.
And we can do those up to 4 inches square.
4 inches square, and then I can move it. Now, I'm going to do something really simple, just in one colour to begin with.
Okay.
Then we're going to get into some more detail, because it's just going to be easier. Now, I've got my yellow thread in there, so I'm going to use that just because it's in. Let's find a one colour... I love the pretty things. Some of these will be too big, so you've got to look. You see how here it says it's 5 by 5, so it's a little bit bigger. That ain't going to fit on your hoop. So some of these it'll tell you straight away what's going to be too big and what's not. So I'm just going to...
I guess you can add favourites to this and kind of make different folders and things like that if you're needing to with regards to
You could make them smaller. Yeah. Now, this is saying it's 1/2 inch by 1 and a bit. That's fine for us just to get going with. So let's press create. And it goes, there it is on your piece. Now, I can tap it and I can actually move it to wherever I want it to be. Can I make it bigger? No, it doesn't like it. It is what it is. So that's fine, but I could use it in a design element and then make it bigger, I think. And I'll show you how to do that in a second.
Yeah, the reason being is, and this is quite standard with embroidery, that within this kind of capability, you can end up almost like pixelating the design because you've got more gaps.
See. Okay.
So it'll only usually let you increase to maybe 10-20%, but if you take it into the software, it'll probably let you go further.
Because it's not an SVG. So if you've got an SVG, it's a scalable vector graphic, which means it can be scaled to anything. The pixels will, it's not pixelated, which a JPEG would be, and this will work from that. So we're going to go done, and then I'm going to be given some options here. I don't particularly want to save it at the minute. Now, can you see here, it says layout, and it says transfer. Two options for me here. The first thing I'm going to do is layout. Now, this is where it gets to be really important, because if I had half of Hayley's head here, and I might want some text to go here, or I might want a little leaf down here, watch this. If I go layout, it goes press the accept button. So that's on my machine. So I'm just going to press accept. It just wants me to make sure we're in the same place. That goes okay. Now, layout, it says I'm going to use your camera. Before I do that, do you want to know what you're doing? Because you never look like you know what you're doing. So let's just make sure you do. It gives me a handhold. So I'm going to go, well, look, to a degree, I know what I'm doing. Now, watch. It says get this parallel. And you're just going to play until it, there you go. Did you see?
Oh, yeah, it's registered.
So now it goes, that's where this is. So now I've got the option to bring in that design. If Hayley's head was here, then I can put the design underneath. It's so blooming clever. See, there's my fabric. If that was Hayley's head, I could move that to wherever I wanted it to be to avoid Hayley's head. Right? That's clever stuff.
Very clever.
That's really easy. So then all I need to do is press done, and we're going to start thinking about putting it in the machine. So the first thing I'm going to do is press transfer, because I want it actually to go to the machine. Down here it says data sent. So it says, you know, we're ready to go. There's all the different things here. Do you want to install your bobbin? Do you want to prepare your magnetic frame? Do you want to do your upper threading? So every single thing is done for you. You don't need to worry about a dicky. It's all there. It's so easy. So I'm going to press done. And now it's saying, do you want to do a trial run? That doesn't mean, do I want to stitch it? And it's really important. Do a trial run every time if you can. The first thing I'm going to show you is your magnetic hoop has got this kind of square or this sort of rectangular shape at the top, right? These two little pieces have got kind of like a little, I suppose, screw at the top either side. And there's like a fork system that's going to go under those and click them in place, okay? Because I can't show you deep into the machine, I don't think. So I'm just going to come through here. It goes in. And into there, there's the two little, you won't be able to see it, I don't think, but it'll click. Oh. Okay? Yeah. That's it. It's in. And so now it's ready really to go. My needle's already threaded. Hopefully we'll have time to show you the threading. We have got 2 shows with this. So I will show you some threading. I just don't know how difficult it's going to be on screen. Now, it says, do you want to do a trial run? I'm going to say, do me a trial run, please. Just let me know if I'm okay. So then I press the accept button on here, and it'll start moving that magnetic hoop around just to make sure it's not catching, it's not doing anything it shouldn't be. And once it's settled, it's in the middle. If you think something's a bit hokey and it's not moving correctly, then just say, can we do that again? And maybe jiggle your hoop, okay? Not things you tell you very often. I'd said I'd love to jiggle a hoop. I can't even get in one. Right, so then we've got this here. So then now we're ready to go. Now, I'll give you a word of warning, because I wish at 11 o'clock last night I'd known this. You see your thread here, this bit, the dangly bit, you watch them. What's it called? Your thread. Your thread. Right, if that's too long, you're in trouble. It's going to taffle with everything else. And if it gets taffled, then it's going to break your needle, okay? So you don't want any taffling.
I've been sewing a long time and I didn't even know a taffle existed.
A taffle?
It makes sense.
I think it's a Yorkshire thing, but if you look it up on Google, you'll find I'm correct. Just saying. So you don't want your needle getting taffled or your cotton getting taffled, okay? You want it to not affect your needle. My advice, as soon as it starts going, just snip off the end, okay? But wait till it starts sewing because you need it to get that point inside.
I'm guessing because you've got a start-stop button, it may allow you to kind of pause it. So you press that button and then it'll cut the thread.
But listen, honesty is the best policy every time. Listen, we also know I'm hopeless. I broke 2 needles last night because I didn't cut that off and it got taffled and my needles broke. And then I had to go to the YouTubes and say, why is it taffling? Also didn't recognise the word taffle. And so then I had to reframe it and then I was really mad. And then it's because your thread's too long here and it's getting caught and it pulls the needle and the needle snaps, right? So just cut it off, it's too long. That was a lot of words in a short amount of time. Right, so now that I'm ready, it says on my phone, can you see here? We're doing one colour. 502 Brother Embroidery. It says use your mint green. It tells you what colours to use. Now, there's no crafting police and Brother can't see you. You can do it in bright pink if you want to. It's just telling you that at a certain point you may need to change your thread. It doesn't matter what colour you do anything in. It's just saying on this one there's only 1, but if I had 6 colours here, it would outline the order of which it's going to sew. So it says do your green one first, then it might say do your pink. You just have them laid out. So if you want to do like different hues of blue, just keep them out and you're just going through them, okay? So that's just to give you that. So, job done. All I need to do now is press start. It's flashing, it's saying it's ready, and so it's going to start going. It's really slow to begin with, and then it gets a right whizzy whiz on. Right? Now that bit of cotton's bothering me because I probably should have cut that off, but we'll let it just do its thing because I don't want to get any metal on metal. And it's doing it.
Very quiet. Very quiet.
It's doing it. It's like me.
Absolutely.
Very quiet. Very demure, very serene. It's been said, I don't want to stab things. Oh! I did want to stab things last night. I was very cross last night. Taffling is not good. And so you can see as it's going through.
And I'm guessing, depending on the complexity and the size of the design, depends on how long it takes to stitch out.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of them are super quick. It tells you on here how long it's going to take. It says this one takes 1 minute. It also tells me it's done 279 stitches out of 288. Like, literally, it tells you everything. This is how many stitches you're going to have to do. This is all the things you've got to do. Do you want to do it again? Have you finished doing it? What do you want? It's got everything. It's so blooming clever. Now I've got a little clip on here that's just sitting down here. I just click it, and my hoop comes off, and I've got some embroidery sitting here. Now, it's the most basic of patterns, and we're going to do some more complicated stuff. I needed to get the words out at the top of the show so you could see what it does and how quick it does it and how easy it is to do it, because it's much easier than using a sewing machine. So that's probably the least inspirational piece of embroidery you've ever seen.
Not at all.
But the point is, it did it, and now we're going to do something that's more complicated and we're going to use more coloured threads. I just wanted to do the intro.
But
is that all right?
What? Yeah, absolutely. What you've created there, I mean, you've got that 4-inch square, so if you are into your card making, you've got your aperture cards, you could actually create something personalised to go into a card.
I know, and it's so exciting because cards with fabric are lovely, right?
Yeah.
But you can see those side by side. It's an exact match for what we have picked on the pattern and then picked on the pattern and then what we've got on the page. So they're exact. It's just obviously not the most exciting design.
But the beauty is, from what you've said and what I picked up, and I don't know anything about this machine, so
right.
you're ahead of me on this particular one, so there you go.
We like that.
What you could do is you might look at that and think, oh, actually, I'm happy with that, but I want to add something else to
you
it.
Can put a circle
so
around
you
it.
can add to that as you're working through your design. You don't have to worry about having it all in your head and all ready to go.
No. There's a whole
You adapt
design
it.
space. We're going to go through the whole thing. I'm really sorry I'm talking so fast, but we do have limited time. Even with 2 hours, it's probably not enough to really show you the capacity of this machine. It does so much.
And
YouTube's your best friend.
Is the support there from Brother then? To
All
go
of
off
the
and find?
support.
Yeah. Okay.
Brother itself has got a playlist on their YouTube channel just for the sketch. A full playlist of all of the videos. So you can go through, and they're actually really... you know, the videos are really bite-sized chunks because my brain's just like, don't feed me too much information, I can't. So they're all about 1 minute, 2 minutes long, and I can do that without like fast forwarding like a mad woman. And so all of that's there for you. So you can really get into it in those bite-sized pieces. Then you've got people outside of Brother who have done reviews on it and have done tutorials on it as well. They're also super useful and sometimes more useful, because when you're actually looking at a crafter who's trying to work it out, that's sometimes more useful than having a very sleek video that, you know, this, and this. Sometimes we get involved in the journey, right, when a crafter's doing it. But that's up to you.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to choose some more designs. I'll let you do your thing.
Yeah, no problem. The little video that we've been running as well has shown you how you can use it in so many different ways. So I'm sure you will have spied that. It was running just before we started the show, and I'm sure we will see it again between the two shows, because, of course, Cara is going to be back a little bit later.
I am!
But you get a lot with this machine. So the machine itself is going to allow you to do your fabulous embroideries. It comes with the hoop in there. It comes with that support from Brother, but it also comes with all these different components that will allow you to do well, what you need to do. Obviously, as time goes on, you'll add to this, you'll get more designs, you'll get more threads, but what's in the box, that is the key thing. And here you go. You have got loads of goodies in here as well.
That's a lot, isn't it?
So you've got your needles in there. From what I can see, they are universal needles. There's nothing specifically Brother about these needles. So if you've got other embroidery needles, you've got denim needles, all of those are going to work with these. Actually comes with 2 pre-wound bobbins, which is fabulous, but of course you can add thread to your bobbins as time goes on. Your seam ripper, your scissors, your cleaning brush, your little screwdriver, that's going to help you when you're changing your needles and things like that. You've got your spool cap, that's going to be dependent on what type of thread you're working with and how big a hat you need to put on it, if you understand that. You've also got your thread spool insert, so that's kind of going on the other side of your thread as well. Your bobbin case there as well, so that is on your machine when you receive it. You've got your embroidery frame, which is your magnetic frame. Now it's 4 inches square. If you want that in metric, it's 100 millimeters, so 10 centimeters square, so it's a really good size, especially if you're working on garments and you're wanting to hoop those up straight away. You've got a little bit of fabric in there for you to give it a go. Stabilizer obviously is going to support your stitches, going to give you that pristine stitch out time and time again, and it comes with a spool of embroidery thread in black. Do check out though on the website and on Sewing Street's website, you'll find loads of other embroidery threads that you can go for as well. Key things are, it comes with an operation manual, so it's going to make it nice and easy for you to find your way around it, a quick reference guide, and more important than anything, it's got a power cord, which is key.
Always handy.
Always useful.
I will say most Brother things have got a transferable power cord. So if you've got the scan and cut, I sometimes try, if I can't be bothered to get all the stuff out, because, you know, lazy, I will use my scan and cut power cord for my sublimation printer.
Most of it's only if there's a transformer that you have to concern, don't you? Loads of checking
technical to me.
No, of course the beauty is that magnetic hoop that you've got, that 2-part hoop, means that you can literally take your fabric, whether it's a piece of fabric that's going to go into a card, whether it's a shirt or a garment. There's loads of different kind of serving suggestions on the box, giving you ideas of where you can apply that embroidery. But the key thing is give it a go. Use that trial fabric that it comes with. Maybe get things like napkins. Maybe you've got an old duvet. Cut that up just so you've got the fabric to give it a practice, give it a run. And I am sure in no time, not only will you be selecting single designs, you'll be building up your designs as well. Because the interactive software that comes with this, that you can use on your tablet, you can use on your phone, means that you can design as well. So you can take all sorts of elements and put them all together.
It's also got a built-in AI. Which is really useful if you want to do something, you know, way out there. Now, obviously, I've only got time for sort of short demos, so I'm trying to find something that will be really easy.
It's the stitch out time, isn't it, that makes it
It's the stitching. Yeah, I mean, listen, I can pause it half an hour. We will do loads and loads of demos in the second hour. Can I just very quickly show you this, though, because I do think it's important that you see what you're getting here. If I go into Disney... So we can embroider all this. What's the rule about Disney? You can't sell your children and you can't sell Disney. Both of those things count. Either of them will get you into an awful lot of trouble. Look, there's loads. There's baby poo. Look at
there's something going on like baby bibs and things like that. Yeah.
So then we've got animals. That listen, guys. It go. You know, bear, cat. It's obviously going quicker than it can load. Look, and we can embroider all of these. Some of them are super simple designs, child-friendly. Other ones are actually very, very artistic. All of these are in here. It's just my internet's not loading fast enough. It's because they put me on the secret Wi-Fi.
Oh, is that what it is?
Look at the little dolphins. Look, there's loads of stuff on here. And it's exponential. It's so much. However, one thing I do want to show you, and I think it's really important because we're already halfway through the show and obviously lots of you are in on the action. If I press new, the little plus button down at the bottom, and I go here, it says, what do you want to do? Shall we do an image to embroidery? What does that mean? Well, it says, well, let's go into your photos and have a look. And if I can go into your pictures and have a look, I can embroider one of your photographs, and that could be anything that you've got in there. Go steady. You've got drawing tools here that you can use in order to do. So your illustration will be embroidered as is, meaning that if I was to use my iPad with an Apple Pencil, for instance, and I was to draw something or get my kids to draw something, it will embroider it for me. Thank you very much. And I can choose the colours for it. And then I've got my other options, which are things like my AI, which I can use if I've got the premium. Anything that's got a crown, you're going to need premium. Or I can just go into my design editor, which is what we're going to do right now. Now, what I love about Brother is when the Skitch first launched, it launched, I think, at the same time as Art Spira. I could be incorrect about that, but I think it was about the same time. And at the time, the only way you could use Art Spira was to pay for it. It was $9.99 a month, and you couldn't use Art Spira without it, which meant that the Skitch was kind of obsolete without the app. But they listened to their customers, and they got rid of that paywall for all things creative, which I really appreciate. I respect a company who can go, do you know what? Let's backtrack. Let's make it right. I respect a company very much that can do that. So they did this space for us, and it says, how do you want to design? What would you like to do? All those elements that we were looking at a minute ago, well, they're here. So let's put in a fruit, and we can go for, let's go for an apple. And I can select an apple to choose from. And they're all here that I can embroider. Think how cute these would be for teachers' presents. Do you know what I mean? There's loads of lovely. So now I've got that onto there. I can go done. And then if I want to add some text, I can just press here and go, hey, Hayley, because that's not creepy. And so I can do, hey, Hayley. And then I can go, okay. And then I can grab my text because it's not supposed to be there. And I can pull it down. And then from there, I can go, well, it's nice, but I'd like to change the font to something else. And so I can choose a different font that I might want it to do it in. So I might want something really bold, for instance, and it knows it's going to need more stitch lines for that. And I can do various different things, like I can transform my text. I can have it going around a circle, for instance. I can change that, so I can have it going around the apple, just up this way. Just by manipulating that, so I can get it to turn and do all of those things. I can have writing in spirals. I can do so many different blooming things, and I can send that straight to here and tell it what to do. Now, if I was going to go, hey, Hayley, and have the apple, I'm probably not going to do this because I think it'll take quite a little bit of stitching, but let's just say I was, right? So if we think of this in terms of, let's do all the things, just we won't actually stitch it, right? So we're going to get it to go to the machine. If I go done on here, do you want to save it? Well, I'm not going to save it right now because, listen, we're only demoing. But if I could do if I wanted to use it again and again and again. So I'm going to go transfer. Now, I could have changed the color of my fonts, and this will recognize it. Now, the first thing it says, as always, is can you press accept on the machine? And I'll go, yeah, that's fine. Even though I don't like being told what to do, sometimes you have to, and that's just the law, right? So then I'm going to go close, and it goes, okay, should we transfer it? And I'm going to go, yeah, let's do the things. Let's do all of the things, and it's sending that data. As soon as it sends data, it offers you the YouTube. Why is that important? Is it annoying? Well, actually, no, because I always know where to go to find those tutorials, and sometimes you're going to need them. So you have that element sent to you there. But I'm just going to press done for that now, and it says, do you want to do a trial run? No, or I could do if I wanted to. But the point is, that design that I've just made is already in here. That could have been a photo of Hayley. It could have been an image that Hayley had drawn. It could have been an image that my babies had drawn. It could have been something that I had designed elsewhere. So I could have designed something that I wanted to embroider on Illustrator or something like that, and I could have brought it into here and then embroidered it. So you think where you're going now. If you want to do, you know how you used to do the wee cross stitches when babies were born, and you do maybe the alphabet? You can embroider them. If you want to embroider T-shirts with logos on, say for instance you're doing a hen party and you want everybody to have an emblem that is a logo on there of say the bride's name and the date, go for it. If you want to start doing, which by the way you can sell and you can sell for a lot of money, you'll tell you that. Anything that's to do with hen nights, weddings, those things, yes, of course you can sell. Caps. So if you want to start doing projects for your church or you want to start doing projects for your kids' primary schools, 100% it's all there, right? We've got all of the tools, and this is what I mean. The minute you get hold of the scan and cut, the sublimation printer, and the sketch, you are an absolute workforce. And I think that is so exciting and so powerful because you can just fly. And that is why having these tools, it's always the tools. And I say this every time, it's always the tools. They're so important. Right. Let's go on here. Yes, you can. Sorry, you can't hear what she's saying in my ear. She's asking me a question in my ear. Somebody has asked if I wanted to do a bag. So say, for instance, one of these. So you've got a wee bag. And let's just say you wanted to do loads of fruit on it, right? You just put the hoop inside, obviously, so you're not stitching the two pieces together. My mum once did that with my brownie uniform on the sleeve, and she stitched my badge to both parts of the sleeve, and I couldn't get it on. It's very annoying. I had red wellies on at the time. So you've got ADHD, stop. You've got this. You can do like a pear here, an apple in the middle, an orange over here, something over here. Or we could do a main design in the centre and do something around it. Or I could do the front of Hayley's head on my back and then do the back of Hayley's head on the back of it. You can do what you want. It's incredible. And yes, it's a 4x4 space, but I can expand on that. Your main image is going to be 4x4, but I can do so much more. I can do huge designs in it. And the amount of time it takes to stitch, 5-10 minutes. The longest I've seen so far on any design was 13 minutes. And I don't think that's bad.
No, not at all, not at all, no.
So yes, the answer is yes. You can do a million different things on one piece. I can put this straight back in. So I've got a little, I want to show you, look, a little goldfish that I did yesterday. So you've got, is it easier on overhead if I do it here? Look at that.
Cute.
A lovely little goldfish. But now I could put that back into the hoop. Remember? So we were, let's show you. So if I put this back in, now what I do promise you is we're going to do a lot more sewing in the next one. I want to get as much information to you today as I possibly can. If I put this onto here, now I'm going to cancel this and I'm going to, let's go back here. Will it let me come out? Cancel. Let's start embroidery and then we're going to go quit. Can you see there it brought up all the threads I would need? It's so blooming clever. Close. Let's cancel that so far. Now, if I do this and I go to transfer it again, let's go done and let's go done here. Don't save. Now, if I go to layout, this is where it gets clever. It says press accept button, keep your hands away from the machine, and then close. And then I go to layout again now. It goes, we're going to do the camera scan, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm happy with the camera scan. It wants you to go through. Start hoop scan. So I'm going to put this here. Now remember, I've got the fish on here, okay? And it goes, okay, there's your material. I can see it. I've got an image of it. And I go, okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. So then I can go cancel, and it'll come in, or have I just lost it? Just 1 second.
You might have to
show the little thing is. Yeah. Can you do that? Hold on. We'll go layout again. There we go. Right. So now we're just going to go through. It's to do the start of the scan hoop. It needs to just be parallel. And it might be that my fabric is overtaken because you've got to have it side by side. Let me just lower this down, Hayley, and then, because I think it wants to see the whole thing. So if I put this here, keep your metally doodahs free. Let's put the fish at the side and let's go, okay. Right, now let's see. There we go, and it's got my fish, and it says okay. Now, there's my fish. if I wanted to then move my apple, I might have to move my text, I might have to edit everything
when you
and
started,
change it
you
round.
we've kind of gone off on a tangent.
Of course, but
I'm
just to show you the different things. Now, I can change all of this around, and I've got a layout, and it says, okay, what's wrong with it? Why are we having trouble? Well, do you want to turn it round? Is that going to make your life easier? And then do you want to go by another few %? You know, is that going to make your life easier? So then I can start fitting it into where I need it to be. Now, obviously, I'm not going to have it upside down, although it's me, so let's face it, probably would. But the point being is I can do whatever I want, and I can do it wherever I want, and it is going to work. And I think that is so incredibly clever. So the person who asked and said, can I keep moving the hoop around on the same thing that I'm doing? Yeah, but even cleverer than that, you don't have to leave an empty space. You can work around the things that you've already put in it. Now, if I had done, let's say, yeah, I could do loads of fish. I could do a school of fish. I could do all of the things. But let's just say I had the fish and then I wanted to add some bubbles into it because the main design doesn't have them. Fine, I can go into the shapes. So you know where it selects and you've got animals, insects, da-da-da-da-da. One of the options is shapes. I can go in and choose circles, and then I can have little bubbles coming out of the fish's mouth. I can do all of those things myself, and I can save those images, and I can use them again and again. Why is it important to be able to save it? Well, if I'm doing an emblem for, so let's say, a school jumper or something, if I was doing that, do I want to keep designing it? No. Is that the worst bit? Yes. Do I just want to have it on tap? Yes. And so I can. Now, the only thing I'll say to you, and I will always say to anybody when we're doing anything like this, and it's so important, and I say this for you, not for us, please don't take things that are copyright off the internet because you will get yourself into so much trouble. It's not your image. It has to be things that are copyright free, and there's plenty of sites like Creative Fabrica where you can have a low-fee subscription that allows you to do that. But you can get into a lot of trouble, and it's not worth your while having your house taken off you because you've copied somebody's artwork. It's a very serious topic. Don't get involved in it, right? Create your own stuff. You've got all the tools in here to do whatever you want, and that's really important. Don't sell Disney or your children. So these are where we go from. So sorry to preach, but I do think that's really, I know a lot of people who've got into an awful lot of trouble for it. I don't want you to go through it. Right, so here we go. Cancel. Let's come out of all of this. Discard, and we'll start doing a little bit of actual, you know, needling again, and we'll go through it. Is that okay? Are you all right with that, Hayley?
Absolutely, yeah. Don't forget, we don't have a bountiful supply of these, so if it is something that you are considering, basically you have got so much time after your purchase to explore and investigate and create with this machine, but you don't have a huge amount of time to make that decision. That is the issue. It's out of stock with Brother. You can get it on our website now. You can get this home. You've got your split pay with this one as well, but then you will grow with it. It is literally a case of you can take that design, just as Carla's done, from the app, get it to the machine, have a practice, have a play, and then go on and create more. Take a design, add the text, add another design, work within that 4x4 hoop. Move your fabric around. So if you do need to create something that's on a larger scale than 4x4, then you can build it up modular by modular. Top tip from me, if you are looking at placement, put a little dot on your bag or wherever it is.
Oh, she's clever.
And then the design will go to the centre of that, I would imagine, because that's usually where a design starts. And then you know exactly where that design is going to be. Make sure you've got enough space around it so as it doesn't overlap anything else. But it means that you can go from anything from that 4x4 to however big you want to go, simply by positioning it within the hoop.
She's good, isn't she? Should we swap places?
You're fine. You carry on.
Right, so I've got my thread sitting here. The thread needs to come so that the thread is towards you and not away from you when you start. It does give you all of those instructions, and it's actually on the top of the machine, so you don't have to worry about any of that. You've got a little wadgum here, so we're just going to go round and over and down. Now, you can't, I'm not, pardon me, you're not going to be able to see that brilliantly, but, and also I don't think I'll be able to do it from this angle, it goes round here, okay, and up, and then there's a little catch. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it from this side, and that comes back down, okay, and there's a number, so you can see number 5, right? There's a number 6 that is somewhere here. Let me just see if I can turn up. Where are you guys on your camera? Are you over on that one? Let me just see. I don't know where the actual number is. It's somewhere down here. Can you see it? There's your number 6. Now, The annoying bit that I was telling you about last night that got right on my nerves is number 6. All right, the rest of it's self-explanatory. Now, can you see this little metal bar here? And there's a little piece underneath it. It looks like there's a hook that just sits here that you just put your piece through and then bring it over to here. But you've got to push it back. It takes 2 hands to do it. So this is where I got stuck because it looked like it was in the right position, but in actual fact, there's a little hole just behind here and it needs to click into that hole and then come up. So that's where I got myself into a pickle. Is it difficult? No. But did I understand it? No. So now you know, okay? Push it further back than you think you do and it'll slot into a little hole and then it'll come round. So I'm going to do that now. Now, I can't show you it because I need to see. I'm so sorry, but I need to actually be able to see what I'm doing, and I don't have great eyesight in the first place.
Don't forget, you are going to get your instruction manual that comes with your machine anyway, so you're going to have a full guide to follow with regards to this.
It's super easy, and it just clicks.
After a couple of times, if you're actually threading up the machine, you will find it very, very easy to do. And the key thing is it's got a needle threader, so that is the
I know,
thing
that
you
works
need.
for joy. Yeah. So I've got that seated here, and I've got my thread. Now, on the back of the machine, here, can you see where my hand is? Just there. There's a wee little cutter. Now, I'm going to just do this by feel at that point. It cuts your fabric, your cotton for you. Thank you very much, so I don't have to do it. And now it's got a big lever at the back. Now, theoretically, if I've threaded this correctly, that big lever will pull down and it'll thread my needle for me. Okay, so that's now done. My needle's threaded. I don't need to do anything else other than just place it through the little hoop at the bottom and I'm all done. That couldn't really be any simpler. It's just that little annoying number 6 bit. And to be honest, it's only because I didn't understand it. You guys are probably going, well, that was really obvious. It wasn't obvious to me at 11 o'clock last night. So I'm going to be honest about that because it got right on my nerves. I'll be honest. And then as soon as I realised it, I haven't done it wrong since, touch wood. So, you know, it helps, right, knowing the stuff. Now, I'm just going to poke that through. Pull it over to one side. Let's get some fabric and some stabiliser in here so that we can actually get the dinosaur done, because he is beautiful and everybody should have a dinosaur. Can you do a bigger hoop? Do you know what? In some really far outstretched thing in my memory, I'm not going to say this categorically because I don't like lying to people. I think you can buy a bigger hoop for the sketch.
I honestly don't know. Oh, it's a needle attached to your magnet.
Oh!
I don't know.
Don't say it for certain. Have a look.
If you have a little look, it should tell you.
Have a look on the googly beans.
Yeah, it varies with regards to which hoop is included quite often with the machine. Yeah, certainly the 4-inch. The 4-inch, you can move your fabric around because you've got that free edge to it. Then it doesn't matter how big your fabric is. But obviously, ultimately, the design has to be within that 4 inches parameter or 10 centimetre square.
I know that they were thinking of doing one bigger because I definitely saw a YouTube video on it and I've watched that. Whether they actually brought one out or not, I'm not sure, but I know they absolutely were going to. So that is definitely something either to look for in the future. But to be honest, this is so compact. You don't really, I mean, obviously, if you want to do a massive design, to be honest, here's the thing. How do I phrase it? If you're going to start getting where you want to do really big embroidery designs, how do I phrase this correctly? Then maybe this isn't the right machine for that. It's designed specifically for what it does. This is designed in such a way as you would think of, let's say, sublimation, right? The same thing, that you're dealing with images that are not necessarily massive, that you're dealing with things that are done very well and done via this machine for this purpose. So I think if you were starting to get where you wanted to do massive embroidery, you really need a machine that's very complex. And that's when obviously your money starts coming in for the big embroidery machines. This is the first time I've seen an embroidery machine that's a little desktop embroidery machine that's as low cost as this. But it depends what your needs are. This, to me, does everything I would ever need it to do. But I'm never going to want to embroider a duvet cover. You know, I'm going to want to do small things all the time. I'm going to want to bring it in for my crafting. I'm going to want to make cards and do little designs for those that nobody else is making. I want to do it because I want my stuff to be different. So that's why I'm going for the sketch. I'm going to do it because I want some T-shirts or some makeup bags or stuff I can sell or stuff I can gift. That's why I'm buying the stitch. If I wanted to do, you know, full-on embroidery, well, first of all, that's not my forte, so it's a bit too complex for me. Second of all, I'd want to get one of the massive embroidery, because I'm a hoarder. There's no getting around it. That's what I love to do. Right, so let's send him to the machine. Look at him. Now, I can do a layout. I don't need to because it's just plain fabric. If I had something else on it, I'd want to do it. So I'm going to do transfer. Now, I've stuck, yeah, they're saying they had about colours. I've stuck with the green. Obviously, if you want to make a, you know, purple dinosaur or a pink dinosaur, you're more than welcome. Now, what this does, it says do a trial run. Like I say, I always do the trial run. Why? Because I just think, for the sake of a 2-second job, isn't it better to just make sure that it's in the right place and that it's not actually doing something wrong? So do the trial run and then just press accept and it'll just go whizzing round, and it's just making sure that needle's not catching on anything, that nothing's happening, and that everything is good to go. Sits in the centre and we're good, right? Doesn't take a second. So to me, just do the trial run and then you know. Now, I will always, when possible, start with that in my hand, that thread, because I'm going to try and cut some off it. So I'm going to press OK because I don't want it getting taffled. Now it says here, there's your lime green, there's your dark green. Now, if we've got time, I'll sort it. It says it's a 5-minute job to sew it. We've only got about 7 minutes left and I'm going to have to change thread. We're going to do what we can. But more to the point, it'll show you how. So I'm just going to grab hold of this. I'm going to press start. I'm going to get my scissors and I'm going to cut a bit off that, and then it should just stay where it is. And now off it goes. It's so easy, guys. Like, it couldn't really hold your hand much more, right? It's got all of the things that you would expect in one of the big beasts, right? Embroidery is a beautiful thing, and it's something very different. And I will say that it's one of the upcoming craft trends. We're starting to see more and more of it in the kind of fashion lines for crafting. And crafting goes through many different variants through the years. Last few years it was unicorns and it was the kind of gnomes, that kind of things. We're now stretching out into things like fabric, that kind of thing. And so the embroidery stuff's going to become very, very important very soon. And that's why these machines are so important. It's about doing things within our remit without having to learn a completely new craft, but being able to do it quickly, simply, easily, have all of the aspects we need at our fingertips. They're so powerful, these machines. And also incredibly desirable. Can I just say the grey I find very, very lovely. Have I just lost me thingy? There you go, my upper thread's gone. So I've just unthreaded my machine.
Do you know what, that's good, because it's letting you
It
know.
tells you.
It's
So-
not carrying on and it's like, oh, where did it stop? We just literally
just
rethread
stops.
it and off it'll go again.
Now, what it says here, which is really important, is where it says check and rethread your upper thread. It's saying it's not your bobbin that's the problem here, love. It's your top thread. Something's happened. But then what it does is say show troubleshooting. Now, if I click the show troubleshooting button, it takes me straight to the Brother website and it shows me all of the answers that could possibly be an issue. Now, obviously, I know that it's just come unthreaded, so I'm not worried about that. I just need to rethread it. However, if it was something else and it's doing something you don't want it to do, it'll come up with a different message, but you'll always have show troubleshooting. That's so important, right? Because as soon as you've got that, you've got the answers there. I don't want to have to Google everything. I do love Google, but I don't think Google loves me. But the point being is, oh, look, it taffled up here. That's why I got a knot up here. But the point being is, of course, that you can Google the answers if you want to, but if it's taking you straight to it. If I buy a machine, and especially when you're looking at something, you know, that's a proper full-on machine like one of these, I don't want to have to go looking for answers. I just want it to give me the answers, right? Because you're not buying a pair of scissors here. You're buying an actual machine. Give me the answers. Give me what I've paid for. Don't make me work for it. And so it does all of those things. So while we're just coming through, you've got your thread. Remember, we come down, we go round your spool, we go up, we come round again. It needs to, I don't know if I connected on that before, and I think maybe I caused myself problems. This one at the back here, you've got to click it and it'll come back round like so, and you'll feel tension on it, okay? So once you've got to there, you've got to come in and we do your number 6, which is the one where you need your glasses for, and that just comes through and you've got it there. Click it right to the back, just in there. I think that is chewing my thread. Look at that. That's why I'm having the problem, Hayley. Look, it's chewing my thread when I'm putting that through there. Use full, proper embroidery thread.
It's difficult to see from this angle, I think.
I know.
Yeah.
When I'm at home doing this, it's much easier. Hold on.
Now, details are on your screen. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, as many of you have done already, then obviously you've got all the information that you need. Now, you can shop online, you can shop on the app, you can actually speak to our call operators as well if you want to, and your price at £449 is there. Don't have to find it all in one go, though, because as you've seen earlier on, we have got the ability for you to spread the cost. But look at your split pay. With your split pay, you now have a 4-way split with this one. So if you've already shopped for it and you prefer to spread it over the 4 payments, then just get on the phone line. We had 3, I think it was originally. If you want to change that, do speak to our call operators. Give them a call on the number that's on your screen and they'll be able to accommodate for that. But if you are watching from this point onwards, now you will have that ability to spread the cost over your 4 payments rather than your 3. And don't forget, you're going to get your machine. You can get all of those goodies that are in the box, your 4x4 square hoop, which is
you get a full starter kit. You get everything in there you need.
Absolutely. It takes you universal needles as well. You're going to get some of those in there. Obviously, you're going to get some test fabric in there, a little bit of stabiliser to get you started. On the show, we have got some of the Madeira stabilisers as well, so it's a good idea maybe to get some extras, because obviously when you're creating with this one and you're doing your sewing, you're not going to just work with that one small piece. You will need to add stabiliser in, because the stabiliser works on the back of your fabric to support the stitches, especially when you've got a lot of stitches in a small area. That's the key thing. Add that in at the same time, then you will have everything that you need. If you need your threads, go and check them out on Sewing Street. Look for your rayon threads for that gorgeous shine that you've got. And then the beauty is you're going to get that incredible result when you stitch out with this.
So I just want to show you, because obviously we're not going to have time to stitch the whole thing. You see here where it says check and rethread the upper thread. Just click on that. If this happens to you, click on that. And go to, what did I just click and it did the thing for me? Here, you see where you've got the black arrow? If I click that, hold on. Oh, it's not going to do it now. What did I click? And it did it. It shows you, return to the position where the error occurred. Okay? Can you see it? Just there. Now, if I do that, it's going to give me the details that I need. Now, on here, it's going to say, go to the beginning of the selected thread colour. So that'll start me stitching it again. Or go to the current stitch. How clever is that? So I'm going to go to the current stitch and press done. We're going to go from there, and I should from here be able to send it and get it to start again, and that's when your sewing would restart. I think the thing being is, it's always understanding the machine, isn't it? It's making sure you know, here we go, I'm getting there. I'm just learning myself. So once you're doing that, but what you can do is fast forward and rewind these. So if I go, well, I want to just skip back a couple of steps in case it missed some when that thread broke, I can go back some steps just to make sure I don't miss that point. That's so clever, isn't it? Because I'm foolproofing myself, because I know I'm going to make mistakes. Let's not kid ourselves here. I know that's going to happen. And so because of that, I can foolproof myself. So go through your app. Now, if you decide from there, well, look, I'm not happy, you can unpick it all. That seems a shame, when you can just say, go back to the beginning for me. If you don't trust it, all it's going to do is double thread it. Now, it might look thicker in one place than the other, but fine, it is what it is. So I can do that and it'll go back to the beginning, or I can go to the current and it'll go back to where it stopped, and then we send it back to the machine. It starts its stitching journey again, and that's how it goes through. I'll be honest with you, that's the first time my thread has ever come unstitched. Now, the reason it came unstitched, well, I say this, but I was only using it for about 4 hours yesterday, so let's not get too cocky about it, right? But the reason being is, when I was trying to get it into that number 6 bit, because I'm doing it at a funny angle, it was tearing through some of my threads as I was going through. So what I'll say to you is, make sure you're getting right in there. You'll see it on the videos. You're not supposed to do it from this distance. You're supposed to know. Once you've got it through, if you think it's torn through some of your threads, pull that thread further and further out and make it longer, and then cut it at the back. Oh, the scary things happened at once then. Cut it at the back a little bit later, and then you can cut off all of that thread that may have become a little bit sort of you know, torn going through the machine. Does that make sense to anybody?
Doesn't it?
So there you go.
Now, Carla
Best
will be
machine
back
ever.
with this a little bit later on. Don't forget, you can go off and do your research. You can go and check out the Brother website, and there'll be loads and loads of different videos on there, loads of information that you can go and watch. But please make sure that you do come back and join Carla and Dave a little bit later on.
I'll try and get the dinosaur done, but it's quite noisy when Wheeler's on air. Not that that matters when it's Doris, to be fair, because Doris is quite noisy when Doris is on air as well. I'm just saying.
Now, if it is in your basket,
Then you look then.
do make
It's a
sure
good
you're
Doris
checking
look.
your basket out. Do rejoin Carla later on. Yeah, do all the research. If you've got any questions, obviously come back to us. We'll help you as much as we possibly can. But the details are on your screen. I'm going to leave those details with you, Carla. Thank you.
I love working with you,
Fabulous.
Hayley. Thank you.
You're welcome. See you soon.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's shift change time. It's 5 o'clock call change for the Saturday evening shift through until 9 o'clock tonight. Thank you to Hayley for the last few hours. I tell you what, shall we introduce the crew? Let's show you who's going to be with us all the way through until 9 o'clock tonight. In the gallery, we've got Dan now directing. Hi Dan. We've got Laura on a double today. She's doing a double shift through till 9 o'clock for us. Hayley's just getting ready to go out for a night on the tiles in the studio. Woo, 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 woo. Oh yeah, go girl. We've got Josh on the floor, Charlie on camera too. There we go, there we are. And that's your team. And of course, lovely Dawny next to me here. Hello, love.
Dave, bring it in, Dave. I've not seen you.
Kiss me. That's what you used to say to me, wasn't it? Kiss me.
Kiss me, Dave. Kiss me.
And I ran them off. I did, didn't I? Scared me to death. Yeah. Lovely Dawn is here, and we're talking Spellbinders for the next hour. Now, this is a brand new collection that launched today at 1 o'clock, and it's all to do with beautiful flowers from a lovely lady designer called Susan Tierney Coburn, who I've had the pleasure to meet and work with over the years. She's a really talented flower designer, isn't she?
She is, and a lot of the flowers and the inspiration that you see actually comes from her own garden.
Oh.
So a lot of these, she'll look out the window, she'll design them, and she loves her flowers. So these are very personal to her. But as we were saying earlier, you can change the style of them a little bit and make them into different flowers, but it's so beautiful.
I tell you what, they look so real. They really, really do. And what type of cards you use, I know some people use like vellums and things like that. Some people use foam to make flowers. So the dies, of course, are what you're going to be getting here predominantly. You have got a lovely embossing folder as well. You've also got some BetterPress plates with the sentiments too. They're included in the bundle as well. I've got to let you know though, since 1 o'clock when we had the launch show of this, we have so few of these sets left, single figure stock. We have got them individually available and we do have a smaller bundle as well. But if you want to go for the big collection that's got all of these wonderful flowers, we're talking about anemone, petunias, begonias. We've got cosmos, echinacea, petunia, all in there. You can make these stunning cards, but also you can make stunning ornaments. And if you look at these in front of me and in front of Dawn here, look at this box with these flowers inside it. That is a work of art. That's an ornament.
They are. They're beautiful. Obviously, in theirs, they've used slightly different centres on some of them, but yes, the petals, the foliage and everything, you can make something as beautiful as this.
Maybe you've got some dies that make lovely card frames, for example. On the other side of the display, we've got some beautiful frames that can look great on a wall or freestanding on a coffee table or something along those lines. Look at them. Use your paints, use your inks, use your chalks to give them colour, but they look so real.
They are, and bear in mind it's the most cost-effective way because you're only using cardstock or using paper, because obviously they've put you in a freebie with this set as well. So you have got a pack of white cardstock coming as well.
You do get that included, and that's worth nearly £6. Now, these Spellbinder prices are only available for 24 hours, OK? They are going to go back up to the full price after today. So if you want this main collection, this is your last chance to get it. We've literally got a couple left now of the main collection, and we'll go through the individuals and the smaller bundle we've got as well. But if you want everything, and I think a lot of you are going for that, then this is what you need. BI3521 is the product code, BI3521. Either call the call centre on the free phone number, pop it in your basket on the app or the website's there as well, which is of course hobbymaker.com. But just looking, I mean, look at these. These are works of art. These are not just cards. These are gifts, absolute gifts. Look at them.
Something to treasure, something to keep. And honestly, if somebody sees this, they're going to realise the work that has gone into these to make these incredible finished samples. I have to say a massive thank you to the design team. We did have an issue, I'll be honest, that we didn't know there was another box here, but we have now found them. So thank you to the design team. You've done amazing.
And it shows the potential of what these dies can make for you, what you can do with them beautifully. So it's £121.99. If you're in the position that you want to buy it outright, you can of course do that on a debit or credit card. If you'd rather though, have split pay, that is there for everyone. It is on, I think it's four-way split pay, isn't it? Yeah, four-way split pay, £30, 49 pence is your first payment today, plus your P&P, and then equal payments then a month, 2 months and 3 months down the line. BI3521. But if you want the big collection, please be quick. It's going to go any minute now, probably. The smaller collection, if you're interested in that, which is basically the top row, we have a few more of those. So you're going to get, obviously you can see here, you get these beautiful floral dies on the top, and you get the 3D embossing folder as well. Now, what flowers do you get? You get the echinacea. And the petunia. And then the hummingbird in there as well, and then the embossing folder too. If you want that smaller collection, that's only $49.99, and we are giving you split pay on that as well, so that can be available for you today by just spending $24.99 plus your P&P, and then $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. We have a few more of those, but that will be in the big bundle as well. So hopefully there's a bundle for everybody.
Yes, there
and
is.
individuals are on the website if you want to have a little look at them as well. Should we show everyone how to use them?
Let's do this.
Okay.
So this time what I thought we'd do is we would actually make one from the anemone.
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 Not anemone. No, you don't want to make one of those.
No, let's not do that, shall we? Right,
love
so...
you.
Oh, Dave, honestly, it's been one of them days. Honestly, our life is not our own today. So you can see, I'm just taking some of these pieces out and then I will explain exactly what's what. You are going to get your foliage in there, but I've just cut these out because obviously, you know, these dies are going to cut like a dream. Now, when you get your packets, you're not going to get this. This is how I store them, so just remember that. But what I do is I always keep obviously the inspiration on the front and things like that, so you can also count the petals so you know how many. But you will find with the dies, a lot of them, as we were showing you earlier, this says ×2.
Okay.
That one says ×3 on it.
So that's how many times you need to cut it to make the flower?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So you're not looking around thinking, does this look right or not? Everything is in the packaging, so you've got everything there. So I just need to take out another one of the little black centres. But as we were saying earlier, changing these up using different colours, you can make different styles with your flowers as well.
Of course, also, although they've got names and they look very real, you can make fantasy flowers. They don't have to be the colours that they are on the packet or anything like that.
Right, so what I'm going to do first of all is personally, I like to cut them out of a pre-coloured cardstock, so you've got that hint of a tint already. Try and use something at least 240 GSM.
Okay.
Nothing, I would say, more than that because it could be too heavy.
Because you want to be able to sculpt it and mould it and shape it.
And if you were lucky enough to get the collection we brought you last week, you will have got this set as a freebie, as a free gift. So if you've got that, this is going to be ideal for you.
But to be fair, most of us have probably got ball tools and tweezers over the years. So
that's it. So all I'm doing is, we have got some brushes on the show. I've got some finger daubers, and all I'm doing is just blending around the edge just to give a soft glow. Plus as well, you'll actually find sometimes underneath the flowers are slightly different colour, or you can just add a bit of ink to them. But this is so easy to really make and shape. And if I bring that one in, this is where we're heading, okay?
And we have actually got in the show single-sided pearl cardstock as well, which you'll find that's available in the show. The pearlized card, any 4 for $12.92. So that will be on the website if you want to have a look.
These have got veins in them already, and you've already got the shape and you've got the design. But honestly, this I would say is probably one of the easiest ones that you can do. But it comes to life once you start adding the ink, plus once you start moulding it and shaping it. But I'll show you how you can do that. But like with this one, if you wanted to, you could add even more petals to it. Can you see? So you could layer it up. You could even add 4 or 5.
Made from those?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So that's what I mean. And then you've got your centres and everything. So it is that easy. Even if you made this in white cardstock and did these in silver or white on white, and then just added a few little bling stones in the middle, you could do that as well.
You do love your bling.
Oh, I like a bit of bling, Dave. You know that. Bling de la bling. The more the merrier. So what I'm going to do is just take our 2 pieces. First of all, I'm just going to do the reverse. I'm going to take a medium-sized ball tool.
They look a little bit like propellers, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Or like those that used to get off the trees when they
flutter.
Yes,
spin, yeah.
Helicopters, weren't they? So all I'm going to do is just rub this into the centre, breaking the fibres on the edge, okay? Because this is where we're going to be moulding it and shaping it more. So first of all, I'm just going to do this. You'll all have your own little ways. There is obviously video tutorials from Susan herself on YouTube as well, so you can have a look how
some
Susan
people
does
like
them.
to use their fingers, and that's fine.
Exactly, and bear in mind, the thing is, obviously, I'm doing them here, and we're trying to get through as many, showing you, like in the first show, we showed you how to make 2 or 3 of them. You know, I have done it a bit of the wheeler way, you know what I mean? But, you know, if you want to change it up, and if you're like me sometimes, you know, I have to be fast and furious.
Nothing
I can't.
wrong with a wheeler way.
You know, sometimes.
It's worked for years, hasn't it?
Exactly, Dave. That's where I'm at. So you can see, because as crafters, some of us like to take us time, enjoying the process, and like some of us, we just like to just get on with it and just make it happen. So you can see there. But that's all right. You do you, boo, as we say.
I know some people spend hours on just like one flower.
Yeah.
They find it therapeutic. Other people do it in a couple of minutes, and they can't be doing with it, you know, So yeah, everyone's different.
And if you're thinking, where's she got this embossing mat from? This is from my Spellbinders machine.
Oh,
so
used for embossing?
Yeah. So if you haven't got one of the thick embossing mats, then you could use this as well, and you'll get the same effect.
Well, most machines come with rubber, plates, don't they? So
Exactly.
just use that instead.
Some people say, oh, if you've got a proper embossing mat, but you know me, sometimes I like to show you, if you've got stuff you've already got, we can make it work. Do you know what I mean? It's all about being crafty and making it happen. So just adding this onto there. Now, this is where now the magic starts to happen. Now, you are going to need a pair of tweezers. Tweezers are going to be your best friend. Obviously, you get a set if you got the gift. I've got the tweezers reversible, the Spellbinders ones, but that's just personal, present.
And remember, you are, with the big collection, going to get a free pack of white cardstock as well to get you started, which you can use to make your flowers, to say thank you for buying it, basically.
Yeah. Now, with this, all I'm doing then is pressing the centre in, and we're just creating a bit of a crease line, okay? So I'm just going to put a little...
Makes it very realistic.
Yeah, that's it. And it really does. And when you first start doing them, you think, is this ever going to look something like? But it's like earlier when I was showing you how to make these. If you missed that, watch the other one back. I was showing you how to get the detail to make those and stuff. So just trust the process, Dave. You've got to trust it. But for you to be able to make lots and lots of floral embellishments, which normally can be quite expensive, you can now do them quite cost effective by just using them.
I know people don't just use flowers on cards, they use them in home decor, use them in jewellery making, maybe making corsages, maybe making flowers to put in your hair if you're going out for a special event or something. There's all sorts of uses. Yeah, decorated tops boxes.
Boxes, gift bags, things like that. A tissue box, you might have, made a gift or something. Now, I've put that centre line in so that creases it up a little bit, and then I'm just bringing this in a little bit more. It's got the veins in it, like I say, but I've got a smaller bore tool, and then this is where now you add the texture to make it curve up the other way. And you can start to see, this is where then it kind of looks like fabric, but that's why if you use paper, it'll be too thin. You do need a good card weight, like I say, about 240, that's going to give you enough to actually give you that depth. Once you've done that, just pull it into the centre again. And this is now where then you take the edge of the flower and you're just going to curve this back a little bit. And again, this just adds that little bit of dimension, that little bit of shape into it, and stops the petals looking too flat.
Right.
Okay, so again, do add that little bit of texture. If you want to use your nails or you want your fingers, you can actually, curve it as you wish. But these tweezers will hold it, so it makes it a lot easier.
It's pretty cool, though. We've got 4-way split pay. And for those of you that are new to HobbyMaker, and we do get new people every day, it's interest-free and fee-free. It's basically us saying, OK, well, we'll divide it into 4, pay the first part today, and we'll ship it out to you. And Spellbinders get sent from our warehouse.
Yeah, direct. So you haven't got to really wait that long, believe you me. So again, just pulling this in. This will do that for you. And then what you need to do then is just go back in and just bring the petals up a little bit. Okay, so you can see that is the base layer. Then with this one, again, just go back in and squeeze them to put the shape in. And then we are just going to curve these as well. But like I say, take your time at home and enjoy it a bit more. Obviously, I'm trying to show you as quick as I can.
And if you look at a real flower, no petal is uniform. Every petal's different. It's got different creases, different curves, so you can make them look very realistic.
We're all the same, Dave. Do you know what I mean? You've got to change it up a little bit.
Now, the big bundle, we are very, very limited stock on the big bundle now at $121.99. We thought we'd have enough for 2 shows, but I don't think we're going to have enough to last this second show. So it is the best value for money. You get every single flower designed by Susan Tierney Coburn in this collection, and you get the embossing folder, and you get the BetterPress letterpress verses as well for a cracking price. And Spellbinders, they've got a reputation, they've got a history. You know that the dyes are going to deliver you the best results.
They were the original, Dave, weren't they? Me and you, we've done shows over the years and things like that.
And they've got a real solid fan base.
Yeah. So all I'm going to do now is put a bit of glue on the centre, and we're going to offset this, okay?
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is just offset that like so and just spin it. And then once that has dried a little bit, again, back in with your tool. We have got a special little red mat that's on the show as well. That one has got the holes in it. So if you wanted to, that will also give you the bit to make it fluted if you wanted to. But you know what? You know, if you don't want to.
So if you want to make your
like
flowers into like trumpets,
yeah.
Susan's put together a flower mould tray. It's made from a lovely dense foam, but you can see you've got holes of different sizes. I don't know if you saw this in the earlier show, but here it is, look. So if you're a 1 3/8? Yeah, 1 3/8.
Different sizes.
7/8 of an inch. So it gives you, you basically put your petals in there and it then shapes them to that size.
So all you've got to do is just drop it in and there you go, and it just shapes it.
And Susan's designed this. It's only £9.99. There you go. And if you tried to do that by hand, that wouldn't be easy to do, I don't think.
No. So you can see I've just shaped that. Well, let's just let that dry. Now, all I'm going to do now, because you need 3 of these, is I'm going to take the little, you know, like we used to have them games when we were little. I can't remember what they were called, and you used to throw them. Can you remember them pointed?
Sounds a bit vicious to me.
No, they weren't. I'm not like throwing stars or anything like that. Okay. But they were like little plastic or metal, and they'd land. I can't think what they were called.
I don't know.
Somebody will know out there. When we were little, they were called something, I can't remember. So all I'm going to do, I've done it with the larger one to soften it, but then if you just keep rubbing the centre of this, then we'll make them stand up. If you want more so, if you actually just press this into your centre of your hand like that, then you get a little bit more, because I like it to stand up a little bit more
It's like a little crown, isn't it, when you do that?
Yeah. So it just stands up, but then I leave that one that shape, so then they all kind of sit in.
Okay.
Then what you need to do is, again, take your glue, just put a little bit of glue on the back. I'm going to take it off my mat because I don't want the glue on my mat, because knowing me, I can get that everywhere, Dave. Offset it slightly. Just give it a wiggle. Release it. Hang on. And then that one will just press into there. Then we take the next layer. And like with these, if you wanted to, you could bend them over a little bit. You could, if you've got any flour soft, you can add a bit of that to the edges of it and do that too. It's totally up to you. Then I put the last one in, and again, I take my very, very fine bowl tool, and then I just press down, okay? Give it a wiggle, let that dry for a second or two, and then we take the whole thing.
And the whole process is really relaxing to do, and the result is really realistic.
And then we pop that in there. Again, just hold it down. But you've got to have the time to let it glue. Obviously, I'm trying to do this as, you know, like I say, as quick as I can. But then I can show you, once that's on there, then you've got your foliage, which then you can start adding in. Like we were showing you earlier, even if you just emboss the embossing folder, use that
on top of the emboss
and put that on there, and it just makes it look really crisp. But then you can also add in a few little bits of the greenery just over it, or even if you had 2 or 3 together, just down at the bottom in one corner like so. Add a bit more greenery, have your sentiment. You've got a beautiful card top.
Aren't they just gorgeous? So you're going to get all of them if you go for the main collection. We're now really limited on the big bundle. And just so you know, everything you can see on the steps here, apart from the finished samples, obviously, are coming your way. You've got all of the flowers. So you've got basically the anemone.
Yep.
You've got the petunia and the hummingbird, the begonia and the ladybugs, the cosmos, the echinacea and the petunia embossing folder. So all of them are dies apart from the embossing folder here. And of course, you've also got those sentiments, which are BetterPress. And if you haven't got the BetterPress plates for your machine, we have got those in the show that we can talk about as well. But I know lots of you have. The sentiments are lovely. If I just read some of those out, they're not run-of-the-mill sentiments. You get a die to cut them out as well, and the BetterPress plates to actually print them. Under the summer sun, let your imagination run wild and your laughter fill the air. Thinking of you. In the quiet hum of the hummingbird's wings, we find our inner peace. In summer, the song sings itself. That's by William Carlos Williams, evidently.
Oh, nice.
It is the artist's business to create sunshine when the sun fails. That's a quote from Romain Roland. In the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer from Albert Camus.
Oh, that's
very
powerful.
Profound.
Like that, very powerful.
So all of this in the big collection is just £121.99, and it's down now from £148, so you're saving £27, plus you get the free gift, which is cardstock, white cardstock, worth about £6 added into your order. You don't have to put it in your basket, it will be in your order. Now, if you want individuals, we have got them individually. Now, the embossing folder, first of all, this has been the most popular and also the most affordable, obviously. Now, it's a 3D embossing folder, and it's only $15.99, and it's a good size, as you can see. And these finished cards have been achieved using it. If I just get the box
and
out
that's
of the way.
just using it. Might be a little bit of ink they've used, could have been a little bit of gilding wax, but standalone, that is a product that you just need in your stash, because like with that, it's been painted in with like white paint and things like that.
That's one of the verses from the BetterPress plates. Here it is again, done with a little bit of gilding wax. This time it's gilding wax in silver and gold on black card. That looks amazing. Same sort of idea, but it's been turned into a triptych card with this. Oops, wrong way up. There you go. How gorgeous is that? Is that beautiful? But the 3D, I think 3D embossing folders are game changers.
They are, and even with this, it's that deep. If you wanted to, you could see with the, even on white, sometimes it's difficult to see. But if you wanted to, you could actually go around the edge with some fine scissors, cut bits out, and then you could lay them on top. Or we've got the brushes on the show. Just go in and just paint a little bit.
I mean, that could be porcelain, it could be royal icing, something like that. It looks gorgeous.
It does. And like I say, you can use it portrait or landscape. It doesn't matter. You could use that. But I just think that alone, and if you fussy cut around the edge a little bit, you could put that on different coloured backgrounds and things like that. So some...
Excuse me.
Are you a bit froggy, Dave?
I'm a bit.
Dear. Is it my perfume?
Could be. OK, so if you want the embossing folder, 3D embossing folder, only £15.99 if that's your budget and that's what you want. Now, which one's which? The echinacea. Can't see from the back.
That's that one there.
This one?
Yes.
OK.
We'll make one of those in a moment.
It's called the coneflower or echinacea. It's really, really gorgeous. We do have some finished cards around here with it as well. Now, this is $22.99, and this is a brand new release. Look at how how gorgeous they are with the different colours.
Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
So you can see with that, they work so well. But like we said, if you turn the flowers round, curled them slightly different, which I'll show you this hour, you can make them look like gerberas.
And to make the centres, you've got that single die that cuts out about 20 of those little stars in one pass. So you're not doing like 20 individual cuts to get the centre. So really lovely. If you want that on its own, we do have a few of these available, WU3535. But if you're buying the big bundle, or indeed the smaller bundle, that will be included in it as well. OK, so that's your echinacea
There is
one.
a little bit of a trick with those as well. The centres, obviously, you glue them and you lay them all up. If you just get like a little tiny ball of pinflair glue and you sprinkle them and scatter them on, put brown ones on first and then like a yellowy orangey layer and sprinkle it on, that gives it a domed look in the centre like they would look like. So if you're like me and you don't want to keep sticking everything on, that's an easy way to do it as well.
Let me grab the individuals and I can show them to you. There we go. So this one is your Cosmos. That's the next one.
Beautiful.
So again, it looks a little bit like, propellers again, but four-stemmed propellers rather than three. But again, all the dies there, just cut them out. And remember, if you need to cut them once or twice or three times, the actual die has got the number on how many layers you need. But they look so real, don't they?
They do. The detail is fabulous. And like I say, even if you did white on white or just white with that little bit of yellow, and you can see they still look fabulous.
Beautiful. And I think these are really as an investment, because year in, year out, you can make them for decades to come.
Yeah, all different colours. Even if you've made inky backgrounds and then you just die cut them out of it so they're a little bit more abstract, you can do that as well. They're still going to look as beautiful because you've got the detail of the petals.
And not only do they look good on cards and also in pictures, but also they look great maybe as flower arrangements as well, as we show you here with this box, this beautiful chest with the flowers kind of coming out of it. That's a gorgeous present, isn't it? A gorgeous
But you know,
gift.
if you get the florist wire, the thin ones of those, you can actually glue them onto the top using a hot glue gun or something like that. And then if you get the green floristry tape, you can wrap it around the wires and put them in a little vase or something like that. They would look fab.
Now, the begonia and the ladybug. The ladybug is so, so cute. Look at those. Aren't they lovely? Nice and frilly.
Look at the leaves. But they could be carnations, we were saying earlier, depending on how you coloured them. You could change them to that as well. You know, if not, just leave them as they are. But if not, try and experiment with them.
A little bit of glossy accents on the ladybird's wings, just to make it shine, make it look even more realistic. So that one's only $19.99, and there's a little ladybug die down the bottom. But again, you've got the dies that tell you need 2 of that die, It's only, 2 of that one and then 1 of each of the others. And you can then make your own begonias. And $19.99 is the price for that. There's one more that we've got individually as well. Pop that back there. That's this one, which is your anemone, which is what we did in the demonstration.
That's what we've just done. So you can see it is easy to do. You can change the colours. We were saying earlier with this one as well.
Look at the price on this one, $11.99.
That's it. If you actually did them in red, you could make and curve the edges a bit more. You can make them look like poppies.
Yeah.
So, you know, please don't just think that is the flower they are. You've got that versatility to interpret it however you want.
YZ3568. YZ3568 gets you the anemone, 4 dies in there, but you can make all of these beautiful anemones for months and years to come. So that's a really affordable die in the set. And then the other thing that we've got individually is the BetterPress. Now the BetterPress, obviously not all of you have got the BetterPress plates for your machine, but if you have, then these obviously are going to emboss and die cut as well.
And you cannot foil.
Yeah, of course you can.
Yep.
So those are all the verses, and it's all on one plate.
Yep.
That's going to do the letterpressing for you. And then once you've obviously letterpressed them, you've got the die there to cut them all out individually for you. And if you want that on its own, that is £28.99, and it's LD3558. And the value of everything together, go for the bundle, use split pay if you want to spread it interest-free. And then just look, that's how it stamps them and letterpresses. I mean, letterpressing is a traditional technique, isn't it?
It's one of the oldest traditional crafting techniques. Obviously, many, many years ago, I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of years ago, letterpressing was the only thing that would literally give you that real, you know, top-of-the-range kind of look. And obviously, embossing really is for everybody. And nowadays, having taken it back to the original letterpressing, so you can use ink with it, you can use it without, so you get that embossed detail, then die cut them out. It just looks so decadent.
You can use it with your hot foiling if you've got the shimmer plates and that sort of thing as well. $28.99 for the BetterPress, but if you go for the big bundle, that's everything in there going to be. We've got literally single figure stock left of the big bundle. The next, literally 3 of you, I think it is, to go through for that. We'll get it at $121.99, down from nearly £150, and it's brand new today. And this is the last airing of this collection as well. Who doesn't love flowers, especially when they look so realistic like this? 4-way split pay, that's an extra bonus, interest-free, fee-free, everyone's qualified for it. You don't have to go through a credit check or anything like that. You can either call the call centre or just opt for split pay on the website or the app. Either way, you can just pay £30.49 today, and you'll get this in the next few days. It's actually in the warehouse here. It's not coming direct from Spellbinders. It's in our warehouse, and consequently, this is all the stock that's available. We can't magic up any more stock because it's in the warehouse. What we've got is what we've got. I think there's one that hasn't got a name and address associated to it. Crafter in Oxfordshire's in, Terry in West Midlands is in, Carol in Tyne and Weir is in. The next person to put it in their basket and check out will get the last of these. We have also got other highlights in the show. We've got the Spellbinders blending brushes in the show. We've got the Mr. Bottle, which I know... Have we still got stock of the Mr. Bottle? Because I know you mentioned it in the 1 o'clock show, because... Oh, that's gone. Mr. Bottle is gone. I'm not surprised. It always tends to. We will get to some of the other extras. There's a lot in the show, but we'll do another demo if that's all right. Okay. Are you going to show us how to use the BetterPress?
Yes. Now, your BetterPress, like I say, with this one, yours will come with that ink on it. I do apologise, but this one is mine. OK, now it's important to point out there are only certain machines the BetterPress will work with. The rule is, if you can use Biggs dies, you know, the cartridge dies, like the Platinum, for example, or the Big Shot, or the Switch machine, any machine that takes the big cartridge dies, you need that type of machine to use the BetterPress, don't you? Yes, you do. It has to have a wide mouth, even if you've got a cuttlebug.
Like me.
No, like me. If you've got a cuttlebug or even your Big Shots, they're all going to work, so do not worry. It just has to be a wide mouth, OK? Now, with this one, this is all held together by magnets. You'll also notice as well it's floating, OK, which is a great tool, and I'll show you something different with that afterwards. Now, your base plate here, this is magnetic, so whatever you put on there is not going to fall off, so it always stays in place, so you've got that. But also, you will have the shims underneath, so if you're using really thick cardstock, then obviously that you might have to take a few out.
And going forward, I mean, Spellbinders do an awful lot of BetterPress plates. I know Crafters Companion do letterpress plates as well. They will work in here too. So, you know, it's not just something that you're going to use occasionally. There'll be lots and lots of plates that you can invest in the future. And with Spellbinders, they give you the die to cut out what you've letterpressed as well, which is a real bonus.
This is it. So this is just using it in its truest form, okay?
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is, I'll bring my machine in. There you go. And all I'm going to do is run this forward and back. So with this, you don't even have to ink it if you don't want to. You can use it the traditional way, which obviously, you know, important letters were always done like this. Wedding invitations were always done like this.
Newspapers used to be printed that
yeah,
way, didn't
they
they?
did. So you imagine, it's a very, very traditional way of doing things.
Do you need a certain type of card or not really?
Now, when you get yours, obviously mine had got a little bit ink on before, so you can see that, but at least you can see the embossing as well. Now, you will get, with the machine, you'll get a pack of the cotton cardstock, which is specially designed. Like I say, it's a very traditional, it's more flat, fibrous, a little bit more fluffy. But I'm using, this is 300 GSM cardstock. So if you are using it, again, use something a bit more heavier weight. But you can see you still get that emboss. But like I say, it did have a little bit of ink on it from before. Now, with your machine, you also get an ink pad. This has been specially designed with Spellbinders for this machine because with this one, when you're inking it up, you'll want to ink it like a stamp. You'll want to tap it. Don't. Just literally rub over the top. You find you get a better application.
And I know Spellbinders do a whole range of BetterPress ink pads, which are specially formulated to work with the actual system in loads of different colours. They'll be on our website.
They are. Those. And the idea, and yes, there is some other ink pads that you can use with it that were on the other day with the other lady who brings Spellbinders. Oh, I'm terrible for names. Her name's gone out of my head at the moment. I know it would.
Can't think.
My head's gone. It'll come back to me. Don't worry. I do apologise. Right. And with this one's got a special opening time because if
you're thinking of Heidi.
Heidi, that's it. Sorry, Heidi. I'm having one of them days. Bear with me. Now.
Big collection, by the way, just to let you know, has sold out. So if you wanted that, hopefully you got it. We do still have the smaller collection and in the individuals, they're still available as well.
Now, with this ink pad, it's been specially designed because it's got much longer opening time, okay? So if it was too long, it would be too wet, and then when you press down on it, it would smudge and go everywhere.
Right.
But if it dries too fast, you're not going to get the impression that you want. So it was specially designed for that. And if you notice, the ink pad is more of a felt kind of style.
Right.
So again, it is the right one. Wind it through. You don't have to be super strong to do this. Wind it backwards, and you can see you've got that as well. So this now will give you that full ink impression, like, you know, you were saying that how they used to make newspapers and things like that. So now you can see that is
Look at that.
embossed and inked. Whereas that one, obviously, that was a residue that was on there, but you can still get that soft finish with that.
And as Dawn quite rightly said, you can still use the BetterPress plates with hot foiling as well. So if you've got the hot foiling glimmer plates, which are also different to the BetterPress, then you can use them for that as well. So they can have multiple uses.
Plus, as well, if you are, let's get some white cardstock. Let me just get a little bit. If you are wanting to do stamping as well, because this actually hovers, you can actually use it as a stamping system as well.
All right.
Okay. So you can just take your stamp you want to use.
So the stamps aren't too deep. You can...
No, you can do this because your plate actually hovers. So with this, all I'm going to do is... Where did I put that tape? Oh, I tell you, Dave, it's one of them days. I knocked it on the floor earlier. I don't know where it went.
Was it a reel of it?
Yeah, there was a reel of tape, and I knocked it on the floor. Oh, get it to Laura.
Giving it away.
Tell Laura it's mine. Of course she did. Yeah, because I knocked it in the earlier show. It went on the floor, and then obviously we came out. Yes, it's
coming. Here
it's
it
on a
comes.
reel. Thank you.
Repossessed from Laura.
Thank you. Shit, honestly, if it's not fastened down with that one, I'm only playing. So all I'm going to do is take that down. I'm going to take the rubber stamp, the side that you would normally ink, you lay that where you want it. If you've got a sentiment stamp, you could add that in. You pop this over the top, and like I say, because it hovers, then you press down, you can lift this off, ink it up.
I didn't realise you could use it as stamping
Well, that's
platform.
how I use it, Dave.
Why not?
Yeah, so if you get extra out your machines...
If it works, do it.
Yeah. So, and I know a lot of you do struggle with your inking, so this is a great way to show you. And this is a really fine, detailed stamp as well.
Yeah.
So with this, all I'm going to do is pop this down, and again, then just press down with it with your hands. And if you've got a sentiment, you could do a sentiment. You could use the grid system, and then boom, look.
Wow, look at that.
Do you see what I mean? So why not use it? Because it's got that hover on here with these, use it.
Well, if you want the BetterPress system, it's a play on words. It's letter pressing, basically.
Yeah.
It's a good way of trying it if you've never done it before. And if you're buying or have bought the main bundle, remember the BetterPress plates will be in there. So if you haven't got this system, you'll need this to make that work. It's £74.99, but it is on three-way split pay. So for less than £25 today, you'll get everything you need to letterpress with these dies and also, of course, letterpress with other plates that come out in the future and plates that have been out in the past. Now, if you want the machine, which we often have in stock, we don't always mention it. This machine is perfect to use with the BetterPress because it will take the big dies as well.
And the glimmer machine, the foiling machine.
Yeah.
Think of this as like your basis, your foundation, and then we've got the BetterPress and the glimmer machine, which then all come in together.
Now, if you think of machines, there are many, many brands out there on the market. They're all very good. They all do a brilliant job, but some do everything. And this is one of those machines that does everything. You can do your thin metal dies. You can do your 2D and 3D embossing folders. Not every machine can do the bigs dies and can do BetterPress and foiling. This machine can do all of it. So if you're wanting a machine that it's not going to give you that disappointment in the future thinking, oh, my machine can't do that. This does everything you could want the machine to do, width permitting, obviously. It's a 6-inch mouth, isn't it?
It is. Think of it like, say, if you got a caravan and then you brought the awning and then you brought extra bits and add it on. This is what you will need to start with, and then, like I say, the BetterPress and everything else, the foiling, it all then adds onto your machine.
You do get your plates for the standard embossing folders and die cutting, obviously. It's £129.99, and, you know, when you buy a brand like Spellbinders, you know
It's
you're buying
solid.
quality, you know it's going to last you. It's also really compact in that some embossing and die cutting machines don't fold up. This folds up like a handbag. So if you are wanting a machine that you can take around with you.
Exactly, but it's weighty. It's not going to jump along the counter or anything like that where you are. You will get all your plates, you will get an instruction book, but you also get the instructions on the plates. So this makes it, and it's pictures. If you're like me, I'm not the best with words. Pictures, this is going to be so much easier. And then obviously you can see these are my plates. I've used mine a lot.
I mean, how many times have you got the plate formation wrong? It's complicated, overcomplicated in many instances. These plates as well are designed to last. They will eventually need replacing. All plates do, because you're obviously die cutting into them all the time. But these last such a long time, and when you do need to replace them, they're very affordable. So this is ticking all the boxes, and it's in stock today on 4-way split pay. So today, all you need to give us if you need a new machine, or you want to upgrade, or you want to add this into your collection of machines, £32.49 today, plus your P&P unless you've paid it, and that machine will be on its way. And it then means you can do all your die cutting, all your embossing, and you can then do foiling and letterpressing as well. And the bigs dies, the cartridge dies, you can use those with that machine as well. So it's one of those machines that you just think tick, 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 does everything.
Exactly. Think of it a little bit like a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
It's got extra facets and extra bits that you can use and pull it all together. But honestly, it's a great size, even though it's only 6 inches wide, it's a great size machine, and I would say 90% of your dies will go through that.
Now, before we go into demo, let me just remind you of the smaller die set or the smaller collection that we've got. The top row, these 3 elements we've put into a bundle and given you a special price on that. Remember, the main bundle has now sold out completely. You're going to get your, what are the flowers again? You get the echinacea.
Yep. You're going to get... Yes.
Echinacea and petunia.
No, petunia. Yeah,
and you get your 3D embossing folder as well. So that, as a collection, a set of 3, is $49.99, brand new today, remember. And it's also on split pay because it should be over £50, but it isn't, but we still put it on split pay. $24.99 today, $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. And individually, all these dies and embossing folders are available on the website, so you can cherry pick what you want, and it's there if you have a little look at hobbymaker.com.
Okay. So I'm going to show you the echinacea now and how you'd obviously put it together.
Yeah.
So We'll do one, and then I'll show you how you can make different flowers as we go along.
I like the shape of those petals.
They're great, aren't they? So bear in mind, if you are... Actually, I'll show you before we start inking and doing, so then you can see. Now, if you're doing the echinacea, you will need... There's 2 different sizes that you get, okay? And with the echinacea, you always find as well, they kind of grow down a little bit. Now, with your petals, once you've inked them up, I'm going to ink them up in a minute so you can see the different colours. But then they have got a line down the centre, so you are going to need a finer ball tool with these then just to mark them out. But if you were doing a gerbera, okay, you need 4. And instead of sticking the other one over the top at an angle, like the echinacea...
You do it on top?
You do it that way.
Right, yes.
So that would give you the start. You do another one, and then what you do is you put the 2, because obviously they've got lots and lots of different layers. So then you start to do it. So when it's all together, and what you do if you're doing a gerbera, you do 4, you do it like that. But this time, you bring the petals that way.
Right.
So I just use my thumb and my finger for this one.
So if you buy the echinacea, it doubles up as a gerbera, so it's almost like 2 for the price of 1.
Or you can make it look like a daisy. If you did it in white and then a yellow centre like that, you could also do it as a daisy.
At the end of the day, it's only shapes, isn't it?
Exactly.
So
that's
the colour makes it look like a different type of flower.
So you imagine if you did that, then glue them together and did that a couple of times, that's how then you make your gerbera, okay? There is the die in the centre where you can put... that one, where you can make all the little tiny pieces. I would cut a load in brownie, like a brownie kind of colour cardstock, and then some in orange. If you have got some Flower Soft, boom, even better. You can add those in, so it's up to you.
And that's like the dusty fibres.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like with this, I'm going to show you, I've got 2 different colours of the actual distressing. So I've got the wild honey, and then I've got the mustard seed. Like I say, I don't do it onto white cardstock because I think for a lot of crafters, it's a bit daunting.
I'm a big fan of coloured cardstock for die cutting. Now.
Yeah.
Never used to be, but now I am.
But now, if you see, so the darker colour, obviously in the centre, and then all I'm doing is pulling this out. But because we've got the tone underneath, that's going to give us that base colour. So I'm not too worried. But then I can just pull this out a little bit, and we can do a little bit on the edges just to give it a little bit of the colour that we need with that one. But it starts to come to life quite easy.
And don't forget tonight, looking ahead to the rest of the evening, in 15 minutes we've got the TV launch today of the new embroidery machine from Brother. It's amazing, and Carla will talk you through that in 15 minutes. 7 o'clock, we've got Angeline here with the amazing prices for Diamond Dotz. If you love your Diamond Dotz picture making, we will have that. Kind of sale prices coming up at 7. And then the new USB with lovely Laura from Carnation is coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, where you can get 3 or 4 collections in one USB at a great price, less than £50.
Well, you got the trio of trouble tonight, didn't you, Dave?
Just?
Me, Carla, and then Laura's a little bit quiet. She's a bit better behaved.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Makes the day go quickly. It's fun.
Yeah, you got Carnation, Laura, didn't you? Bless her. But hey ho, it'll be fine. We've been on best behaviour with you.
Yeah, you have.
we try as best. There we go. So now I'm going in with the lighter shade. This is the mustard seed, and just add in a little bit of this. Again, you can see it just gives it that base. Again, trust the process. When you first do it, you'll think, oh, that looks a messy, I'm not sure. But just trust it, okay? And just blend it out, and you can see it's really, really already starting to be what I want it to be.
Looking good.
So you can see from that to that already, but it looks more
having
realistic.
The base colour of the yellow really helps.
Yeah.
Gives it a kickstart.
It does. Now, with this one, again, what I'd tell you to do is take your fine ball tool, hold it from the centre, but this time, draw a line down each petal, okay? Doesn't matter if it's straight, doesn't have to be straight. All flowers in nature, they're not straight, so do not worry. But you've got that piece that you can come to, so you can do that. Like I say, I would... Yeah, cut the bits out if you've got the time to... But if you're me, I haven't got the time, Dave, or the patience.
Or the patience, no.
No, you know me, Dave. But you can see I can pinch that together. But I know, like, the design team, like, let me bring this in to show you. You can see there they've used, like, different colours of cardstock or little bit of Flower Soft. You can use that as well. which really does look easy. So again, just squeeze in these. This is going to be that one. So you can add that into there. So just adding this into here, because obviously you need a really good cardstock if you're using your alcohol pens or your inks and things like that.
I'll tell you what, talking of really good cardstock, we do have cardstock in the show, and I would really strongly, and I know Dawn would, recommend you going for this if you've gone for the collection, because it's going to mean you get the best results out of it. And this is actually selected by Susan. It's the Garden Speciality cardstock. You get 10 sheets. It's £80, that's US basically. What would that be in GSM? Do we know?
Oh, I can't remember.
Okay, so Laura's going to find out, but it's a good quality cardstock, because obviously Spellbinders are American-based.
It's about $2.20.
I think you might be about right. $9.99, and you get 10 sheets there, so that's a great... It's $1.20. Close.
It's a long time since we've done US weights, isn't it, Dave?
But it's perfect. It's perfect for making your flowers, OK? So if you've gone for the main collection, you want some cardstock that's been produced with that in mind, that's good. Now, the replacement leaf pads. Now, tell me how you'd use these. These are Diddy.
So this one is if you're doing the leaves like so. Can I put it down, Dave?
Sure.
Sorry. Now with this, what you'd use it with your tools, and the thing is, you'd use this because it's
not
firmer.
Cardstock, it's a pad.
It's a pad.
Oh,
so it's a lot. How can I put it? It's a lot firmer. So then you can put and you can get the lines in without it embossing it too much. So that is what replacement, leaf pad. So that's what that is.
To get the veining in the leaves, you don't want something that's too squidgy. You want something that's got a good resistance to it. This is it only $1.99? $1.99. So if you've got any, already lots of you are multi-buying this. So this is not a pack of card, which is what I thought it was to start off with. It's actually the pad that you use with your ball tools to give the veining to leaves and that sort of thing. So if you fancy that, only $1.99.
Because after a while, it feels like mount board a little bit. Because after a while, once you've put so many lines in, it will become very lined.
Right.
But that's, like I say, it's up to you.
There you go. Yeah. So you can get the really kind of quite pointed ball tool and create those veins in your leaves. That's a little mat to actually do it. So, yeah, brilliant. OK, $1.99, it's yours.
Yeah.
If you've already bought the collection, you paid your P&P, $1.99 delivered. There you go.
Exactly. So now I'm just offsetting it. I am going to grab, let me see if I can find, typical, the colour that I want now. I'm going to get a little bit of this, OK? Because like I say, I'm not best at gluing and all little bits. But then all I'm going to do is just add this in. And if you do it like a pouncing movement, can you see it looks more textured in the centre rather than a colour? But that's why I said to you, if not, that is how you make your echinacea. But if you carried that on and you imagine do it all the way around, you can make it, you curve the petals up rather than scoring them like I did. You can make it into a gerbera, but I also think you could make that into a daisy as well. But just play with your colours and you'll find, because I tell you what I would do as well, hang on Dave, just to show you a little, if you're somebody who don't want to, and also...
Oh, to make it look like little seeds.
Yeah. So if you just take a pencil, a soft pencil.
Or a fine liner, you could do it with a black fine liner.
Yeah. Might find it's a little bit dark though, whereas something like a pencil is a little bit softer, and you can add that little bit of texture and tone in there, you know, like some of the colours on some of the other ones, and then if you go in with it and then just give it a little bit, that will blend it out so it looks like it's been blended. Can you see? So lots and lots of different ways of utilising that, but just pull your leaves out a little bit and you'll see how easy it is to make from that to that.
So that is basically the echinacea flower. If you want that on its own, it's available. If you want it in the smaller bundle, it's available in the smaller bundle, but the big bundle has now gone, OK? The smaller bundle is going to give you your echinacea and it's going to give you your petunia, I think it was. Yeah, this is the best deal that we have available in any bundle formation, OK? The 3D embossing folder is nothing short of stunning. Echinacea, well, that was the last demonstration with Dawny, and then there's your petunias as well. And if you do want that foam mat, that will allow you to help to kind of create the kind of tubular look to the petunia, then this is, again, so little money for something you'll reach for and use again and again and again, I'm sure. I'll just pop it in there so you can see it. So that's foam, thick, dense foam, but it means that you get the right circumference
for your
It helps
funnel
with
flowers.
those, the tubular ones, and also with those, if you want to then, while it's gluing, while it's setting, just pop them in the holes.
Yeah, and that will just hold it in place rather than you having to hold it in place. Now, we also have a spare set of plates. Now, if you've got your Platinum 6 or your Big Shot, these plates are going to be great replacements. Now, I did say before that there will come a time when you need to replace, especially your cutting plates.
Yes.
Because obviously they get cut into every time you use the machine. Some brands don't last very long. Some brands last a long, long time. Spellbinders are one brand that lasts a long, long time. These cutting plates will last you probably years, I would have thought, if you rotate them. We've got the whole set in stock for you. So if you need a new set, we've got them. So you get your base plate with all the plate formations like Dawn was talking about printed on there. So you're never going to wonder, oh, what plate do I need for this and that? You get all the other, there's the 2 cutting plates, the 2 C plates. You've got your adapter plate, and you've also got that shim as well.
Because some of you may have got the original Spellbinders machine,
Yep.
but these are the obviously universal, so you can swap them in with other machines, but because it's got the adapter plate, that future-proofs your machine, because that is also, and you get the extra shims, you get the rubber mat in
Rubber
there,
mat,
but
yep.
also it means then, like for the 3D embossing folders, you need to use the adapter plate, so it's a way of bringing your machine up to date with your plates.
Okay, now this I think is a really good price. $49.99 for all of them. They come boxed as well, so even if you don't need a spare set now, bearing in mind how long they're going to last you, it may be a nice idea to kind of treat yourself to an extra set now, and as you
Yep.
need different plates at different times, you've got them there as a standby. $49.99, it's on 2-way split pay, and as it says, it's the only system you need, but obviously it's got to be a machine that copes with these, so it will be a Platinum 6, it will be a Big Shot, any of the bigger mouth machines.
Yeah, Cuttlebug, something like that. You
Yeah.
may have one of the original ones way back in the day, but this will then, or you may have one of the original Platinum machines which didn't come with the adapter plate,
Right.
and you're wanting to do the embossing folders, the new 3D ones. That'd be a great one to be able to use that.
Treat yourself, it's on split pay, which means you only pay $24.99 today and $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. Now, we have got an array of pearlescent cardstock. Now, this is on a pick and mix. Now, I've got loads here, absolutely loads.
We've got out one sheet of each, Dave.
Yeah, okay. But you get 10 sheets in
Yes,
each
you
pack,
do.
don't you? Now, they're $3.99 each, or buy any 4 for $12.92. Now, this is your turquoise. I'll run through the colour options quite quickly for you. Single-sided, they do come in resealable plastic wallets, so if you just want to take out a sheet at a time to protect them, you can do just that. So it's like reusable storage. You get 10 sheets, 300 GSM, so that's your turquoise.
That'd be great embossed with the embossing folder in this collection. Any of these would.
Look at this pink. 10 sheets of pink. Isn't that lovely? And bearing in mind, you know, Centura Pearl sadly is no longer in business. So this is still available and still being produced
rose gold.
from Oakwood. So there we go. That's your pink. Oh, that's rose gold. Sorry, rose gold, not pink. Is that right? Rose gold. Yeah, rose gold, but it looks like pink, but that's rose gold. Then we've got this one, which is your lavender, which is a lovely shade of purple.
Lovely colour.
Remember, any 4 for £12.92, so that will be 40 sheets for £12.92. That's really good.
That's incredible.
Could be the same colour,
Yes,
4
it
different
could.
colours, up to you. This is your gold,
Look at
absolute
that.
staple must-have. And they're all the same
You know,
GSM.
Christmas is kind of coming. It's nice to get a very regal gold.
Be here very soon.
It will, Dave.
300 GSM for the gold, there you go. Then we've got the black. There's your
that.
black pearlescent. Can't go wrong with black pearlescent.
You can't. Men's cards, things like that. If you're wanting to do black tie invitations, they look great.
Then we have the burgundy.
Look at
Isn't that lovely? How rich is that?
It's like a lovely russet gold,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's beautiful.
Like a fine glass of red. Then we have the baby blue. That looks almost silver, but it's got a very slight, subtle hint of blue to it.
Yep. All of them have. It's like, think of these like beautiful satin ribbons. You've got that soft finish to them. They die cut like a dream, even though it's a heavier weight cardstock. They emboss beautifully. Plus, as well, if you wanted to, make your boxes out of this and then put your flowers over the top. 'Cause
Powder
look,
purple.
If you bring it in,
Yeah.
they look fabulous with it.
That's powder purple, that one. Now, the next pink we've got is, it's just called pink.
Pink.
There you go. There's your pink. Next one, because there's loads to get through. This one's your copper.
Look at that. But stamp on it as well with your sticky inks, like your Versamart, and then use embossing powders. That look great on there too.
This is your sage green.
I like that.
I mean, you can go for 8 if you want to. That would be 25.86, I think, if you wanted to go for 8 different colours.
You get 10 in each, so you get a lot.
Now, this is a lovely champagne colour. This is actually ivory.
Look at that.
There we go, look. There's your ivory.
Wedding invitations,
Oh,
things
yeah.
like save the dates, that would be lovely.
This is a novel colour. This one is your satin gold.
Look at that.
There's so many colour choices.
There is, honestly, there is a plethora of different colours that you're going to get with this one. And like with that, that's a little bit like...
Steel blue.
Yeah, look at that. Like an Air Force kind
I
of...
like a car in that colour.
Oh,
Be
Dave.
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You're going
very
off the
nice.
yellow one.
I haven't got a yellow car now.
No, but you-
I've never had a yellow car, but I fancy one. I haven't got the courage, I don't think. This one is your Christmas red.
Look at that.
Christmas starts very soon at HobbyMaker,
Probably
always in
Valentine's
June.
Day as well, you know what I mean? But once you've got a library of colour like this, you've got one for every season. And you'll notice we had the purple before,
Yeah.
the violet, but the tonal, so you can mix and match them together.
That's your purple. Only a few more to go. I'll get through it. Raspberry pink, is that one? That's really unusual.
That's lovely.
Then this green, I reckon this is Christmas green, is it? Yeah, that's a good guess.
Well
Christmas
done.
green. Yay. A lighter shade of green. Powder green, that one.
That.
Very
For your
subtle.
foliage and things like that, that'd be really pretty.
Then this one is silver. Can't have a collection of pearlescent without silver.
No, of course you can't.
Next one. 2 more, I think, then we're done.
Gold.
Antique gold.
There you go.
Very classy.
It has. It's got more of a shine to it, but put navy with that and things like that. That looked lovely.
Then mercury silver is your last option.
Oh.
There's your mercury silver. So they're all there at $3.99 for a pack of 10. If you want 4 the same, or you want 4 different, or 2 the same and 2 the same, it's up to you. Any 4 for £12.92. If you don't want to do it on the app or on the website, just call the call centre and they'll run through the colours. And they'll all come separately packaged, but it's reusable packaging. That's what I like about it, because you can reseal the bases. Yes. So you don't throw the plastic away. Right, PF 3537 if you want any of that pearlescent cardstock. Right, we're out of time.
Oh, where's that gone?
I know. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Dave.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we've got the launch day today, TV launch of the new Brother embroidery machine. And it's not 2 or 3 grand. A lot of embroidery machines are. It's a lot more affordable, and 20% of the stock of it went in the first show. And I know lots of you are maybe discussing it in between shows. Carla will talk us through it. It's a brilliant machine. All you need is a mobile phone or a tablet that you can use with the app, and you can design and then embroider via Bluetooth. It's ingenious. I'll show it to you after the break. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'll go from Dawn to Carla.
That's a treat, that, Doris.
It is a treat.
Dave
It's a
Bradford
real treat.
does not know what to do with himself.
I know. We're having a great day and a great evening here at HobbyMaker. Hopefully enjoying it as well. Now, I know on a Saturday lots of you go out in the afternoon and maybe you didn't see the launch of this.
fun.
I tell you what though, a lot of you did, because 20% of the entire stock of this machine went in the earlier show. And today is the TV launch of it on HobbyMaker from Brother. How amazing is this and exciting is this?
It's really exciting. So we were saying in the earlier show, if you already own a scan and cut and you own the sublimation printer, I mean, this is literally like the trifecta of craft. It's everything you could ever need. They do obviously work individually. However, the app will work on all three of them, which is incredible. Now, I will say you can use the app for free. You can't use all of the elements of it, but you can use the app for free. So you don't have to pay a subscription. However, if you want to pay the $9.99 a month, is it worth it? Yes, it's absolutely worth it. And you get loads in there.
Hang on, the app that controls this, you can download from your app store, whichever one you use, whether it's Apple or whether it's Android.
Yes.
Free of charge, onto your phone, onto your tablet, and that's how you design what you want to embroider.
Yes.
And it talks from your phone and your tablet to the machine.
Yeah.
With Bluetooth.
With Bluetooth. It's so clever. So, like, there's no memorizing buttons or doing any of that shizzle. It's all just on here and you do it from your phone, and it's really quick and it's really simple, and it kind of guides you through everything, which is incredibly useful, right? See you later, Doris. So you've got all of these elements that just work, and it goes through all the processes that you need, and it does these gorgeous embroideries. Now, it can embroider 4x4, but if you want to do bigger than that, you can actually move the hoop, and you can, I'll show you, it's so clever. There's a wee layout button that takes a photo of what you've done. So if I was to put, I said about it before, so I've got a little fish here, and where I said, well, it was earlier, it was Hayley, but if I wanted to put Dave in, let's say, his tassels under the fish, then I could take a photo of him and I can actually embroider his face, but it'll go, well, look, this is here on your hoop.
So hang on, you can
where do you
embroider
want Dave's face? I can embroider photographs.
Wow.
So I could literally
Game
do you in your tassels, Dave.
You could.
Nobody wants
Up to 4 inches.
Up to 4 inches, Dave.
Wow.
It's not a lot of space for your tassels.
Now, I don't know about you, but I've done sewing machine shows and embroidery machine shows for a lot of years. I've never seen an embroidery machine that's this versatile at this sort of price. They're normally around about the 2,000, sometimes up to £3,000 or £4,000 price tags. And they're brilliant machines, don't get me wrong. But so is this. It's a single needle machine. I heard Hayley say earlier on the needle doesn't look to be a specific specialised needle. It's a standard needle that's in there. You do get a starter bundle to get you started as well, which comes with some thread and needle stabiliser, that sort of thing. So you've got everything you need to get going. And you can actually download the app right now. What's the app called again, Carla?
Artspira, A-R-T-S-P-I-R-A. Download it now. Go and have a little, you know, doodah in it and go and have a look and see what's in there, because it's incredible. It's a beautiful app. And actually, it's a really well-designed app, but because not all apps are, let's face it, this is a really, really well-designed app. Now, in terms of the scan and cut and stuff, you can still use your Brother Canvas workspace, But to bring it all in-house makes sense, right? It means I'm not having to go from one thing to another, and it all just works. So your embroidery stuff's all on here, and they've got so many designs that you can use. It's even got Disney on it. Now you'll pay for Disney. It'll be in the premium part. Again, you can't sell Disney, but it's on there.
Just to clarify, if you buy this now and you download the free app, you'll get 100 designs on the free app that you can use without any charge whatsoever over and over and over again. If you want to get full access to all the designs, of which there are many, many more, including the Disney, it's a £9.99 a month charge for the subscription. So you can start with it free, and if you're happy with that, then leave it at that. If you want to expand more to do different things, you can then opt to subscribe to the app if you want.
And you can cancel at any time. So you're not like, you know, stuck with it. The machine works independently. Hey, I've taken off my nail varnish off there. And it does work independently. So in sense that, you know, once you've got the app, you can design your own stuff, which is really useful. I can put my own text in. I can do all of that kind of stuff.
We'll show you how to use the app as well throughout the show, but we're going to get as many demos and as many finished things done in the show as we possibly can. I know lots of you watched the earlier show, and maybe you've used the time in between the shows to discuss it. Is it a gift for someone? Is it a treat for yourself? You know, if a machine's £2,000 or £3,000 or £4,000, that's a real considered purchase that you maybe have got to save up for a couple of years to afford. This, I think, is really affordable. We've managed to get 4-way split pay on it. It was on 3-way split pay earlier. We've got 4 now, so it's just over £100 to pay today. And this machine that's having its TV launch in the UK right here today will be with you from our warehouse in the next few days. And you could be embroidering, personalising. I mean, I'm a massive fan of embroidery. I'm not a fan of transfers per se because they don't last long. You wash them, they chip and they crack and that sort of thing. When something's embroidered, it gives a much better impression. Maybe it's your business name, maybe it's your own name. You want to embroider polo shirts.
You can do your own logos, you can do bags, you can do all stuff for card making. Don't forget, like, we can do loads of stuff for card making. That piece that I just did in the break, I'm so smitten with it. What have I done with it, Dave? It was like the most beautiful piece.
Oh, the white one that you showed me?
Yeah, I did white on white, and look at this.
Oh, this is classy.
How beautiful. Can I give it to you because my nail varnish has come off? How beautiful is that white on white?
I mean, you know,
it reminds me of my Nana. My Nana used to do a lot of lace, and that kind of reminds me of her. It's so pretty.
What I can really get excited about is now you can just buy very, very inexpensive plain T-shirts, plain bags, and then make them very, very special with embroidery. And the machine is a fraction of what I would have thought this would be.
It's incredible.
The fact that you can design, and you can actually get the app right now on your phone and on your tablet and play with it right now, knowing the machine has been ordered and it's on its way. You can do all the designing on that. When you're happy, via Bluetooth, and we're all familiar with that these days, you tell the machine to embroider it.
Look!
Little polar bear.
Look at his bum. He's very handsome. Look, all the little things on here. Now, I'm going to run through the app with you. That's obviously a dual colour. So we've got the white for the polar bear's body and then the grey outline. There's loads with masses of colours in there. And all it does is say to you, right, we're going to start with the white. So we're going to do a bit of that. And then once it's finished, it goes, I'm done with that now. Can you give me my next colour? And it shows you in order of which colour is going to be which. You don't have to follow their colours, but you need to follow the pattern of colours, if that makes sense.
You also don't need that much space. I mean, embroidery machines that I've seen are usually double the sort of size that this is. So if you haven't got that much space, if you've got enough space for a sewing machine in your craft room or wherever you do your crafting, this takes up no more space than an ordinary sewing machine.
It's probably a little bit smaller than your average. It's really light as well. There's no weight to this at all. It doesn't move, but it's really, really light to lift up. In the same way that a sewing machine has a bobbin, it's got a bobbin at the bottom here. Threading it is a piece of cake. I will go through the threading because there is one point where it's a little bit like, and it got, you know, me very flustered at midnight last night when I was trying to learn how to use the machine because I was very late doing the things. No, Dave, I was very prepared a week ago.
Is it easy to use, though? Because one thing I've noticed is there's very few buttons on the machine.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been getting all of the stuff for cut by hand out. So I was against the clock, right? So I've had this for about 2 weeks. Did it leave my sitting room and come into my craft room until yesterday afternoon? No. So I got it out last night in a panic because I'm like, right, I need to know how to do this. I'm on air with it tomorrow. So in the interest of being honest, I haven't been sat with this for a long time playing with it. So in the space of I spent 4 hours with it, but in the space of about an hour, I had it down pat. The most or the biggest learning curve that I had is one part of the threading, and I'll show you it in a second.
Okay.
I did do it in the last one, but we'll do it again. But I just want to go through the app with you very quickly. While I'm on this screen, can you manage me on the overhead, or do I need to shift Dave along? Are we good?
We can see it.
Look,
Yep.
right. So where I've got these here, you can see, let's just say I just did the polar bear. There we go. Is that better for you? I just did the polar bear, right? And so that's a nice, simple little design. I've got the squirrel that's just in black. I've got the pig that's got the bit of difference.
So all of these are free, are they?
All these are free. But then look at this one. So when I start looking at the squirrel, look at the tones, the shading, and how complex he is. So it's not like we're just doing the most basic of things. We've got loads and loads and loads to go at in here. There's a ton of stuff. And there's a load of different themes. Now I can go bear, I can go cat, I can go cow, I can go dog, I can go dolphin, I can go duck, I can go, you know, and so on and so forth. There's just a million different things. Giraffes.
Who doesn't love a giraffe?
There's so many different things. I haven't seen a donkey yet, but, you know, I'll forgive them. Lions, we've got Ooh, that lion. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Look at the colours in it. So we can embroider this. So what we're talking about here isn't just, oh, well, look, it's a beginner's machine, and so let's just do the very basics. No, it's not about that at all. It's about going, well, we want one that's desk-sized so that we can do things that are manageable, and we can do them on T-shirts, we can do them on bags, we can do them on pencil cases, we can make cards out of them.
How do you know when to change the colour of the thread?
Because it tells you everything.
Okay.
Now, what I'm going to do is very quickly, I might get Dave to talk to you, I'm going to try and find a design that's got two different colours. We're going to very quickly show you how to change your thread in the middle of the actual thing. And I want to get that done early because we couldn't in the last show.
Well, let me just tell you how to order. I know lots of you are calling through right now, calling the call centre or ordering online or on the app. You thought about it. You saw the demonstrations in the earlier show at 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's here today, and it's the TV launch of this Brother Skitch, which is, to my mind, one of the most affordable ways of getting an embroidery machine ever. It's user-friendly. You do it on your phone or you do it on your tablet. Android or Apple, doesn't matter. The app is free. Having said that, though, you do get 100 designs that are going to remain free on the app going forward. If that's enough for you, you don't have to spend any more money. If you want to expand what the app can do and get all the Disney characters and that sort of thing, then you just pay $9.99 a month, and you can stop it at any time that you wish. So if you want to do a Disney-themed character for, I don't know, someone in the family's birthday or something, you could pay that $9.99, do that, and then cancel the subscription. You don't have
you don't have to keep it
on a monthly basis.
No, and you can rejig it. So say like you want it for something specific, you download a certain design, and then you go, oh, I don't need to pay for this for the next month. You can cancel and then reopen it. Like it's use it to your will.
Well,
you don't need it.
William's checked out already. Hello, Karen in Nottinghamshire. Karen's just checked out as well. Caroline in Hampshire. Janet in Dorset. Joan in Tyne Weir. If you've got any questions about this, please do feel free to message in. You can message via the app. You can message, of course, via the website as well. It says contact the studio. Take advantage of the fact that Carla's here live until 7 o'clock. We'll try and answer them for you. I know you were calling the call centre a few times with questions earlier on. That's another option. The easiest way, though, is to send it via the little send the studio a message, and we can put it on the screen and answer it for you. But I'm excited for you because we've never done an embroidery machine on HobbyMaker before. Our sister channel, Sewing the Street, does them all the time. But this is one of the most affordable, great brand that you can put your trust in, and user-friendly.
User-friendly, really simple to do, really lovely to use. I mean, listen, Brother, we all know Brother are the best for user interface, right? The things that Brother do, they do well for the user. They very much keep the user interface forward mind. And we see that with the Scan and Cut, and we saw it with the sublimation printer, where everything's really clear. We don't have to go searching for answers. It's all done for us. I tell you what, it's easier to use that machine than it is to get into these threads.
Well, while you're trying to do that, let me show you everything you get in the starter box, okay? Because you don't just get the machine, you get a whole list of things, and we can put it up on the screen for you. So you're going to get the needle set, pre-wound bobbins, 90-weight embroidery bobbin thread. You're going to get the seam ripper, scissors, cleaning brush, disc-shaped screwdriver, spool cap, large, medium, and small. You get the thread spool insert, mini king thread spool, bobbin case. You get the embroidery frame, which is 4 inches square or 100 mil by 100 mil, 10 centimeters. Felt fabric for trial embroidery, stabilizer for trial embroidery, embroidery thread in black, operation manual, quick reference guide, and of course a power cord to plug it in. All of that comes with the machine. If you want extra embroidery thread, have a look on our website. We've got a bundle in the show. We've got the polyester machine thread in the show where you get 50 threads in a box for just over £54. That's available. And also, of course, our sister channel Sewing Street has got loads of embroidery thread as well. So £449. If you've looked at embroidery machines before, you're normally looking at thousands, sometimes many thousands. OBB 405, and it's brand new. Brother wouldn't put anything to market that wasn't spot on. And they've launched this today on TV here for the first time. So take advantage.
So, in terms of threading your machine, now again, I don't know how much of this I'm covered in cotton. I don't know how much of this you're going to be able to actually see in terms of what I'm doing. I'm going to do my best. Have we still got that dodgy camera up there?
Dodgy camera.
You know what I mean. Right, so I've done so far. Listen, should we go from the beginning? Let's go from the beginning. Okay. Right, I've got my bobbin on here. My thread is set, right? So I've got it in. All my instructions are on here. So I don't need to guesswork anything. It's all here. But it's much simpler than a sewing machine. All I'm going to do is go around the metal majugi at the bottom. I'm going to follow that through at the front, and it winds around this at the front. So all I'm doing is going all the way around. It shows you on the machine. I know you can't actually see entirely what I'm doing. Now, I'm not worried about you learning how to thread this because it's a 2-second job, but once you know what you're doing, it's the number 6, and I just want to talk to you about number 6. All of your markings are numbered in terms of where you're threading. So you've got number 1, number 2, number 3 is on the front here. I'm going to turn this a little bit so you can see it. Now, in terms of me being able to actually thread this with this turning this way isn't not actually going to be possible. But you see here where it says number 3. And then we go down, and number 5 is down here. And that's where I am at the minute. I'm at number 5. My thread is hanging here. Number 6 sits down here. Now, you see this where there's a cutout. Excuse the state of my nail. I pulled on my nail varnish off it. There's a number 6 there.
Oh, I see, yeah.
I need to go behind it. Now, there's a little cutout, and it looks like it just sits in there. It doesn't. You have to feed it further back behind this little cutout. Look at the state of my fingernail. You have to feed it further back, and then it pulls forward and goes through here. Now, I'm going to do it, and then I'll turn it back around so you can see it. I can't do it on camera because it's so tiny, you can't see where I'm going with it. But that's the only bit, because I didn't realise you had to feed it back, so I kept getting it wrong. It just wouldn't thread,
Tell me
and that's
the name
why.
of the app that people need to download.
Art Spira is
Art
the name.
Spira. Search for that, download it, see all the designs that you've got access to for free, and then maybe that will be the deal clincher, thinking, okay, I want to see what I can do with it, absolutely free of charge, before I make my mind up about buying the machine. Have a little look, Art Spira, search on Apple, search on your Android device, you'll find it, and you can just put it on your machine, tablet or phone.
Art Spire is brilliant. I just had this and then I undid it. Right, let's go around here into that, and then there is a little machine, there's a little thread cutter just here. That's going to cut away any excess thread that I've got. And now I've got this lever here, and when I pull it, my needle will thread. Okay, so now my needle's thread, I can just pull that through, and then I'm good to go. Now, there is a little circle in the embroidery foot, which is just here, and that thread that I've just pulled does need to be fed through it. That's the only bit I've got to do in excess of anything else. So I'm just going to whack that through, and that's it.
You'll get this down to a fine art once you've done it a couple of times.
I can do it really quick when I'm at home, but obviously when you're on air, you know, all the fun. What happened to me thingy wadgem then? I've done all sorts of stuff on here with my arm while I was doing stuff, Dave. Just 1 second, because I had the perfect flower. This one will do it, that's fine. Right, so it says here it's 1.76 inches by 1.75 inches, so I know it'll fit within my 4x4 square. Some of them are a little bigger than 4x4, and that's fine. We can't do those on here. Now, that would be for Brother's bigger embroidery machines.
Right.
But I will say the majority of them you can use. I'm subscribed, just to let you know, I'm subscribed to Art Spira, so it might be that I'm doing something, you look at it and go, I can't get that. It might be that if that's the case, it's on my subscription, but just to be in the, you know, thing of being clear.
I love the fact you can see all of the images that you can embroider, but some are encrypted or some are not available unless you subscribe. But if there's one that you like the look of, for $9.99, subscribe, do it, and then unsubscribe. That's what I do. Yeah.
Just do, you do you, 100% you do you. Right, I'm just going to cut a bit of this ear wadgem off. And that's just my stabiliser. Have a stabiliser. Don't use it without a stabiliser because you'll break your needles.
Olivia has got in touch with us. Hi, Olivia. Good afternoon, good evening.
Hey, Olivia.
Olivia says, evening, Dave and Carly. Carla.
It can be called
doesn't
anything.
Can you upload drawings you've done on paper to get them embroidered?
100%, and I'll show you how to do that, although I'm not going to go into my phone camera, not because of anything nefarious, but it has got photos of my kids on, so I don't want to do that on television. But I will show you how to do it, and then you know when you get home. I can do a drawing that I've done, I can do a photo that I've done. It might be that I've downloaded a photo of a dog from the internet, and I then
or your new puppy.
My new puppy. We could put Walter Norman on there, and then I can embroider that as well. So my kids could draw something, I can embroider that. I could draw something, and I could embroider
So
that.
you're not just restricted to what's on the app?
No, not at
Wow.
all. For instance, if I did a quilling picture, I could put that picture into the AI function of this, which will turn it into a photo for me, and I could actually then embroider one of my quills.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive,
That is
right?
very impressive.
So all of these options are there and open to you at home in a really easy, concise app that's just used. What have I done with my fabric, Dave? Do you know? I worry about myself sometimes. They gave me this piece of fabric that looks about as used and worn as I do, Dave. Let's face it.
First.
So yes, we'll just carry on.
Does it matter what fabric you embroider?
No, but it matters what needle you use when you're doing it.
Right.
And it's that's the same as any sewing machine or any embroidery machine, of course. If you're going to use something that is really solid and heavy fabric, you're going to need a needle that's going to go through it, right? And if you're going to need to stabilise it. Now, in terms of using your stabiliser, Hayley had this incredible method in the first show that involved an awful lot of maths. But she did say it's a rule of 10. So if you think of your fabric as being very lightweight, that might only weigh, say, in your head, a 3, which means that you need a stabiliser that would be a 7, and that would balance it to a 10. If that makes sense to you, I'm really proud of you. Because I was just like, that's a lot of maths, and my brain's not doing the things. Now, I've got this on my hoop. My hoop's ready. It's a magnetic hoop. It's super strong.
So for heavier fabric, you need a lighter stabiliser.
Yes.
For lighter fabric, you need a heavier stabiliser.
I mean, that's kind of what we were taking from it. Yeah. So I've got my flower here, and I'm just going to press Create. And it says it's downloading, and it puts it into my workspace. Now, what's really lovely is I don't need to leave this here. I could, of course, start adding things. So if I press the plus button, I can go through and add some other things as well from my little pieces. So that's a nice thing to do. So I can go there. I'm not adding at all, no. Or I could add some text, and we could put in Davy B. Just here, done. Davy B is here, and I can pull that down.
Can you change the font?
I can change the font. So if I've got that there, I can go to my font, and I can start to choose a different size, and I can choose different, I could do something. This is the joy of doing this on the phone. I could do something very bold. I could do something very fine. So say like I took Sophia Bold, and we do that for Davy B's name, and then I go done, and then I could change the colour of my thread to a thread that I own. So I'll go, okay, we'll do Davy's name in purple, and they'll go through. Excuse me. And so I go, okay, I'm done now. I'm done. I'm ready to go. But also, if I wanted to, I could edit that and I can transform it. And like we did in the earlier one, I can have it facing down. I can then just change that and make Dave wonky. We don't need to do much to make that happen. It's already there. Then I can press OK, and I've got my Davy B sitting there with my flower. Now, that could have been another image. It could have been a border. I could have done a circle around this to make a wreath. I can do a million things. Once I've done that, I just press done. It says, do I want to save it? No. As much as I love Dave, I don't need him saving it in my phone. Then it says layout. This is a stroke of genius, because if I had something already embroidered on here and I wanted to avoid it, because I now want to sew somewhere else in my square, I can do this. It says press the accept button on the machine. So we press that and we say, okay, that's fine. I've done my bit. I've done my work. Close that down. Go to layout again. And it says, before doing a camera scan, yada, yada, yada. And then it gives me a lot of instructions. And I can go and I can swipe, and it says start hoop scan.
Right.
Click it. Lift it. And it goes, okay, I agree. That's what the fabric you've got is. And now it places that on a picture of my fabric.
So if you already had an embroidered image on there, you could then place the Davy B or whatever word you wanted. So it was right where you needed it.
I can avoid you, if that makes sense, or avoid whatever else is on it. So now I can start doing full cushion covers. I can start doing all sorts because I know I can move my hoop. That's fine. I can do all the different things, but I know I can get it to avoid whatever I need it to avoid.
I know one question that did come through in the earlier show, because I was sat there watching the show. Someone asked, could you, if you'd say doing an embroidery on a bag, like a bag for life or something, can you move the fabric around in the frame so you can do a larger area? Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. Yeah.
So I've pressed the transfer button and straight away it comes up saying data sent. What that means is it's now in my sketch. My sketch now knows what it's about to be doing and it knows how many threads it's got to do. So I can say done. Now I need to pop this into the sketch and it's got these little knuckles on it. So you've got two little pieces here. And they're like a screw almost, so they've got a space. And I've got two forks that are going to kind of glitch into it, and it's going to click into place. So I'm just going to pull that underneath, and I'm going to just click it, okay? And it's now in place.
Right.
Now, I'm not using the colours that are on there specifically because I've got the red already threaded, so let's not waste too much demo time. But it says do a trial run. Now, when I first saw that, I thought, well, I don't want to waste fabric. It doesn't mean that. All it means is what we're doing is trying to work out, is the machine positioned correctly? So by that instance, if, for instance, the needle's touching something it shouldn't be, if I haven't put my hoop in properly, I'm going to find out before I commit to it. So it says, OK, press your accept button, and now it goes round and it goes, is anything interfering with my process? Does my embroidery fit on my hoop? Is everything okay? It comes back to centre and now I'm ready to go. That's as simple as that. Like literally, that's all you got to do.
How cool is this?
So now I just press play because once I say okay, I then go, okay, I'm ready. Now, important, have a look at my phone first if this is okay. Can I do this on a close-up? So it says, I'm going to spend 1 minute doing the black thread. That's that centerpiece of the flower. Right. Then I'm going to spend 4 minutes doing the pink. So you're going to change your thread. At the next point, I'm going to go into the olive green and I'm going to change my thread again. And then finally for Davy B, we're going to go to royal purple. Remember, I selected royal purple.
So this whole design will take about 10 minutes.
Yes. Now, I'm actually not going to keep changing the thread. What I'm going to do is do the whole flower just in the red that I've got, but I'll show you when it's ready to change it so you can see what happens. Then we'll do Davy B's name in a different colour. Okay. That'll just save us a little bit of time. So I'm just going to press start and off it's going to go. And it'll start very slow and then it speeds up. And that slow point is just to get that needle and that thread sort of knotted through, all good to go with the bobbin. It's making that connection and now off it goes. So now it's doing what is considered the black piece, which is the center point of the flower.
Yep.
Okay, and then it's going to say to me, once it's done its bit, it's going to say you need to change your thread. Okay?
Yep.
I've finished what I was doing. It cuts it for you. I've finished what I was doing. And now I need to change my thread. Now, like I say, I'm not going to change my thread because we don't have eons of time. So I'm just going to press play again. However, if I was changing my thread, I'd change it and then press play. Right. Okay, so nothing major. I'm going to press OK again. And it's going to start doing its job again. And it's going to start doing the flower.
So just, again, if you've just switched on or you've not caught the whole show so far, it's the app that's the key to this being so successful and so fantastic. And you get 100 designs on the app that you can use free of charge from now going forward. If you want to subscribe to have all the access, including Disney characters and so on, that's $9.99 a month, which you can start and stop. It's not a commitment for a year or 2 years. It's a month-by-month basis. So that's an option if you want to. But also we've talked about how you can embroider photographs from your phone.
Yeah. So
how cool is that?
You can do photos. The AI app also allows you to do certain different things with photos. I'm going to show you all of this. My main thing is to make sure you see how to change the thread or when to change the thread, that you've had a full demo of it changing a thread, and that after that, then we can look at the more technical side of stuff so you can see it. The main thing is, and one thing I really hate is smoke and mirrors. So I don't want to come on air and go, it does this really great thing, but not actually show you what that really great thing is. So it's really important to me that I show you its stitching, that we do a change of thread, and then we go through some technical stuff. So bear with me, because I think it's important you get the full picture.
Embroidery is so impressive and usually is so very expensive. If you go to someone to get something embroidered, you can pay through the nose for it.
Yep.
Normally, if you buy an embroidery machine, it's not hundreds of pounds, it's thousands, sometimes many thousands. I'm not saying they're not worth it, they are. But this is a machine that does everything you could want it to do and more, as far as I'm concerned, for a fraction of the price. And you've got the great name of Brother as the backup. And it's on 4-way split pay. We started this afternoon with 3. We've been able to increase it. I think lots of you asked for it. It's on 4-way split pay, so you only have to pay just over £100 today to get this machine home. And you can be playing with the app now. You can download the app free of charge from your app store, totally free. What's the app called again?
Artspira, A-R-T-S-P-I-R-A, Artspira. It does tell you all of that on the box. There's a QR code for you as well that takes you straight to the app on your phone. That'll work on an iPhone, it'll work on an iPad, it'll work on Android tablets and on Android phones as well.
And you do get a full starter kit with it to get you started. If you do want extra embroidery threads, we have got a 50 thread box on the show. So there's a 50 thread box on the show, polyester machine embroidery thread for $54.99. We'll do that maybe towards the end of the show, but it is available. And you can also, of course, buy through Sewing Street's website as well. They do lots of embroidery threads too. This is not taking long at all.
No, it doesn't take long at all. Look how pretty that is. It's so beautiful. Now, obviously, I've cut some corners here because I haven't changed thread each time. So you will have to consider that when you're doing it. It's not going to just be, I mean, some of them take a minute. Some of them take 10, 15 minutes. It just depends what you're doing. Your changing of your thread is obviously going to take a little. I just think it's so pretty.
Maybe you're upcycling old clothes. Maybe you've got blouses, T-shirts that you're just a bit fed up with. I mean, that maybe on the breast pocket of a blouse would look amazing. It could be on a bag. It could be on anything at all.
Now, it's just doing an outline around the centre of that point, which it was going to do in olive green. I've obviously told it that I'm already on olive green, despite the fact that I very clearly am not on olive green. But it was just to get it to do the thing. We'll change and we'll go to a purple for Davy B. So I'll just get this prepped for when that's finished, because it's not going to take me long. But it's so cute, right? It's so easy, it's so pretty, and just a real joyful thing to have.
Although that is a little piece of cotton fabric or whatever it is, that could equally be a blouse in there, a T-shirt in there, a bag for life in there. Anything that you can kind of clamp between that magnetic 4x4 hoop, you can embroider. Simple as that.
I did buy some bags yesterday. They're next to me, and I was using those yesterday. They were lovely in it as well, but it's just a bit more faffy with the demos to get it, the magnetic thing in it, because of you're trying to get that in and then get the stabiliser on top of it.
Now, not surprisingly, we are getting lots of new customers joining us and buying this for the very first time. So welcome. A question from one of our brand new viewers is this. Hi, Carla and Dave. Can you resize some of the images from Artspira that are too big to use in the frame? Also, how do you design on a sleeve? Thanks. So can you resize the images that are on the app?
Well, we had this with Hayley this morning. I think you can do some stuff with them when you're in the design space for yourself, but we'll have a look at it because I don't want to lead you down the garden path. What Hayley was saying is with embroidery machines, they tend not to because they're not SVGs. So SVG is a scalable vector graphic, so you can have it any size, whereas these aren't SVGs. And so consequently to it, you can pixelate it, and the embroidery machine doesn't know what to do with it, and you won't get the best outcome. That being said, what you could do is, because you can do a photo, what you could do is screenshot the image that you want to do and bring the screenshot in and actually almost remake that into an embroidery thing, and then it would be bigger. Right. You could make it whatever size you wanted then. Right. Does that make any sense to anybody? Yes. So that's what I would do. I would go round the houses to get to where I want to be, because I'd just be like, well, that's not big enough for what I want, so I'm going to screenshot it, I'm going to make it bigger, and then I'm going to I'm going to embroider the photo of it. That would make sense to me.
That's the way around it. So the answer is yes if you do it like that. But and also she says, how do you do designs on a sleeve?
I don't know what that means in terms of a jacket
or a blouse or something like that, maybe.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Maybe like an embroidery on the top of the sleeve of a T-shirt or something, or
because it's like a round tubular. I don't know. I don't think you'd be able to, because it'd have to fit the hoop in it.
So the neck of a T-shirt, though, you could put the neck through.
Oh, you can do it on the fronts of T-shirts and stuff. But in terms of an actual sleeve, unless you've got arms the size of mine, I don't know that you're going to do it. It depends how big the sleeve is, right? Because it's got to fit the 4 inch by 4 inch.
It's the top of the sleeve, though. If it
It
goes
might
from
do.
the neckline, it might be all right.
Might do. It depends how big the sleeves are. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but it is true. Like, how big are your sleeves? And that's going to make all the difference, isn't it? Because in terms of...
Provided you could get it over the 4 inch
over the
surface area.
Get the hoop
going
inside
in
it.
the neck of the T-shirt or the neck of the blouse, you could do it probably.
I think that's the best answer I can give. And it's not the best answer in terms of, I'm sure you want a better answer. That made total sense in my head and then probably made none. I've changed the thread. We're now onto purple.
Well, you
so
could
we've
always...
got the red down here, purple here.
You could always embroider onto a piece of cotton and then stitch that onto the sleeve. Sew it onto the sleeve.
Yeah, you could do a patch.
Yep.
I'm just going to cut that little... that bit of excess off. Because if you don't, it gets taffled. My fingers don't care anymore.
I know, I do.
My fingers gave up the ghost years ago. They're just quite happy for me to do whatever and just face the consequences of it.
Yeah, but I think doing a patch might be the best solution because, yeah, if you just embroider a piece of cotton, trim round it, cut round it, and then stitch it onto the sleeve with your sewing machine, that would work.
Yeah, you could do loads of patches. That's a really nice way of integrating it. I'm just trying to think in terms... I mean, listen, the only way I can truly think of it is if you were making a shirt, then you could do that before you stitch the sleeve. Yeah. But if you're trying to get something where it's upcycled or something like that, I mean, certainly for if you were doing it for a T-shirt, because T-shirts are stretchy, that might stretch over it. If you were doing it on, I don't know, denim or something like that, I don't think you'd have any hope if you're a size 10. My arms, probably able to do a full embroidery hoop on that.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're over halfway through this evening's show, and this is the last show scheduled for this machine. We launched it today. It's the TV launch in the UK today from Brother. We've got a great relationship with Brother here at HobbyMaker, and more and more and more of you are making your mind up that you want this machine. Amy in Torfaen, Lorraine in West Sussex, Bev in Lancashire, Crafter, Jacqueline in Feely, Hampshire, Janet in Dorset, all have one of these machines in your basket. I'm so excited for you. But remember, it's only yours if you check out. All we ask for is the first split payment. If you want to pay in full, you don't want split pay. Some people like it, some people don't. It's entirely up to you. It will be with you very quickly indeed because they're all in our warehouse. They'll be dispatched, I would imagine, beginning to the middle of next week. Okay, so you won't have to wait too long to get it. But how exciting. You can have the app right now.
Yeah.
Artspira.
Get going with it. Have a look at it. You can start looking at how you would integrate things, how you would design on it, those kind of things, so you can have a play. And then you know what you're getting when you get it home. I love the fact that it cuts its own thread and then starts a new letter.
That is
so
impressive.
Cute, isn't it?
In a machine that's under £500. That's what I can't get my head around.
The other thing that I love about it is, I know obviously like it's a sort of a soft craft, if you like. Isn't it nice to see something different and have a go at something completely sort of soft craft? And the fact that we can integrate that with paper craft as well, and we can make cards out of this, I absolutely love. It works across the board on that, but I love the fact that this, you could have this on Sewing Street or you can have it on here. I love that.
Laura is our producer, and she just said in my ear two very important statements. You can do sleeves and you can do trouser legs. The machine has got a free
it's got
arm.
a free arm. Oh, well, that helps. Is that underneath here?
Yeah. You just slide the
Slide
sleeve
it. We'll
over
take
the
this
free
off
arm.
in a minute because this is nearly finished.
Okay,
We'll have a
that
look.
makes sense. Yeah.
Now, to get your hoop out, there's a little clip at the back, which you can't just quite see, but where my hand is here, there's just this tiny little grey clip, and it just flips. So it's just click, and it comes out. Oh, there's your free arm.
There's
look.
the free arm. There you go.
Do you know, half
That's
a
how to
brain
do
and
it.
I'd be dangerous. There's your free arm. So that's how you do your sleeve and your trouser legs.
Right. So the
that
answer
makes
is
life
yes, you
easier.
can do
Yes,
it.
you can.
Mm.
Look at this.
I love that. Look at the quality of it too. And that font, you chose that font. It could be any font that you've got access to on your phone or on your tablet. But personalisation is now absolutely possible. Maybe you've got a business and you've had either tops or polo shirts or T-shirts printed with transfers on them. You've put them through the washing machine 2 or 3 times. The transfers have started to peel off. That's not a very good image for the business you've got, whether it's a restaurant, a hotel, a taxi firm, whatever it might be that you do for a living. If it's embroidered, it looks the part.
Well, it does. It's things that, listen, I love using vinyl and stuff on clothes, but this is just, A, a lot easier. I don't have to weed it, which is always nice, isn't it? But I think it's just got that longevity, hasn't it? Because you're looking at cottons that are dyed as opposed to, you know, anything else that might struggle with a washing machine a few times. This isn't going to do that.
Nothing's stopping you offering this as a service. If people you know that you can embroider, you'll be inundated. I mean, all you've got to do is look on Etsy. All the personalisation things that people can order, you pay a lot of money for that. And come birthdays and Christmas each year, those sort of gifts are the ones that people opt to go for. If you can offer that to your friends and family as a service, this is going to pay for itself, I reckon, in no time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, you know, it's easy done, isn't it?
And the fact you can embroider photographs, that's a game changer. Your Walter can be embroidered.
He's the cutest boy in the world, my Walter. Walter's a puppy, not like, you know, some random that I've picked up off the street. Right, so now when I go to my, if I press cancel here, if I go into my main screen here, so I'm just going to go through some tech stuff with you. I just wanted to make sure you'd seen it sewing because I think that's really important. And we're going to have a look at some of the technical bits and pieces here. So Artspira AI. Now with that, if I go into it, I can actually access, this is where it turns all of your photos into different various things. Now, we obviously want it for using on the embroidery machine, but it will change all things in that sense. So I can do photos, I can do different elements with it. So that's that one. And then if I come out of there, I've then got these three here, okay? Image to embroidery. Remember, somebody was asking me, if I go into here, it says, do you want something off your camera roll or do you want to get it from somewhere else? So if I wanted to get a photo, then I can just get one. Now, if I go in there, there's going to be lots on my children. I don't want to put that on telly. I do apologise to you all, but that's something that I'm very strict about. So I'm not going to go into there, but that's one of my options.
So it could be that you just come back from holiday.
Yep.
And you've got a favourite photograph that was taken of you in a restaurant with your other half or whoever, and you want to turn that into embroidery. That's the way you do it.
Yes.
Right.
So then I've got drawing tools. Now this really comes, I've got an itchy hand. This really comes into its own when we're using an iPad or a tablet where you've got a pencil, a drawing pencil. Because if I'm to go into here and I have done a drawing of my own, for instance, I can either import it from here or I can start to draw with the tools that are on here. So I can use my pencil and my pen and I can start to do some artwork myself, get my little ones to do some artwork, and I can then embroider that. Now that's a really lovely place to be. So I can import stuff. I can import a photograph. You've got the little icon here, or an image that I've done myself, or I can draw something on here. I can change the type of stitch that I want to do. So if I wanted to do a line stitch instead of it doing, you know, your zigzag stitch, I can do all of that. So I can change everything on here to absolutely make it mine, which I think is an absolute delight. Let's come out of that because I don't want to actually do that. Then I have got my design editor, and that is your main place for just designing. What this does is allow you to use all of the elements that you get within the Artspira app. So if I come in here, there's all of the things. So if I go to birds, for instance, and let's go to ducks because I think they've got very pretty feet, and I go into, let's just do a simple duck for the sake of that. So there's my little duck here.
So that's just an outline, yeah?
That's just my little outline. I can go for a really fancy multicoloured one. So I could have two. And, or will it just change it? There you go. Look. So I can do something that's a lot more multicoloured. That's obviously much bigger. Now, it will come sometimes when you do it and it says, we can't do this one. It's too big for your hoop and we can't resize that. Some of that you're going to have to just, unfortunately, live with.
Am I right in saying when you see an image with a crown on it, that's the subscription?
That's the subscription, yeah.
Ones without crowns are free, okay?
Yes.
When you see a crown, you do have to subscribe for that. So you can subscribe on a regular monthly basis for $9.99, or you can subscribe for $9.99 once, use an image that's got a crown on it. Once you've done that, unsubscribe, and that's all it's cost you. It's entirely up to you how you do it.
So you've got a business called A Little Crafty Duck. Here you go. So you've got this little duck here, and he's got obviously multiple colours on him. So he's going to take a little bit longer to do.
And if you do subscribe, there are Disney characters, all official, on there. Obviously, you can't sell what you make from Disney characters. That's not allowed. But certainly, you get access to all the Disney characters that you know and love. So for your own children, your own family, you can have Disney everywhere for just $9.99 a month.
Absolutely. So now, going into the editing screen, so just so that you've all seen it, the layout button, if I press that here, It tells me various things I can do. I can move him, I can change him. But one other thing that I can do is make him slightly smaller, and it depends which elements you're doing. My Wi-Fi is just a bit slow, but you can just see the timer going in the middle. But you can see him start to get smaller. So it will keep it into a fixed ratio unless I choose to change that. So for people who were saying, can I make the images bigger? Hey, up dinner. For what I was saying, for what I was saying before, where you were saying, can you make those images bigger and smaller? Yeah, you go for it. Like, they're in here and I can do it. So those smaller images, I can use the plus size, so I can make them bigger, but I have to do it in this bit. So that's how you make it different. And then I can start adding those different technical elements to it. And then I'm just looking, because the color section here, I can change different elements to different things. That now looks like a human with a hat on.
It does a bit. I was thinking that.
Like a manga character.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah.
So I can do various things. Now, it's saying to me, the yellow of the duck is they've used that one. But I might go, well, I want to use that one. And then it might say, well, what about the purple of the duck, the bit that was in purple? And I go, no, I want it to be orange, that wool.
And do you know what I love about this app is that you could be doing this on the bus on the way home or on the train on the way home from work or something. You don't have to be sat next to the machine. You could be choosing what you want to do, changing all the colours. Then when you get home and you're close to your machine, just use your Bluetooth and it sends the information to the machine. Away it goes.
So I changed all of his colours there to suit me and the threads that I've got. I made it all my own. So now I know exactly that it's going to be what it's going to be. And I love that.
It could be a duck in football colours, couldn't it?
It could be a duck in football colours. That was very close, Dave Bradford.
What? Oh, yes.
Let's not say that again. I had a moment there. I got prickly armpits. I thought I'd said the wrong thing. I did not, and we are not saying. No, I'm not saying it at all again. So that was that. Then I'm. That was a really bad moment in my television
in your brain.
I'm going to press OK, and then I'm going to press done. I'm not going to save it because I don't need to. So now that that is there, I can now go through those things. So what I'm not going to actually stitch, this is too many changes in it, but if I go to transfer, I just want to show you the cottons because remember I changed them. So I'm just going to press accept here and close there. I'm not going to bother with the layout because I'm just transferring it. So now that I'm going to press transfer, I changed all of those cottons. So it's sending the data to the machine going, we're going to be changing with different cottons. We know that. And the information's going to be on here. Now, he's a big chap, that duck, so it took a little while longer, but data sent. The machine, the sketch now has it. It knows what it's going to be doing. That's so quick, right? And also, can we just take a minute to say, I think most of us can turn around and go, when did technology get this advanced?
But at the same time, simple.
To think that a mobile phone didn't exist when I was a kid, there was no such thing. Yeah. And now, you know, this can control that. That to my blows my mind and still does. So then I'm going to go done. And it says, do I want to do a trial run? I'm not bothered about doing a trial run because I actually haven't got the hoop in and it's going to tell me to put the hoop in. So let's say if I can do just start embroidery. And then now this is what I wanted you to see. Okay, it'll keep telling you to do the hoop. So there's all of my colours. So if I'm going to make this, it's showing me the orders in which the colours are going to appear. So it goes, well, the first bit that you're going to do is your pumpkin, so on and so forth. So what I can do is get my cottons lined up the same as theirs and go through, because I know which order they're going to be in.
That duck in all those colours would only take about half an hour. It shows you roughly how many minutes each colour will take. So you can go away, put the kettle on while it's doing the first colour, come back and then change it.
And that's going to be a very definite, you know, it's going to be a very strong embroidery. That's not a small project, is it? That's a very strong embroidery. Now, if I press this out, I don't know if it'll work because we haven't started. Let's see. If I go into stitch here, what I can do is go, well, I don't actually want to colour in his trousers. I want his trousers to just be the colour of my canvas because I'm working on a navy blue piece. So what I can do is actually fast forward through. I might be able to do it by grabbing, and I might just get rid of his trousers and start stitching from there. So what I could do is do my first two little bits there and that. When it stops, I can then skip this forward to avoid his trousers and then start from the next pieces. How clever is that?
Can I say congratulations to every one of you that's bought this machine today. It's having its TV launch in the UK here at HobbyMaker. It's only been on air once this afternoon and this show now, so you're one of the first people in the UK to actually get the machine and to play with that app. And remember, the app is absolutely free. So Artspira is what you look for.
Artspira. Go look for it now, and then you've got it.
Then it'll be on your tablet and on your phone, Apple or Android, and then you can be flicking around and playing with it tonight before your machine arrives. We've got the machine in our warehouse for dispatch from us here at HobbyMaker. Now, obviously, you get a little starter pack to get you started, including some thread, but you don't get many colours. You get black, I think, and that's it. So if you do want more colours, we've got this, and lots of you have found this on our website, actually. There's 50 spools of thread in an organiser box, and it's only £54.99. So that's just over £1 per spool of thread. I don't know if we've got a picture. Have we got a picture to show you? Have we got a picture of it? Can we show that? You're actually going to get how much metres on each one? 500 metres on each one, and you get 50 spools.
Is it this that I've got in front of me?
Is it this?
It's like a little sweetie box.
This is, I thought this was yours. Okay, this is...
No, Dave Bradford, I am not that organised.
So hang on, look. That is one of the spools. I didn't realise. I thought this was your own private box. Look, that is a spool. You get 50 of them.
This sounds like I was some kind of pop star. I've got my own private box.
This is what Carla has been using. So this is amazing value. £54.99 gets you all 50 spools with 500 metres on each one. Every colour you could wish for is in there, and it comes in its own organiser box. All the spools have got little spindles that they sit in, so they're not all going to...
Bagging.
25,000 metres of thread is what you're going to get there for just £54.99.
Worth
Add that into
anyway.
your order. Absolutely. How much per metre? Oh, I thought you gave me a price. £54.99, less than a penny a metre.
Oof, that's a lot, Dave.
So you don't have to be frugal with your thread if you go for that box. So if you've got the machine already, treat yourself to that. And the colour range you've got here is exceptional. There's about 4 or 5 shades of green. You've got 3 or 4, 5 shades of yellow, oranges, reds. Every colour you could wish for. Every colour you could wish for. And it's, as Carla's shown you, so easy to change the colours as you go, OK? £54.99. If you're thinking that was going to be a big investment, a big price, not at all. VCZW28. VCZW28 gets you your thread. There you go. Now, lots of you getting in touch. Any more questions? We've got literally 5 minutes left to answer any questions. I know it's a big purchase. If you are going to purchase the machine, please do either give the call centre a call and purchase it via them. If you want to talk to a human, that's absolutely fine. But you can also order the website and order on the app as well. And you can take advantage of split pay if you want to spread the cost interest-free. It's entirely your call, OK? And it's on 4 split pays. It was on 3 earlier. We've managed to up it to 4. But what a treat to look forward to.
It was a duck. I promise you it was a duck.
We're getting questions. Was it actually a duck? Yes, it was.
I went into the duck section, and I'm not saying that word anymore.
Lillian says, oh, hang on. Lillian says, that's a duck. I thought it was a woman with a ball of wool and a basket. No, it's a duck.
Right, hold on. I want to show you something, because actually I've just done this, and it's too big for the hoop. Let me show you. So when I go here, and I go to transfer, right, watch, and it'll tell me it's too big. Can you see? The selected hoop size cannot be used. Please reselect hoop size that can be used for the connected embroidery machine. Okay, so it's telling you can't do it. So in terms of, can I do this with it on here? Let's have a look. Let's go down in ratio to that. Now I should be able to use it because it's less than the thing. So we'll see, right? So let's do this live on telly because, you know, nothing like making a fool of yourself live. I do it most days. Still too big. So we're just going to play with those sizes. It might be because I turned it onto a side as well. So you've got all of these options to change it up, which I really love because I can work things out myself, right? Mm-hmm. So I can work out how to do it and how to get it smaller. So it's saying here, you've not sent the data to the machine, and that's because I couldn't, right? So I know that that's okay, so I'm just going to press OK. So again, you're just going to play with all of your settings, go into it. So I'm going to go here, click onto it, and you should get that layout button for it. Where is it? So we're going to go create. And then we're going to just click onto it, and I'll get this different menu at the bottom where I can change the color of my threads. I can do various other things. Layout, I should theoretically be able to get that small enough, but it never works when you're on telly, does it? So let's just try and get that down. Let's do it pretty small, and then it might be easier. Let's see if this works. If not, I'm going to... Oh! Active! Did you see that?
Aye.
Right, let's see if that works.
Oh, all Yorkshire then.
Did you?
Yeah.
Don't save. Let's see if it'll go. There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see if it'll do it. No, it's still saying it. I think you've got to do it through the design section and not through... I'm doing it straight through Brothers bit, and I think you've got to do it through the design section. And we've only got a minute left anyway, so by the time I've finished, you know, fannying about, it wouldn't have...
Well,
you know.
let me just tell you, this is the last scheduled airing of this. We don't do normally embroidery machines or sewing machines on HobbyMaker.
It was fun though, right?
It's been a first today, and you've loved this machine, and you're loving it right now. The stock is going very quickly. We know on machines or on shows like this, often you watch the show, sit and talk about it for an hour afterwards, and then purchase. So I hope if you're watching a repeat show, there's still one of these machines left. If you're watching on demand, again, I hope the same for you, that there's still a machine left. It's the TV launch today across the UK from Brother with the Skitch. All you need is the Artspira app. That's what will allow you to create all of those fantastic embroidery patterns. 100 of them are absolutely on there for free. You don't need to pay for anything at all. If you want to go for the subscription where you get access to everything, including a whole bank of Disney characters and so on.
Don't sell your kids, don't sell Disney.
No. That's $9.99 a month, okay? If there's one that you want to actually embroider and you're desperate to do it, you could just subscribe and then unsubscribe. You don't have to subscribe for a year or 2 years or anything like that. Plus, it will embroider photographs. That's, I think, the game changer. And all the fonts, the different fonts you've got where you personalise.
All your fonts, there's words in there. There's a ton of stuff in there. Go and get the app and have a look through it and see what you can get. Unfortunately, Liam said I'm not allowed to keep it, so... I've got to give the actual machine back, which is a shame, really. I think we should start a petition that says...
And we do, obviously, allow you as well, thanks to the design of the machine, you can do sleeves, you can do trouser legs
free
as
arm.
well.
We've got
because
free
you've got
arm.
the free arm just there as well as that 4-inch
you
hoop.
need to, with the free arm, you wouldn't be using the hoop on here. I think you might have to turn it around. You would free arm it. You need to YouTube how to do that. I'm not going to tell you any information on that because I haven't done it.
Right.
And I don't want to lead you down the garden path. YouTube the free arm section of it, and then you'll know what to do with it.
Okay, it's on 4 split pays. I'm excited for you because I've seen firsthand how brilliant this machine is.
It's so
Carla's
cool.
excited. It's so simple to use, and the fact that you're using it on your tablet and your phone, the phone talks to the machine, the tablet talks to the machine, it's easy. And you can be doing those designs any way you like. When you get home, Bluetooth it, it will then do the embroidery for you. It's OB4... Oh, hang on, OBB 405. OBB 405, brand new today, 449, and it's on 4-way split pay. Thanks, Carla.
Thanks for having me.
Brilliant, brilliant demos, brilliant machine, brilliant opportunity to get the first embroidery machine I think we've done on HobbyMaker.
I know.
Take the plunge, enjoy it, and enjoy the results. Still to come, we've got Carnation to come at 8 o'clock tonight with the brilliant USB, the latest one from them. Next, though, Angeline's here with Diamond Dotz at amazing prices. Don't go away. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Welcome back on the Saturday night. It's HobbyMaker with you till 9 o'clock every day, 1 until 9. And what a couple of shows we've got coming up for you. We've got Diamond Dotz, but not just Diamond Dotz deals, Angie.
I'm not going to even try and say that.
Well, I tell you what, when you came in earlier and I saw you and I said, great show tonight, great prices, and you said, are they? I don't know.
No, they don't tell
I
me.
showed you the prices and you went, oh, crikey.
It always shocks me when they do these deals.
Yeah.
It really, really does.
Because these prices are absolutely ridiculous. They are no way ever supposed to be as low as they are tonight. Whether you want to do bigger pictures, bigger projects, whether you're wanting something really small, something maybe for the kids to get involved with and do as well. We're going to start off with something really whimsical and fun. The reason I like these so much is I've got a T-shirt with a smiley face on it that's like sequins and stuff, and you can change it from winking and all that business. So look at these. Diamond Dotz is basically like you're painting by numbers, but with faceted resin crystals. Now, these are individual self-contained packs. You get all 3 of them. You've got the winking one, you've got the love hearts, and you've got the sunglasses cool emoji. They even come with their own frames, Angie,
Yeah,
too.
everything's there that you need. You don't even have to buy a frame, so that's one I completed earlier. Oops, there
Just
we go.
take it off you.
There, yeah.
Look at that. Now, that could be on someone's desk. That could be from someone to their partner, and they could have that on the desk at work. That'll just make them smile. You get the frame, you get everything. And it's basically picking up tiny faceted crystals and putting them down on a pre-adhesive surface, isn't it?
That's all it is. It's just like painting by numbers, but you're using a crystal rather than messy paint.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. Anyone can do it from the age of, well, if you can hold a pen and you've got an adult supervision, they can do it.
Anyone can do it.
Anyone can
And
do
what I love is the fact that you don't need to spend any money on tools, because basically every kit is self-contained. You get the pickup tool, we'll show you how they work in a second. You get the sorting tray, all the different packs of crystals, and the crystals are labelled, the packs of crystals are labelled with the letters and numbers that correspond to the picture. The picture's pre-printed, it's got the adhesive on it already, you peel back the cellophane and then stick the crystals on. That's the way it works. Now, $24.99, you're going to get all 3 of these. But we're going to do you a deal. Actually, they'd look great on a wall, all 3 side by side, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing a deal. Today, for just over about £5.70 each, you've got all three of these. The emojis that we all love so much, they're on our phones and so on, RY4241. They are basically £5.99 each.
And do you know another good idea? You've got summer holidays coming up soon. Got lots there for the children to do.
Yeah.
And birthday parties. Everyone's looking for different kinds of themed birthday parties. All the kids get one of these at the birthday party. They've got a craft to do. They've got something to take home. It's going to be absolutely perfect for a child's birthday party.
And look at the way they sparkle. We're into sunnier days and longer daylight and so on, but they just pick up the light magically. But they are tongue-in-cheek, humorous, funny, great for work, great for home, great for the kids' bedroom, that sort of thing as well. And that didn't take long to do at all.
No, it didn't. I did it sat in the green room earlier.
And if you've got grandkids and that sort of thing, if they're coming to stay for a couple of days, it's something that everyone can do together, isn't it?
Everybody can do it, and it is so easy. Honestly, it literally is child's play.
Can I open one of these up?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to show you what's inside each one.
Got one. Do you want one of these?
Is the one open?
I think so. Oh, it's not. It doesn't matter. Saved it. There you go. Because I've got these boxes a bit damaged, so.
Okay. I just want to show you that everything you need is inside there. Look at what you get. So these are all this is how every kit comes, basically. You get these crystals in their individual label packets. So there's no guesswork. Oh, is that the right colour blue? Is that the right colour yellow? You know exactly what goes where. You've got the wax, which is what you put into the pickup tool. So it's not going to run out anytime soon. It's not sticky, it's tacky. So that's what helps you pick up the gems.
Yeah, it just doesn't leave a residue on your gemstones. That's why we use the wax.
Right.
It doesn't leave any marks.
And then you've got your sorting tray. So if they go down and they're the wrong way up, just shake the tray and that puts them the right way up. All the crystals, and then you get the frame, and you also, of course, get the main picture, which is here. And this is actually a canvas picture.
Yes, it's all done on canvases, yeah. And you've got, so the photo is printed, or the picture's printed, and then we print the glue on the top of the picture.
Right.
So you've got no residue, there's no seeping glue around the outside, it's only where it needs to be.
And the idea is you kind of rest your hand where the cellophane is, so you're not sticking your hand to the glue, and just peel back a little bit at a time, and then pick up the gems, place them down. Before you know it, you've done it. And this is the mark. So you basically compare these to the images on the crystal packets, and that makes sure that you put the right one in the right place.
Yeah, so you've got all your chart down the side there, tells you which packet to open. Once you've finished these little kits, just trim around the outside of the actual picture, and that fits perfectly then into that frame.
Love it. So each box has got basically that content inside it. You get all of them for £5.99 each. You're saving off what the price should be, about £7 or £8. That's your P&P cover for the whole day and some, isn't it? So 1, 2, 3, 3 separate gifts, or 3 for yourself. RY4241. Now, Laura, our producer tonight, her favourite is what we're going to go on to next. Lots of you coming through for those emojis, by the way, as well. Everyone can relate to them. This is the winter day view. Now, I remember doing Diamond Dotz many, many years ago when I first met you.
When we first started, I think we probably did one of the very first shows we did.
And they were always more money than other similar.
Yeah.
Since those days, I don't know how we do it at HobbyMaker, but we are able to bring you the most incredible prices on these. So much so that, Angela, you can't believe them.
I've got my own Facebook page, obviously, with Diamond Dotz UK, and I can't do these deals.
Right.
So
honestly,
at HobbyMaker, you'll never find it, certainly not on my page anyway.
Well, now these don't come framed.
No.
You have to frame them yourself. However you want to frame them is entirely up to you. But look at this. Now, where do you think this is? Where do you reckon it could be? Italy, maybe? Oh, it is Italy.
Well done.
I was guessing there. That was Laura telling me that in my ear. But yeah, that could be Portofino, maybe?
Could be anywhere, couldn't it? Beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
It's like you're on a cruise ship just coming into port. Wow. Now, size-wise, what sort of size are we looking at with this one?
So this one, you've got the actual design, because it's what we call a full drill. So the whole picture is covered with Diamond Dotz.
Edge to edge.
Okay, edge to edge. So the actual design size is 42 by 32 centimetres,
right.
Or if you're in inches like me, 16 and 12.
So this is obviously not something that's going to take an hour.
No.
You know, this is going to take you a good few evenings, maybe an hour an evening for a couple of weeks or something.
Oh,
like
yeah. What we normally say is an average adult palm of the hand will take approximately an hour if there's lots of blocked colours. If there's lots of colour change, that's even going to take you longer. So something like that, it's going to take longer because there's lots of changes of colours in there. So, yeah, you're looking at about at least 20, 25 hours work there, at least.
Now, there's no way, going back to the first days that we met, this would have been a 50, 60,
Easily.
70 pound picture.
Easily.
So these are Diamond Dotz deals. It's $28.99, and once you've done it, this is the lovely thing about art like this. Well, that isn't the price. Wow, $14.99. I thought $28.99 was the drop price. $14.99 for artwork like this that you're going to have so much fun putting together and doing, and then so much fun looking at, knowing that you've actually put it together and done it. And it's a lovely picture. And then treat yourself to a lovely frame, put it on the wall. That could be the bedroom, it could be the hallway, the lounge, dining room, wherever you want to put it, the office.
Yeah, as I say, you've got an office. That's so peaceful to look at. It's really, really
Absolutely.
nice. This one is, because we now do square dots as well as round dots, and this one, just so that you all know, this is a round dot, Diamond Dotz. Because people do ask, are they round, are they squares? So
Okay, this is a round one.
This is a round one.
Okay. Top tips when you're starting to do Diamond Dotz. Do you start in a corner? Do you start...
Yeah, so you can start anywhere around the outside. What we don't want you to do is start in the middle, because that means you're going to peel that protective film off and your arm's going to go onto the sticky surface. So you can start top, bottom, left, right, but go into the middle, work into the middle each time, so that you're not going to contaminate that pre...
Every single Diamond Dotz picture we've got on the show today, and there's something for everyone. Whether you love flowers, whether you love wildlife, there's something for everyone. Everyone is a massive drop in price. This is half price. And at 20, I honestly thought $28.99 was the drop price.
So did I, to be honest.
Because I would have thought, if someone said to me, how much would this picture be going back a couple of years, I would have thought 60, 70 quid at least. £14.99 for hours of fun, hours of tranquility and relaxation.
It is so relaxing. And again, with excuse me, with Diamond Dotz, you can take them away on holiday with you, because everything's in that box ready for you, so you haven't got to go out and buy anything extra.
Again, do you mind if I open the box?
No, don't mind.
Let me just show you inside, because I want to show you exactly how these come.
Are you okay?
I think so. They are very tightly sealed down with cellophane, sellotape. There we go.
You got it?
I think so. But if I get inside the box... There we go. Let me just peel that back. Here we go. Just so you can see what you get. That's the picture, which I'll unwrap in a second. These are all your Diamond Dotz themselves. There's thousands, literally thousands in there. You get the pickup tool, you get the sorting tray, and this is your canvas. Is there any particular surface you need to work on, or?
It needs to be, obviously you don't need something spongy.
Yeah.
But as long as it's a hard surface, a lap tray, a table, your desk, wherever. And when you see them, when you first see them open, they don't look like anything.
Right. So there's the picture printed. But if you get in really close, Michael on camera 2 will zoom in. You can see that there's little icons, little symbols on every little area. So there's 7s, there's letter A's, there's pluses, and each of those images relate to a coloured crystal. So you just match them up. It is like painting by numbers, but with dots.
Literally with dots. I'm trying to see if they've got a dot count on this one, but they haven't, because sometimes it tells you how many dots. But I'd reckon there's probably about 17,000, if not more, dots on that one.
But top tip, I remember I made the mistake when I first met Angie and did a show. I was showing everyone on TV how to do it. And I had the tray over there, and I had the picture, so I was going like that.
I remember that.
Then Angie said, why don't you put the tray next to it? So you haven't got far to go.
Done though, have found it. So on that one, I'm not far off, 16,317.
Good guess.
And you're putting them in one at a time. When you come to the end of it, can't believe you've actually done it. And it's a bittersweet finish. It's, you know, oh, I finished it.
I mean, it's like
Now
my
what
model
am I gonna
making.
do?
I'm nearly at the end of making my model, which has taken about 3 years. But I'm so proud of it, but I'm going to be a little bit kind of gutted when I finish it.
Once it's done, you're going to think, you're going to have the next one, right, ready to start again.
Exactly.
Another one.
Okay, so that is our beautiful Winter's, what was that one called? Winter Day View. Okay. Now,
What do I do next? Lord.
look at this fella. Look at this fella. Lots of you are checking out at the full price. Do not worry, no one is going to be paying the full price for this. Even if you check out and it's saying $32.99, everyone's account doesn't get debited until midnight. And if any price drops, everyone gets the final lower price. So we're going to drop this down from $32.99 tonight. You can have it with a Diamond Dot deal. Wait for this. Get away. £15.99. Angie's face is a picture. She's going,
Can
what?
I order some? Stick them on my Facebook page.
Absolutely. But this is another edge to edge, isn't it?
It is, and I think, yes, I'm right in saying this is a square dot one. But
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes.
But don't be frightened of doing square dots because it's exactly the same as putting the round ones on. All I suggest you do is treat it like a jigsaw puzzle to start with. So do the edge all the way around the outside first.
Right.
Once they're nice and straight, everything else just fits into place and there's no need to worry about it looking distorted. Because a lot of people ask me, well, you've got to get them dead straight. You've got just do the around the outside and you've got that sorted. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
How majestic is he? How beautiful is that face? I've not seen this one before.
No,
Now, size-wise...
That one before. This one, you've got the box just there, green
No.
top underneath. Yeah, I'll get it for you, Dave. That's it.
There you go. This is how they come. 45 by 35 centimetres.
Yeah, so this one's an edge to edge again. So yes, centimetres, 35 by 45, yeah. And it's an edge to edge one. So
Unbelievable at £15.99. If you're looking for a hobby, what an inexpensive hobby. There's nothing else to pay for. You've got the pickup tool, you've got all of the crystals or the Diamond Dotz, you've got all of the canvas that's pre-printed for you. And all you've got to do is do the picking up of the dots and the placing down of them. And then when it's on a wall, it doesn't matter if it's artificial light, whether it's sunlight, daylight, it just literally comes to life.
yeah, none of your dots are going to fade or anything. So they can go in the sunlight, they can go under a light. They're not going to drop off the canvas or anything like that. You do not need to seal them unless you absolutely feel that you want to.
Right.
These go all over the country for shows and stuff like that. And you know, they've been thrown in vans and all sorts. So.
Now you're saving £16 or more. You're saving more than you're spending for this really handsome fella. Majestic, I think's the word. The Lord of the Serengeti. 10% of the stock of this has gone as well. Tell your friends. It's a Diamond Dotz Deals LN4279, $15.99. Unframed, obviously, but that's something that you can do yourself at a later date. Again, this is not going to be done in a day or a weekend.
Oh, no. You're going to take your time with this one.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot there to be done.
I'll pop him back up there. Now, the Shadow Cat is on display on the end here. Now, we've got something for everybody. We've had the lion, now we've got the putty cat. Look at him. Thank you, Michael.
Sound effects.
Now, this is, again, this isn't a particularly large one.
No.
Can I take him down?
Yes, yeah.
OK, let's just take him down off the display. Now, I haven't got size on this one.
Still be on the... There he is.
There you go. I'll give you the box.
Yeah.
Now, this, again, is a really manageable project. It will probably take you a good few days to do if you did it non-stop. But what a wonderful image.
Just the detail, the whiskers, it's just absolutely brilliant. So you're looking at something that you think is black and grey, but there's white in there, there's pink in there, there's different shades of grey. So it's going to be one that's going to take a little bit more time because of all the different shading.
Yeah.
It's 32 by 25 centimetres and it is edge-to-edge square dots, this one is.
Now, if you're a Putty Cat fan or maybe you raise funds for animal charities or you're affiliated or involved in pet rescue, anything like that at all, just love your four-legged friends. This is a lovely image. Maybe you can see your cat in that image or one similar. Maybe it's a cat that you no longer have and you remember fondly. $24.99 should be the price. Not today. Diamond Dotz deals are what we say. They are deals that are just too good to miss out on. £13.99. I don't know how we do it.
I don't know how you're doing it either.
I don't know how the deals are done, but we do them and we constantly bring you the most incredible value for money. Isn't that lovely? If there's any that's in the show that you particularly want to see earlier, if you want to message in, we can kind of jump around. There's loads and loads in the show. Some are comical, some are floral, some are beautiful. You're loving the cat. I'm not at all surprised. And he's not a scary cat. Although he's in the darkness and he's got light on his face, he's really sweet.
And this is where Diamond Dotz actually started, if you remember, Dave, with the Midnight Cat.
Oh, was it?
That was the one we started with. The very first Diamond Dotz I ever brought.
Right.
And it was,
Wow.
yeah, that was
How many years ago was that?
14.
14 years ago. Well, I know many of you love your animals and love having pictures of animals all over the house, dogs, cats, all that sort of thing. We've got something for everybody in the show. But from a distance, you really, it looks almost like a photograph.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's only when you get close you can see the square crystals. And the square crystals are quite new, aren't they? Or have they been...
We've had them now probably 4 or 5 years
Oh, okay.
now. We started doing square crystals, but I think bringing them to HobbyMaker has made them showcase a little bit more because they weren't very well advertised to start with. But people are getting used to them now and they're actually asking for them now. So
10% of this particular picture has gone. This is actually mounted on board. This won't come with the board, though,
no? No. So all they've done with that one, so you know you get the spray mount. So just get a board, spray it, stick it on, and then just ask somebody to put a border frame around it. That's it.
Okay. And border frames don't cost a fortune, do they? No. Okay. $13.99 today then if you want the putty cap, and it's ST4262. ST4262 for that one. I knew that one would be popular. Now, Gloria has messaged in. Hello, Gloria. Good evening. Gloria says, could you show the sea scene, please? Love doing these, so relaxing. I think it's this one.
I think she means that one.
This one here, which is Summer Dreams, I think, isn't it? Is this making you think, I want to be there now?
It's gorgeous, that one, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? Again, from a distance, it looks like a photograph. It really does look like a photograph. But as you get in close, these are the circular diamond dots.
Yes, they are, yeah.
This is the one that she wanted. There we go. In your basket it goes. Congratulations. It takes you to those sunny climes all year round, doesn't it? These are okay for bathrooms too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, 100%, all right in bathrooms. Where they are made out in Cyprus, obviously it's very hot out there, and so they're used to the heat and the humidity and everything else, so...
$14.99, and look at the size of it. This is not a small picture. It is...
Underneath there, yeah.
Fabric size is 37.5 by 49.5. So 14.8 inches by 19.5 inches in total. And it's edge to edge. Gloria's got hers in Warwickshire. Well done, Gloria. I can't see any other names because my screen's gone again. Michael's to the rescue. He's going to sort it for me. There he is. Jumping into action. Half price. Get a couple. Get one for yourself, one for a friend. That's the price you should be paying for one.
For Christmas is what I'm saying at these prices. If you know people that like their Diamond Dotz, or you like to make a picture for somebody to give as a gift.
Yeah, I was going to say there's kind of two camps. There's people who buy the kits as gifts, and there's people that buy the kits, do the picture, and then give the gift after they've done it.
And of course, you're more than welcome once you've created the kit. If you've got craft fairs and you want to sell them, more than happy to let you sell them. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
What you do with it afterwards, once you've made it, is entirely up to you.
Well, I'm thinking if it's cost you $14.99 to buy it, and you do the hard work of putting all the crystals on or dots on, you can maybe sell that for £50–60.
At least there are people out there that do buy done diamond dot paintings.
Because, yeah, I've got the patience as I've got older to do it, and I think a lot of you watching as your crafters have probably got the patience to do it too, but not everybody has.
No,
so if you're thinking,
they like them,
yeah,
they
exactly.
want them, yeah.
They haven't got the time or whatever. Well, Margaret, Marion, Carol, Mary, Pauline, Gloria, all coming through for a little bit of summer. Summer dreams all year round in your home. Good conservatory picture, that as well.
Beautiful, yeah, perfect.
And it's a really good, I can't believe these prices, I really can't. XC4284. XC4284. If it's your first purchase with HobbyMaker, welcome. Great to have you with us. If you want to call the call centre, they will set up an account for you, 0800 001 4433. If you'd rather do it on the website or the app, that's free to do as well. All we need is your address, how you want to pay, and that's it. You're part of the HobbyMaker family, which is fantastic. Okay, next one.
Wherever you want to go.
Reflections, the big flower in front of you. Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh, there you go.
Is it a lily? Is it a lily?
A lily, yeah. That was a good close-up then, because you could see it was the square dots.
Definitely the square ones.
And it was perfect, and you could see how well they fit in together.
Now, this is another big project. It will take a bit of time to do, but how about that striking? I mean, maybe having that at the top of the hallway, if you're going up the stairs or something, going to bed, having that on the top of the landing would look amazing, very tranquil. And look how they've done the reflection.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's done the same way. So, as a photograph uses pixels, the guys that develop these, they do exactly the same thing with the dots. They sort of get the pixel colours and they match them all up.
Look at that.
Stunning, isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful?
Absolutely gorgeous.
And if you haven't got that much wall space, if you've got maybe a small flat or something like that, this isn't going to dominate a room. It's not going to be too big, but it's big enough to really, make an impact.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely. That's a different picture, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a different picture.
That's a different one, yeah.
So that's what's on our website. So what we've got in the studio is correct.
This is the one we've got to go today. Yeah.
So that picture on the website is wrong. So
that's
this is what you'll
reflections. That's called something pad, lily pad or something. this is reflection.
This is what you're going to get. So if you're seeing that image on the website, it's a wrong image, so apologies. But you're going to get this, and Dan, our director, is going to get that corrected. So this is what you're going to get if you want reflections. WG4225. Have we got the price down yet? No, we haven't.
And this is another edge-to-edge one as well. I think we've got lots of it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's loads of edge-to-edge
today. That's great value.
Look at the price. It's $15.99. A Diamond Dotz deal show is fast going. Well, it's going crazy. Everyone's loving this.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, it may be that you've got a holiday coming up, that maybe there are certain people in the family that just love to lounge by the pool. That's me, I must admit. But if you're someone that likes to be busy doing something, but something that's productive and tranquil, then this is great. It really is.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Convalescing, people convalescing.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
And remember, the only tool you need is what's included, because you get all the Diamond Dots in their packets, all labelled, that correspond to the numbers and the symbols that are on the picture. The tray, everything. There's nothing else to buy. There's no adhesive or glue to buy. It's already on the picture.
I think there's nothing worse when you've got something home and you've got to go out and buy something else so that you've got to start.
Oh, I know.
But no, everything's there for you. From start to finish, you can complete the whole thing.
And it doesn't matter if you do an hour now and then don't touch it again for 2 weeks. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely. So it's all you need to do. So if you've been working on it for a while, you want to put it away and you know you're not going to be able to do it the next day, roll it back up, keep that foil cover over the top.
Yeah.
Roll it back up, pop it in the box. You can put it away and come back to it next week, next month, next year even. It will still be okay. You'll be able to do it as long as you keep that protective film over the top of the adhesive.
Okay, now size-wise, this is 49 by 39 centimetres. Okay, 49 by 39, which is 19.3 inches by 15.35 inches. Nearly 20% of the stock of this is gone as well. I mean, whether you've got a modern house or whether you've got a traditional kind of country cottage style house or an older house, a lily pad is just perfect.
We've got a summer house that would look perfect. We've got a pond in the garden.
Oh, perfect.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So exotic, but that could be anywhere in the world, couldn't it?
Of course it can. Yeah, it's lovely.
$15.99, but I must stress the frames do not come included. You do have to provide that for yourself. And some of you are going for more than one. Linda in West Midlands is going for 2. Why not? Maybe one for yourself, one for a friend. Can you make and sell? Jan, you just said that. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, and at these sort of prices, you can make a lot of money out of it. I know,
Definitely.
I know it's time spent you doing it, and you need to be rewarded for that and paid for that. But with them being half price, you can certainly make your money back in no time.
Definitely. And if it's something you're enjoying doing, but you think, but where am I going to put it? Have a craft fair.
Yeah.
And just, if you want to do it for charity, do it for charity. But you're more than welcome. You can sell it. Not a problem at all.
And maybe you get asked if you can donate things to charity auctions and things like that. Then this is only costing you £15 and a bit of your time, $15.99 and a bit of your time. But that, in an auction, people would...
And they'll bid. They will bid for something like that.
Absolutely. $15.99 and it's yours. WG4225. Now the hibiscus, which is over here.
Yep.
Is that the one there?
That's it.
That's the hibiscus. Now look at how striking this is. Oh, what a riot of colour. Wow. Now, again, if you love the lily pads, the chances are you're going to love this. This is equally as exotic. I'm just going to get it down from the stand so you can see the whole thing, because we're covering it up a little bit. Look at that. Look at the colours in this. This is on fire.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. I love anything floral anyway, but this one particularly, with all those different shades of red, and then the white going through the petals as well, it just makes it stand out. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, that looks like a photograph, and then all of a sudden the light hits it, and it just dazzles you with sparkle. And although, I'm wiggling it in the studio, and some people say, well, why are you doing that? It's not going to wiggle on the wall, is it? No, but you walk past it.
Exactly.
You walk past it, and that light hits all the facets. $29.99, US 4294.
You never know, it might do a little wiggle on the wall.
It might do. $14.99, half price.
Oh my goodness, and that's edge to edge again, and again that one's a square dot.
Look at it.
But it is stunning, absolutely stunning.
But it's the vibrancy, the red's like a flamenco red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really beautiful. And again, maybe you've got a thing about flowers. Maybe you don't like the pollen, maybe you don't like the aroma, maybe you're allergic to the smell of flowers. There's no worry with this. You've got the beauty of them without any of the downside. And they're never going to wilt, they're never going to need watering. And again, a picture can transform a room, the way a home feels.
Absolutely. If you think of somebody maybe in an old person's home and they've got that in their bedroom, they feel it's just going to,
Yeah.
you know, they're going to look at that and they're going to just love it, aren't they?
Well, we moved house a month ago and got sorted within a couple of days. But one thing we didn't do was put any pictures on the wall. We started to do that a couple of nights ago. The difference it makes to the feel of the house.
Absolutely.
It's now a home. It was a house,
It was a house before you've made it into a
Yeah.
home. Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful.
Personalisation, having things that you love around you. $14.99, it's another edge to edge. US 4294, half the price. You should be paying. In my experience, again, a picture like this a few years ago would have been £60, £70.
Easily.
Not $29.99, certainly not $14.99.
I know when Diamond Dotz as a product first came out, the prices were like, you know, they were very, very... And people bought them because of the artwork and because of how true to life they are. That's one thing with Diamond Dotz, their artwork is absolutely fantastic, whether it's animals, floral, doesn't matter what it is, their artwork is outstanding.
And the reason that they were more money in the early days was because they were better quality than a lot of others out there on the market, and everyone realised that and said, well, I'm prepared to pay a bit more. Now, you're still getting the quality, but you're getting the, I don't know how we do it, but you're getting the most incredible prices.
And people now know that Diamond Dotz is a good quality product, so now they're buying them, more people are buying them, so I suppose we can keep the prices, bring them down a little bit.
Well, a lot of you are multi-buying this hour, which makes me think one for you, one for a friend, one for you, one for your brother, sister, mother, father. Father's Day's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, 15th, a week tomorrow. No, 2 weeks tomorrow.
2 weeks tomorrow.
2 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, now the one behind me here, I was just thinking of that lion for Father's Day.
Oh, stunning, yeah.
Yeah. Now, let me
Got
just...
time to do it.
You have got, well, yeah. It probably, could it take longer than 2 weeks? Maybe.
You need to work at it.
Yeah.
You'll need to work at it.
Now, this is the Gerberas, I believe. Yeah. Pair of Gerberas. Now, this is not just a brilliant picture at $42.99. This has actually got the most incredible saving on it. Let me just see where this is going to go. Wow. It's a better discount than we've had on all the others, and they've been spectacular. Look at the Gerbera. I mean, this is a huge picture too, isn't it?
It is, it's a large picture. I think this one's a square one as well. I think it's just here.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this one's a square one as well. But again, it's an edge-to-edge one as well, so the amount of product you've got in that box is absolutely amazing.
Okay, so this is 58 by 48 centimetres. So it's over half a metre tall by just under half a metre wide. And it's, yeah, like you say, edge to edge.
And I don't know what it is about this one, even though it does sparkle as much as all the others. If you look at it closely, it also looks like it's been gone a lower hue, not as sparkly.
Okay.
But it makes the Gerberas pop out even more.
Yes, I see what you mean.
You see what I mean? The red of it, it's more toned back a little, brought back a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I suppose, could you have this portrait? If you
could do that anyway.
You could have landscape or portrait?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, there's no right or wrong with that.
I just love how it literally pops out of the canvas, the flower does.
What sort of wall space have you got? Have you got more width than height? Well, if that's the case, that way.
Yeah,
That's
you could do it either way. It wouldn't make a difference, would it? Perfect.
$42.99. DB4270. She had a number. Michael, our director, said I've got more width than height. Not saying a word. $42.99 is not the price. Are you ready for this? We're giving it to you for less than 20. £19.99. I mean, when you consider how much you pay to enjoy yourself, what you pay to go to a workshop, what you pay to do anything that you love, you pay more than that for an hour's workshop or 2-hour workshop. You've got hours, if not days or weeks of enjoyment. And I've done some of these before, and I find I lose hours, and I just go into my own little world.
Absolutely, you do. It's where I started, just by trying one out and ended up with the company. So,
wow.
But yeah, they're so relaxing, they're so mindful, and I say every show, they're great for youngsters. It teaches them without them realising their hand-eye coordination. They're matching a symbol to a colour. They're learning their colours, and they don't realise they're doing it. They're actually having a great time.
And it could be that maybe you're a grandparent, or maybe you're a mum or a dad, and you want to do things with the family. More than one person can be working on these at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Around the dining table.
Yeah. So on your website, you'll have accessory tools. So if you haven't got enough tools, they're on HobbyMaker's website anyway. So, yeah, each child or each one of you will have a stylus, and you'll pop your dots on whichever side you're sitting, and then I always say, and then write on the back the date that you did it.
Oh, okay, nice.
So that when that, somebody comes, oh, do you remember doing this? This was done in whatever year, especially with the children as they're growing up.
And it's my 60th coming up soon. You've probably seen the promo for it. Special shows on Wednesday and Thursday, I think it is this week. But people saying to me, what do you want for your birthday? And I'm saying, well, I don't really need anything really. But something that I would love is maybe a picture on the wall that I can have as a milestone of my birthday. So maybe you've got someone who's got a 21st or a 40th or a 30th coming up, a milestone birthday, and you'd like to give them something that they can not just have to wear and then throw away in a year's time, but have to have in the home.
Yeah.
And every time you look at it, you think, oh, that was my 40th birthday.
Exactly,
or 30th birthday.
exactly.
Okay, gerbers, love that. Now, more flowers, but we've got daisies next. Okay. Now, the daisies are just here. Who doesn't love a daisy? That's the ultimate symbol of summer,
This is one of
really.
my favourites.
Yellow's my favourite colour, so instantly I'm in love with this.
Yeah. All the way round. That's it. No. Sorry,
That way?
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. So it was a landscape picture. It kind of looked all right the other way.
It did, yeah, to be fair. All the way, yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
it looks all right that way.
Yeah, you could do it either way. It's just either got it on the box. But no, it's entirely up to you. It's
So, $29.99 against an edge-to-edge Diamond Dotz. Another cracking deal on this one. Now, the last time we did this picture, it was a lot higher than what we're doing tonight. I don't know how we've done these Diamond Dotz deals, but we've done them. It's YF4235. You've got spring and summer all year round in your home with this, haven't you?
yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. This is one of my favourite, I have to say. I do like yellows, but I like greens as well, and this would be perfect.
It's got the lovely warmth to it.
It is, it's lovely. In a kitchen, if you've got, beautiful in a kitchen.
Imagine in the depths of winter, when it's horrible, cold,
Yeah.
damp, and you've got that on the wall, suddenly it almost radiates heat, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, size-wise, this one,
So this one...
35 by 45.
Yeah, well, that was clear. Yeah,
I've got voices in my ear.
I can't deal with that.
35 by 45 it is, £15.99, and it's not expensive to get these things framed, is it?
No, I say you don't have glass. You don't need glass in front of them. In fact, I prefer not to, because we want the light to react on the picture, not on the glass, and we don't want it bouncing back off the glass. So you don't need glass in front of them, just a border frame. So if you've got somebody that can, like you would any other canvas, staple it round a frame, just a balsa wood frame or something like that, and then take it to the frame and say, I just want an edge putting around it. And then you can choose the colour edge that you want, something to match with your room. It's no good us giving you a frame when it might not match with what you want in your room. So
exactly.
Otherwise we would go into frames, but it would just be...
It's a personal choice, isn't it?
Yeah.
£15.99. $15.99 for something that is going to give you hours of fun, hours of enjoyment, and the sense of achievement every time you do a block. Maybe do a block a night. You said the size of a hand palm would be about an hour?
An hour if it was a block of colour.
Right.
So somewhere that's just all one colour. But if you've got an area like this, so here you've probably got 7 or 8 different colours all intermingling, 2 lots of green, 3 or 4 reds. That will take a little bit longer than the hour because you're changing your colours.
Okay. Do you get more Diamond Dotz than you need?
Absolutely, 100%.
So if you lose a few, it doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. Lots of people have had accidents where they've dropped them, can't pick them all up, so they haven't got enough at the end. Don't stress about it, just contact me. So if you go on my Diamond Dotz page, which is Diamond Dotz with a Z, UK, I want to know the kit that you've got.
Yeah.
And I'll show you in a minute the packet number that I want.
Okay.
If you send me a message and say, I've run out of these dots, if I have them, and I have thousands.
I bet you have.
If I have them, I will send them out to you free of charge,
right,
just to make sure you can finish your project. If I haven't got them, and if you want to make a note of this, if you email support@diamonddotz.com, Dotz is always spelt with a Z.
Yeah.
Send them an email with the same information that I've asked for, and they also will send them out to you free of charge. It might take a bit longer because they're coming from Cyprus, but if I've got them, I'll send them straight away to you, so it's not a problem.
That's a good service, isn't it? But you always get many, many more than you actually need. $15.99 for that one. Very popular and very busy for that too. Now, another one that we've not touched on yet is the Jive, which is this one. Now, this is going to appeal to those of you that like the emojis that we showed you at the beginning of the show, because this is the happiest fella you could ever imagine. Father's Day, come on. That could be brilliant for Father's Day.
Oh, dad dancing.
Absolutely, a bit of dad dancing. Maybe a dad that you kind of always rib for his singing or his bad dancing or whatever it might be. Or this is just happy.
It's happiness in a frame, isn't it?
Isn't it? Or someone's into their music maybe as well.
Yeah, in a music room would be great.
Someone that's bad at karaoke.
Yeah.
Okay, you're already checking out on this. This is a real tongue-in-cheek, but a really, really happy little picture. Now, it would be great for teenagers. They'd appreciate it. Dads, granddads, mums. You know, it's not just for men. It's the sort of thing that, again, having it in the office, it just the sort of person you give this to would have a great sense of humour.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Now, $14.99 should be the price for it, which I think is ridiculously affordable. Tonight, we're going to go even lower to £7.49. And that would not take long. You could do that in an evening, I reckon.
Yeah, so you can do it as a gift for somebody, or you can give it them to do themselves. You can make it, again, like I said earlier, children's birthday parties. They always have entertainers and stuff like that. This is something that, you know, it's affordable to buy each child one, to sit around a table during the party and have a bit of a chill time.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Going on holiday. Flights as well. You can take these on a flight. There's nothing dangerous in there. There's no scissors, nothing like that in there. So if you are going on a long-haul flight, take it with you.
And if I just give you the box, Angie, just show us again everything that's inside, if you could. Maybe you're giving it as a gift to someone to do. 40% of the stock of this is gone. I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised with this one, to be honest.
It's just really good fun, happy. Put it in the office. We haven't done a demo yet, I've just realised. Have we?
Done.
A demo?
No, sorry.
I thought we have, we haven't.
No, don't worry.
No? We're going to show you how to do it.
They want to see, don't they?
Yeah,
They want
exactly.
to see. So there he is.
Okay.
So that's your canvas.
So obviously when you unroll it, roll it the other way to help it lie flat.
Yes, always roll it backwards the other way. So here you've got your chart. Okay, so there's all your symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So if we say, for instance, right, that black dot there, it tells you there AO1, which is labelled on the packet of beads.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, £7.49 to buy this, to make it. I reckon you could probably sell that for $29.99.
Easily. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to rip this open. So, on here. So, there's your numbers. Am I holding that in the right place? Yeah, there's those numbers. Now, when I said if you run out of beads, okay, I want the name of the kit. I want that number there, A10, and also by the side of there, there's a 4-digit number. I want that number as well because that's the actual shade. There's so many shades of red or all the different colours. That 4-digit number there is really, really important for me to send you the right shade of colour.
Okay, but remember you are getting more beads than you need.
I mean, you're getting loads, never ending, absolutely loads. And like I said, there's all different shades of red. So, believe it or not, they all look the same. But they're not. They're actually different shades.
Wow.
And that's how we get the pictures looking as stunning as they are.
The attention to detail is phenomenal.
Yeah. And also then you've got all your accessories that you need. So you've got your tray, and all you need to do is pop the beads in there. If you notice on this tray, there's these little ridges.
Yeah.
Give the tray a little shake, and that turns the beads dome side up, which is the bit side that you want to pick up. Such a silly little invention, but it works.
Can we do a little demo?
Yeah,
to
we
show the
totally,
process? Because
yeah.
I suddenly realised the talking away.
While
Didn't
we've got
realise.
it out, we might as well do that one then.
Okay, let me just roll this the other way so it lies flatter. You should do the same when you get it out, because obviously it's been in the box rolled for a little while. There we go. That helps to lie it flat. Half the stock of this is gone. You're loving it. It's a cheeky chappy. It's called, what was it called? Jive?
Jiving, yeah.
Called jiving, yeah.
So you get your stylus with a nice comfortable grip with it. Your pot of wax. When you get your pot of wax home, there's a little coating over the top. Peel it off. I get so many people ringing me saying the wax doesn't come out of the pot. Yeah, just take the little cover off the top first, okay? And then you decide where you're going to start. Now, I always start from the bottom and I work my way up. I do it that way. It's entirely up to you. So, for example, this sign here, so these little V's, these little chevrons here, okay? So I'll find that on the chart down here, and it's here. It tells me the packet I need is A07.
Right.
So all these, like I said before, they're all labelled for you. There we go.
Do you do one colour at a time?
No, I go by whatever comes next,
Okay.
working my way up.
Right.
You can do that, but again, that would mean you moving into the middle and putting your hand on the adhesive, which you don't want to
Right,
do.
got you.
Okay, so we said it's A07.
Yeah. And don't pull them apart, because sometimes
No.
you can accidentally split the packets and then they go everywhere. I
Yeah.
found that out.
What, the hard way?
Yeah.
Okay, and again, so there's my number A07, and there's that 4-digit number if you run out of beads.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll just snip the top off, pop a few into the tray. There's also some little plastic bags in there. I'll find them in a minute, but little tiny sealable bags, so you can put those beads in there
Oh, okay.
if you're not using them at the time. So that's so that you don't lose them, but say, don't worry if you do. Okay, so I'll give that tray a little wiggle,
That helps to get them the right way up.
and they all turn the right way up inside the tray.
Some of you, or one of you, Doreen in Nottinghamshire's bought 3 of these. Jackie in
Wow.
Leicestershire's bought 2 of them. Maybe you can see members of your family or your friends in this. Who is it making you think of?
Well, yeah, good to know, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then all you need to do then is you peel this coating back just a little bit at a time and take your tray to where you're comfortable. It's entirely up to you. Okay. Just touch the dot and touch that symbol. That's it.
Right.
Literally, that's it. And when you get going, you'll get nice and quiet, and it will run away with you. You'll think you've been there 5 minutes. You absolutely haven't. You've been there hours probably, and that's all there is to it.
Mhm.
If you pick one up and slightly put it in the wrong place, all you need to do is get your stylus and gently take it to where it needs to be. Just
Right.
gently. That's all you need to do. If you get a dot totally in the wrong place, don't try and drag it a long way across. Put some pressure on with the stylus and just flick.
Right.
That will pick it up, and then you can just take it to where you need it. Don't worry about being perfectly straight, especially with the round dots, because when you get to put the last one in, it will click into place.
Right.
And it will all look absolutely perfect.
And I suppose you
That's
can,
it.
to make sure that there's a really good adhesion, you can actually put the cellophane back over the top and just press with your finger.
On your website, you will have one, because we've done them at HobbyMaker before. There's a roller if you want one. If not, just use a rolling pin. But yes, just put the
Or a brayer.
adhesive. Yeah, anything like that. So, yeah, and then just roll over the top.
Right.
Just to make sure. But to be honest, they're going nowhere. I mean, I know I shouldn't do this, but this is how sticky
Right.
this is. I know I shouldn't do that really, but
I mean, Diamond Dots really are the top of the tree when it comes to this type of art and this type of picture. The quality is not reflected in the price. Honestly, if
No.
this should have been, in probably 2 or 3 years ago, they'd have been $29.99 for this.
exactly that.
Single figure stock now, if you all check out your baskets, it's £7.49 for the happiest Diamond Dots image I think I've seen. Who does that make you think of? A well-known comedian, a member of your family? Michael Wolff on camera too, could be.
He's in his yellow look.
Okay. Now, we've got a couple that I don't think we actually have finished pictures of, but we have got the kits. Now, we've got... Ooh,
You've got the rose corsage picture.
yeah, and I've got the guitar as well. Now...
I love this one.
This is going to appeal to
I've got one of those
anybody
open.
who loves music. Maybe you've got a frustrated performer. Oh, you've got one open?
I've got one
have you?
started,
Okay.
yeah. And I'll tell you what I really like about this one.
Have you got a dad that's into guitars? Maybe you play the guitar, he does.
You look closely at this one, Dave. You open it right up. Look at the background on this one.
Oh, wow.
And feel the background on this one.
Oh, it's got like
It's like a granite effect.
Yeah.
It feels not sandpaper, but it's, you know, like granite worktops where the black sparkles.
Look
That's
at that.
exactly what the back is like on that one.
Now, that would look incredible. I can see that in a teenager's bedroom. I can see that in a lounge. If you've got maybe a music room.
Yeah, if you're a teacher at school with a music room, that would look absolutely amazing in there.
Okay, now this is the longest and one of the biggest Diamond Dots ones we've had. What's the length on this?
Okay, so
Maybe a metre.
it's the fabric size is 39 by 85 centimetres.
Right.
So 15 by 33
Right.
inches.
Okay. Now that is a big, big picture. But maybe you've got a music room, maybe you're into your keyboards, your piano, your electric guitar and so on. Maybe you just love live music. If you've got maybe a bar or something like that, or a B&B, a business that relies on music and music features heavily. $42.99 is a small price to pay for this, but it is not the price tonight. These are Diamond Dotz deals.
That's an £80 one, if ever I saw one.
$19.99. So a quarter of what Angie says you should be paying for this. It's an £80 Diamond Dotz experience for $19.99. Our price normally would be half what it should be, $42.99. Tonight, under 20 quid. I mean, this again isn't one that you'll finish. This isn't one that you'll finish tomorrow.
No, but what's nice about this one, even though you might never have done a diamond dot before, a lot of it is blocks. Can you see? Lots of blocks of colour rather than lots of change. So for somebody just starting out, or maybe a youngster doing it, this is absolutely perfect because of the blocks of colours that they've got on them.
Now, Angie, you've already started this.
Oh, yes, I started that one earlier on.
There we go.
It relaxes me.
How many have you got on the go at once?
At home at the moment, I've got one really, really large one and a couple of little small ones,
Right.
cards and things. I always have something little on the go.
Now, this isn't edge to edge. As Angie said before, you've got this almost like glitter, or it's a textured background, but it's got a shimmer and a sparkle to it. So really, I reckon probably about a third of the picture is Diamond Dotz, and 2/3 you don't have to worry about. So where you've got the little flourishes, where you've got the arm of the guitar up there, all of that is Diamond Dotz, but all of this is you don't have to worry about. So this won't take that long.
No,
the
it
word
shouldn't
rock,
do.
you don't have to diamond dot. Blues, you don't have to.
It is just the guitar that
And the
you're
mic.
diamond dot, and the mic, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that great? I mean, maybe the other pictures we've shown you aren't really your cup of tea. You're not into flowers. You're not into lovely Italian seascapes. But you're thinking that's perfect. That's cool because rock and music is glitzy, isn't it? You expect the sparkle, the flashing lights, all that sort of thing. So
I love this one. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And once that one, I've actually seen, I don't know why we haven't got the model. I know we did have one. But this will really stand out once it's done because the colours are so vibrant, but then you've got that black background, but you've still got a bit of sparkle in the background as well, which adds. So it will really stand out.
I suppose if you don't want to put it in a frame, could you get some like doweling and hang it?
Absolutely, yeah, of course you can, yeah.
So you don't have
All
to
you'll
frame
need
it.
to do is just curl that top edge around it. You might have to put something or trim that off.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I can just imagine walking into a teenager's bedroom and that being on the wall.
It's perfect, isn't
Yeah,
it? Yeah.
really
I do
cool.
like that one, actually. I'll try and get that one finished.
Okay.
At some point.
Now, we've got one more that we don't actually have finished. I mean, bearing in mind how long these take to do, I mean, none of them are just a few hours.
Oh, no, of course.
The fact we've got so many finished ones is a bonus. Now, we do have, I think we have got the roses
That
finished.
one we've got, yeah.
Yeah, we've got the roses. Roses are here. Now, which way up?
The bud at the top. That's
way.
it.
Okay.
That's it. I like this one.
The
I
English
love the black
rose.
backgrounds. I think they're absolutely gorgeous.
They set it off, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do.
Now, are there different types of crystal on here? We've got AB on here.
We've got AB on there as well, yes. I was going to show you those as well. But just a hint. I mean, this isn't an AB, but I'll just... The AB coated beads, obviously they've got a little bit of a texture on them.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have said they struggle sometimes when they put them down, it comes back off.
Right.
Or the wax comes out of their stylus. So just assume that this is an AB coated bead. All you need to do with those is touch them as normal, but when you place it down onto your diamond dot picture, once you place it down, as you lift the stylus up, just twist it.
That's only if you're using the AB
Yeah,
beads.
just on the AB ones, it just stops the wax coming out and sticking onto your bead.
Okay.
So just give it a twist and that'll solve that problem for you.
Now, the benefit of having the AB, can you just see how much more sparkle you get? Look, I mean, all of them sparkle, but with the AB, it's almost like it's gem encrusted, isn't it?
It's added to it, isn't
Now,
it?
$19.99 is the price it should be today. It will be an awful lot more normally today. In deals with Diamond Dotz, you can have it for under £10. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Your face is a picture.
You because I want to sell them at that price, and I can't.
It's crazy. I don't know how we do the
It's
deals.
brilliant. Honest to God, you're very, very lucky to get them at these prices. Really are.
Not only is it an investment in a hobby for yourself, this wouldn't take too long to do. I reckon about probably half of the picture is Diamond Dotz. That rest of it is just the black background, which you haven't got to worry about. But look at the sparkle on that, certainly that massive rose in the middle.
And all the shades of green on the leaves just make them stand out even more, don't they?
You know what? You'll have this in your house or your office, wherever you want to put it, for years and years and years to come. Maybe it's marking a special occasion in your life, a special milestone birthday, a special anniversary. I mean, roses are the ultimate romantic flower, aren't they? So.
Of course they are, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, there's lots of guys out there that do Diamond Dotz. I have lots of male customers, so there you go. You've got a partner, you want to buy roses that last forever.
It's definitely that way up, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Okay. Now, we've had a request to see the lily. Now, that's the water lily, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reflections one. I think
where did I put it?
Side. The picture's here anyway.
Ah, it's up there.
Yeah. Do you want
I can only see the back, so, okay.
Ooh. There you go.
There you go. So this one, by popular request, is being asked to be seen again. Not a problem. There we go. I keep looking at that guitar, you know.
You like it?
I'm quite tempted. But there's the water lily. Very tranquil. And maybe you've got a business and you're thinking that having that maybe in the reception area would be good. If you want it, it is still available at $15.99. I've got to stress the frames do not come with it. We obviously have the frames here for just basically showing it to you on TV. So how you frame it is entirely up to you and what you frame it in. Don't put glass in it because that kind of ruins the effect. You get the reflection from the glass and it damages. It doesn't damage, but it just kind of ruins the effect of the Diamond Dotz, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I think so.
$15.99 today for the lily. And if the picture on the website is incorrect, have we corrected that yet, Dan? The picture on the website is correct now, is it? Oh, okay. If it's not showing that, it will do very, very soon. So, yeah, we have the wrong picture on the website for it. But that's what you're going to get if you go for reflections. WG4225 is your item number. Angie, as ever, brilliant to see you. Thank you very much.
Enjoyed it again.
Thank you for the
Been good.
deals.
That's all right.
Even though you don't know how we got them.
No.
There's still one more show to come, and there's still another great show with Carnation. We've got the lovely Laura here, and we've got a brand new USB, a number of kits with artwork, cutting files from Carnation at a cracking price. That's our last show in a couple of minutes at 8 o'clock. See you in a minute.
Did you know HobbyMaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
Hey everybody, good afternoon, good evening, isn't it? Yeah, evening, 20 past 8. No, it isn't, it's 8 o'clock on...
We were just singing how awake we were.
We were chatting about something else a bit ago. Right, we're here till 9 o'clock on this Saturday evening. Hope you're having a nice day with us. Thank you for tuning in. Now, the last show that we've got for you tonight is from Carnation. And Carnation, Laura and I do shows for them themselves in their own studios sometimes too. I love everything about Carnation. I love the artwork. I love the fact that you've got incredible imagery, that they let you sell what you make with the artwork as well. But we're not talking dies tonight. We're talking about a USB. Now, the USB that we're talking about here is the equivalent of having 4 different collections. The Dreamland Safari, Floral Embrace, Harvest Echoes, you're getting all of those, plus bonus card shapes and 204 papers on the USB. Now, what that means is you've got the artwork for all of those collections, but you've also got the cutting files for them as well. So the cutting files do the job that a die would normally do, cutting out the images.
Yes.
So if you've got a Brother Scan and Cut or a cutting machine, USBs potentially could save you thousands of pounds going forward, because a collection normally is anywhere between 90 to 150 pounds.
Yep.
So if you've got the artwork and the cutting files on there for 3 collections, plus the bonus card shapes, plus the extra 204 papers, $44.99 is all you pay for the USB. And the boards that Laura's got in front of her, it's like a mountain.
Yeah.
This is what you're getting content-wise on the USB today. So if you've got a Brother Scan and Cut or another cutting machine, and when you bought it you thought, oh, it's £400 or £500, can I justify spending that? By having that machine means now you can get all of this artwork and cutting files worth in dies probably hundreds and hundreds of pounds for £44.99. And you've got such a mound of content here.
Yeah, and that was what pushed me to get my very first Scan and Cut, was the value for money that you get on USBs like this. And it was the value that you get. And because I did make and sell, like you can with Carnation, and sometimes, you know, you do want to cover every theme and every genre, and, you know, you want somebody to say, can you make me this type of card? And you go, yes, I can absolutely do that, without having to think, oh, I might have to buy a die for that, or I might have to buy something to do that. They cover so much more than what you'd get for a fraction of the cost. And the other thing that pushed me into it was storage.
Yeah.
Like we're saying about how many boards I've got. Can you imagine this coming in die form?
Yeah.
And then you've got to store that as well. Plus, the other thing is you've got more creativity with the USB because you can resize it.
Yeah, you can't resize a die, but you can resize an SVG.
Yes, you can resize it. So, like, you know, the tree that you can see there on the USB, next to the USB, you know, you can resize that. You can have that just like that if you want to. Or even that little ghost that you can see next to it. You could make the card completely from the ghost or from the elephant. You know, somebody might say to you, oh, you know, my mum's favourite animal is an elephant. Can you make me an elephant card? You know, you can resize that elephant to 8x8 and the actual card is the elephant. And then you just got to pop a sentiment on there and you could have your card done as easy as that.
So the only restriction really is the size of your cutting mat. So if you've got, say, the 12x24 cutting mat, you could make one of the images like the tree 24 inches long if you want.
Yeah, so then you're going into things like decorations or home decor and things like that. that as well. Then. The other thing as well with having it like this is you could be cutting these out in, you could be cutting it out in dough flex and making your own stencils up with these, or you could be cutting them in vinyl. You could be drawing them if you want to, because you can draw on the Scan and Cut as well. So there's lots of different options with this. And because you've got the, so the vignettes, when we do a die collection, we normally say, you know, go onto the website, download them, print them off. The vignettes are already on the USB for you. So you could print these off in vellum, print them off on acetate. You could print them onto fabric and then get the Scan and Cut to cut them out for you. So if you're doing fabric. So you've got so many more options with this.
Let me just run through again the collections that are on the USB. You've got Dreamland Safari, obviously the animals that we showed you a few minutes ago feature in that. Floral Embrace and Harvest Echoes, all full collections of artwork and SVGs, cutting files. Bonus card shapes, plus 204 papers, background papers are on there as well. All on the tiny USB that you can keep in the case that it comes in. I know lots of you buy every single USB that comes out from Carnation.
Yeah, and collect them.
Yeah.
And the colour coordinates with the index sheet as well, which I love, because it just makes life easier when you're looking through them. But yeah, they're just absolutely brilliant value for money.
You're going to go through the boards for us to show
Yes.
us what... This is going to take a little bit of time because there's a
Let's
lot
go
of
through it.
content here.
Yeah, so the first thing I will say before you actually start looking at everything that you get is print off your index sheet. So you're going to, before you start cutting anything, you're going to plug the USB into your computer first. On there then you can print out all of your vignettes, but print out your index sheet first. You've got 3 of these to print out. And you'll see it's got the image next to the name. So you can see exactly what it is that you're going to be cutting out. This one, I always keep these and I keep them in a little file. And then one of the things I always say, you know, I store my collections I keep them in collections when I store them. And they go in their little cubby. And then unless I can specifically think of that die, I kind of forget that it's there.
Right.
But whereas if you pop them into a folder and then you just flick through your folder, you might look back at the USB that you bought last year and you think, oh, actually, I can make a card with that. So it does get you a lot more, it does get a lot more use out of it because you can easily see what's on there.
Now, I've got to let you know, sorry to interrupt you, Laura, but nearly 10% of our remaining stock, we had a show earlier this afternoon. Half the stock went in that show. 10% of the remaining stock is now in baskets and people are checking out as well. Just grab it. You will not regret it. ZR9C61. ZR9C61 for $44.99. It's 3 collections and so much more bonus content on there, including card blanks and backing papers for under £45. That's probably half what you pay for one collection in die form. And they're great and they're brilliant and lots of you collect those too. But like you said, there's no storage issue with the USB.
No, there isn't. And especially if you do make and sell, because I've been there sometimes where I think, you know, you've got certain bills to pay 1 month or something crops up when you don't want it to or you least expect it to. And then your hobby or, you know, if it is your business, kind of takes the back seat then and you think, right, I need to pay this. I can't treat myself this month. Or maybe it is something like the Halloween. We've got a couple of Halloween and autumn things in this USB. You might think, well, actually, I don't want to invest maybe £100 into an autumn or a Halloween collection because, you know, am I going to make that much from it? Am I going to sell that many? But on the one hand, you think, oh, I'd love to make like my own invites or give out little gift boxes or make my own decorations. You know, this allows you for a fraction of the price because you might look at everything else in this and think that is such amazing value for money, but you're still getting those extra bits that you might not invest in die form.
I mean, look at just the first board alone. How much would you pay for those designs on that board as dies? That would be £25, £30, £35 just in metal alone.
I think this one would probably be almost the price of the USB just on its own. This one is the Dreamland card shape. Now this does become a book. Okay, so if you pop this together, it becomes a book. Now, when you cut them out with the vignettes, you can see this is how that's going to look. You pop these together and it creates a book. There are instructions on the...
Now, honestly, if you were looking at that board and you were buying metal that did that, you'd be looking at that price, like you said, $44.99, maybe even $49.99 for that alone. So that's just one tiny part of what's on this USB.
Yeah, and the other thing with this, you'll see some of the design team have actually used these, and instead of making it into a book, they've used them like frames, which I think works really well. It looks like the mount in a frame. It looks amazing. These corner pieces, think of your journaling, your memory books, your scrapbooking, those corner pieces, you can pop them on there. They work really well.
I love the fact that all the artwork and the cutting files are all in one place on that USB. You're not going to lose them.
No, and one of the things I was saying is maybe if you've been on the fence about getting the vignettes, because I know sometimes we still get messages saying that people buy the dies, but they haven't got the courage yet to actually just download the artwork because they don't like using the computers and things. In some ways, it's so much easier to actually have it there on the USB. You don't have to go looking for anything. Yep. All of the artwork is on there ready for you to print out. So then we go on to our Sweet Lullaby. I adore this, and I think this one is a prime example of how much better it is to get things on a SVG form, because this as a die is the most adorable die set ever. You've got the line that you can add in the little socks, add the little baby grow on, and make the most adorable card. But because we're going to have this on the Scan and Cut, you can now make that baby grow 6 by 6 or 8 by 8, and that can be the whole card in its own. You could enlarge the bottle. Base, you can enlarge the bottle, have that as a DL shaped card. As a bottle, that could be a baby invitations, baby shower card. So you've got all of those as card options, which is amazing. Then we go on to Delightful Delivery. I mean, these are just absolutely beautiful. You can add these. We've got a stalk coming up, so you could add the stalk there, cut the parachute off. The stalk could be carrying this.
Yep.
You could cut it that way, and then you've got a parachute where you could pop maybe the toys are coming in or something like that on there. Higley had the idea in the earlier show of actually cutting it that way, so it looked like a basket.
Oh yeah, hanging basket.
So you could do it like that. So there's lots of different ways of using that one.
20% of the stock is gone. Please be quick if you want it. It's going fast.
Then we go on to our tropical florals. I mean, you are going to use that time and time again. They are lovely florals that you can mix in with so many different collections you might already have already. Then we go on to our safari friends. Now, this is the one you can imagine now, the little baby hanging there.
Yeah, perfect.
You've got the elephant, the giraffe there, so great for children's cards, or even flipping them, because you can do that on the Scan and Cut.
Imagine that giraffe 24 inches long. If you've got the long cutting mat for your brother Scan and Cut, you can have it 24 inches high.
Yeah, so you could even do height charts.
Yeah.
So you could do like the first year height charts with that. You can do things like this, add them in with the tree. They just work so well, and you can see about resizing them. You can add more in, and they look like different concepts.
Are the mirrored vignettes on the USB as well? So you can have the left and right?
No, so you flip the image.
You flip the image.
So when you print it, flip the image.
Right, got you.
In your print settings. And then you do the same thing on the Scan and Cut, just flip the SVG, and then you can have them mirrored then.
Cool.
Then we go on to our, which one is this? Dreamland Alphabet.
Full alphabet and numbers and ordinals.
How useful is that? You know, exactly like the one I just showed you, you could make the complete cards like this. You can see you've got your mats and layers, you can weld them together. If you wanted to, you could just make the whole card, say in baby, and weld the mats and layers together, and you've got those there. But you've got the artwork there, so you've got your numbers and your letters. Then we've got Family Tree. I love this.
Yeah,
you've got the frame there. You've got the cameos you can see to pop in. So you can really build your own family tree.
I remember
with
when this came out as a die set, it was so popular because the tree is so significant. Family tree, money tree, tree of life.
Yeah, and that's it. And this could be anything. You can see that used with the safari animals. So you could be putting the car in front of it, and it could be the background in a park scene. It could be absolutely anything, but like that, it just looks so good. Then we go on to our halo card shape. The detail on this is absolutely amazing. One of the things I said, as soon as I looked at it, it looked to me like an old-fashioned stained glass window.
Yes.
And I just wanted to put acetate behind it and get your alcohol pens and colour in those gaps on the back, and it would look like a stained glass window.
You could also make it into a gatefold card as well, couldn't you?
Yes, you can. You can add another one on and have it as your mat. There's so many different ways of using it. And obviously you can resize that to make it fit to any project you want. This one is a 2-in-1. So this is the first part of your reaching high florals. So you've got your labels and your sentiments with the mats. And then you also have the most beautiful board of florals. Look at the detail in there.
You'll
They
never tire
are
of using those.
No, and you will use these time and time again. You've got little circles on the end of the stems that you can see there. So you can build up your own bouquet with these. You can use these singly, but you are just going to have so much fun using them. And you will cut those out in multiple ways and use them in all of your different projects.
And remember, every piece of artwork, every vignette, every image has got a supporting cutting file to go with it too. So it's all in one. In that one little kind of less than the size of a pen, you've got all of that information.
Yeah, which is amazing. And
yeah.
that's the thing. Instead of storing all of these that we just showed you, you're just storing that tiny little thing and you've got everything on there that you could possibly need. And then you've got your reaching high 3D flower heads. So these, again, you've got your stem and then you're going to build your flower on top of that. So these are going to be great for like pop-up boxes, maybe boxes where you want those really 3D elements on the top. Now, when we say value for money, this is where I think this really shows. Because for me, when I first bought my very first Scan and Cut and a USB, this is what made me think, actually, because the USB that I bought had just plain circles, squares, diamonds, I think, and ovals on.
The nesting.
Nesting dies, yeah. So they didn't have a pattern like this. They were just plain. And for me, that was like my light bulb moment of, well, hang on, if I even just bought those dies, just one of those dies, I'd pay more than what I'm paying. So that's how it clicked in my brain of, okay, right, I am saving money if I do this.
I mean, these shows like these are not only light bulb moments for how good the USBs are, but also light bulb moments for people that say, right, I'm going to treat myself to a Brother Scan and Cut now.
Yeah, and that's what did it to me. And I did sit in the fence for a bit, and I thought, because it is an investment, you know, it is a considered purchase at the start. And I thought, you know, am I going to do this? And I think like everybody does at home, you sit there and you think, will I actually use it? Is it as easy as what they make out to use?
Is it just Brother Scan and Cut machines, or can you use them on Cameo silhouettes and that sort of
Cameo, silhouettes, Cricut, there's a separate file on there for Cricut users.
Right.
So as long as your digital cutting machine reads SVG files, which I believe everyone does.
They all do, yeah.
Then you can absolutely use this. Brilliant. But that was the moment for me where I thought, right, you know what? I'm going to invest, I'm going to do it. And I haven't looked back. And it has saved me. It's saved me money from buying dies for things like this, but it's also saved me space as well. And I have been able to get things where, like I said, maybe I'd look at and think, oh, actually, I don't want to invest maybe £100 into a die set because I don't know how much I'm going to use. I don't know if I'm going to get that money back. Whereas doing it like this, I know, maybe you're sat at home and you're thinking, do you know what, those nesting die shapes, I am 100% going to use them. Those flowers, I'm 100% going to sell cards with those. I don't know if I'd make baby cards, or I don't know if I'm going to do a Halloween craft, but you've got the option now to do it. And it just...
the fact that all of those dies can be resized, you're in charge.
Yes, so you can resize all of these files. So when I say value for money, this is where, for me, I'm like, this is where it hits. So you have got the teardrop and sweep nesting dies in here. So you have got the hexagons, the squares.
All the diamonds.
You've got the DLs, the ovals, the circles, you've got the rectangle and the diamond.
And if they were £30 a set, which is not
If they were
realms.
£30 a set, I would think that was amazing value for money in a die form.
I know. All of that's in the USB as cutting files.
Yeah. So you can also, in a die form, that is as big as that diamond is going to get. But obviously you now have it on here. So if you want to make that bigger, you can absolutely do that, which is amazing.
Now, how many different shapes were there? Was it 6 or 7?
I think a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4.
If they were
5, 6,
£30,
7.
if you were paying £30 each set for dies, there's 7 different designs. That is £210 worth of dies, and that's on the conservative side of things.
Yeah, which is amazing, isn't it? Because how many SVG files does it say? Is it 20?
How many SVG files? 29.
29. So when we say 29
designs.
SVG files, yeah. So
That's folders.
Yeah, so that is classed as a folder. So I always think they do themselves an injustice when they do that, because that has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in.
So that would be 14 metal dies, the equivalent.
Yes.
But that's classed as one design.
Yes.
Right.
Which is amazing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Just
Right.
gets better and better, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. Now we go on to, this is the rustic display card shape. Now I have got one here that gives you an idea. So this is going to give you a shelf card shape. So you'll be able to make something like this with the shelves. Now this one's been popped onto acetate. If I just open it, you'll see these little slits here. You pop the shelves into there, and then you can have your 3D shelves, whereas this one's just been popped onto acetate to make the card base. Now you can see this one has been enlarged slightly to make it into a bigger card, but when you have this, and this is where I mean for value on different themes, this, if this was just in its die form, and I'm terrible for doing this, I tend to keep collections in their collection, I don't pull different collections out, but having it like this, now you could have this like this as a card, and you can have the florals on with the books that come with it. You could pop the Halloween characters in there. You could pop those little baby boots and make that into a baby card and pop them on there. You could pop the toys that we've got coming up and make that like a toy shelf. So you can really mix and match these up, which I find a lot easier to do with the USB. So we've got that. Then we've got, I think, my favourite one.
Oh, my word.
I absolutely love these. These are the Savoured Summer Florals. Now, when we say about how amazing it is, you can resize, this card has been made using that to that.
Oh, my word.
And that is the actual card, which is just amazing. You've got the mats, so you've got the mat there to make the card base, resize the image, and then cut it out.
So
and look at that.
Not only can you resize the cutting files, you can also resize the art.
Yes, so when you go to print these off, like on my computer, you type in the percentage. So when I'm printing them off and I want to print them out and cut them out how they are, I print at 100%. And then that's how that's going to come. So if you are going to resize, print it out. And the top tip I can give you, and this is from my own mistakes, so this is printed as 100%. So if I was going to print it out higher, maybe I was going to print out this car, and I was going to print that out at 200% to make it bigger, then when you print it out, it doesn't matter where, just find a little gap and write on there 200%. And then when you go to the scan and cut, when you resize the file, just resize the file to 200% and it matches. And it'll match, okay?
Okay.
So always write it down, because I always forget.
I've got to let you know, 40% of the remaining stock, and this is the last show of this USB. It's a one-day only offer. 40% has gone. We're not even halfway through the show, so we're on target for a complete sellout of this USB. So if you're on the fence wanting it, thinking, oh, I'll call in a bit later, do it now, because we may not have stock as we get closer to 9 o'clock tonight. We're still not done.
Well, no, we've still got more to go. Now, this one, I think, is another one of my top ones. This is the pumpkin wagon. I love this. One of the things I was saying, can you imagine cutting this out in 12 by 12? And instead of actually, you know, carving pumpkins, you could just cut a load of these out, and you can just, you know, get your grandchildren to draw pumpkin faces on them instead of actually carving pumpkins. Or they could make masks with these. You could, you know, they can cut their own little shapes into them and make them into Halloween masks. So there's so much you can do with them. And the wagon, I think, is going to be great for autumn cards. But also, I was saying in the earlier show, I've seen so many things like this at weddings where they've got like sweets on and they've got popcorn on, you know, little cards that you can decorate. So lots of different ways of using that, not just for autumn cards. Then we go on to our acorn flourish, which I just think is absolutely stunning. There's samples as well where the design team have actually enlarged these and made them into frames. So you've got going around like that to make a square. So lots of different ways of using that one. Then we go on to our classic playtime. Now again, let me show you. We've gone from this to this. with all the pumpkins in the back, which I just think is
But that could also
so
be the
cute.
truck delivering the Christmas tree.
That's what we said earlier. Yeah, it could be the Christmas tree. You could have toys in the back of there. You could have absolutely anything in the back. And this is what I mean. So you've gone from having it like that as a little accessory, that filler die, where you can use it like that as the focal point of your projects. And obviously you could do that. Maybe a farmer, you could do that with the tractor and have it as the main focal point of the car. But I just think that is absolutely amazing. Then we go on to antique adornments.
This is kind of never ending.
Yeah, I'm still. We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Okay.
This one I think is lovely. There's so many filler dies that you can use in there for your decorating and things like that. Then we go on to, now this is the lace ellipsy card shape. Now this I feel would probably be the price of the USB
I think
on
you're right.
its own.
Yeah.
It is absolutely stunning. You can see there what it looks like cut out with some decoration on there. And then look at that one. To me, those look completely different. And all that's different is just the cardstock that's been used. And then you've got the same lace in the centre there, as you can see there. And then that one has been left clear, but absolutely stunning. Then we go on to our spooky friends.
Now these little creepies.
They are the cutest.
They are the cutest ghosts.
They are so cute. And again, you've gone from that being a small accessory that you could build into your scenes to that could be 8x8, and that could be the card on its own. That could be the invite to the party.
And also that could be on the wall as wall art in the
you
kids'
can cut
bedroom,
these
yeah.
out. These could be home deco items as well. Now that brings us to the end of the artwork with the SVG. But on the USB, you've also got 3 card shapes. Now these are exclusive to the USB, so these have never been dies and never will be dies.
Okay.
So the first one is our half fold card that you can see there. You've got all the mats and layers in there to build it up as well.
That's funky, that. I like that.
Yeah, I do as well. Then we've got the pocket card. Now this, I can just imagine, pop a gift card on there. And you've
HobbyMaker
got
gift
that.
card, perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then you can pop that in there. Great. This could also be great, I think, for memory books.
Yeah, perfect.
If you do journaling and things like that, would be such a lovely one to be able to mix in. And then our last board is our pop-up gatefold card. So you can see how that comes up there. And
That's
equally, 2 really nice mats and layers that you'd use there on your cards as well. But that is how that comes. So them are all of the SVG files that you get on the USB.
And then you've got a bonus of an extra 204 papers on there as well, background papers that you're not paying any more for. I mean, honestly, if you were to break this down and if you were to get everything that Laura's just shown you on those boards as dies, you'd be looking at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Then take into account all the artwork that's on there as well. That has been done by Nick and his team in Chesterfield, UK-based company, family-run business. And they give you permission to use the artwork and sell what you make for personal profit or for charitable purposes as well. All the artwork can be increased and decreased in size. All the SVG files can be increased and decreased in size, which you can't do with dies. So you've suddenly got this extra freedom that having a USB gives you, with the extra papers as well, and it's only £44.99. If that does not justify that day, maybe a year ago or a month ago or 2 years ago, when you spent £500 on a Brother Scan and Cut or a Caesar machine or a Cameo Silhouette or a Cricut machine, that initial purchase and you thought, I'm being a little bit kind of gung-ho here, spending all that money. Look at what it's saving you going forward, spending that initial 400 or 500 quid.
Yeah, and you might sit there like I did. I sat there and I thought, is it going to save me money? Am I going to get the USBs? For me, I did sit there on the fence for a while thinking, do I purchase a scanner cut? Do I start the USB route? And I can honestly say now, a couple of years down the line, it has saved me money. Even though, you do think at the start, it is a considered purchase to get the machine, but the money you save getting USBs you don't realise how much, you know, when you break things down and you think, like Dave just said, how much you would spend if these were in die form, it does save you money. It does save you storage as well, which works so good.
Let me just show you, talking of storage, this is the amount of space all of that content takes up. That is all you're having to find space for. And Carnation do actually do little storage boxes as well, kind of velvet lined.
The most posh storage boxes ever. Yes, we do.
So this is how it comes. That's all the space you've got to find. You don't have to spend extra money on wallets to store dies or magnetic sheets or cabinets or anything like that. You just need like a little bookshelf or the side of your craft table. $44.99. The USB storage box, I'm not sure if we've got any stock of it, but it may be on the website, but you can hold, I think, about 10 or 12 of these boxes in there. But for $44.99, the quantity of what you get and the quality of what you get and the versatility is off the charts. That's why usually the USB sell out every time. About 10 minutes ago, we had an update of 40% now gone. We're halfway, just over halfway through the show. Nearly half the stock is now gone. So if it doesn't sell out live before 9 o'clock, it will do with people watching it on demand a bit later on this evening. So if you can't get it and you're watching us a little bit later in the evening, I apologise. If you're watching us live at 8:31 tonight on a Saturday, it's available. You can get it. Why not treat yourself to a cutting machine as well at the same time? Get this and then get yourself a cutting machine. You won't regret it.
No, you absolutely won't.
Right, Laura, what do you want to show us?
Shall we do some cutting?
Yeah, go on then.
Right, so like I said, when you get the USB, the first thing you're going to do is plug it into your computer, okay? So you're going to plug your USB in, you're going to print out your index sheet. This is going to make your life so much easier. Not only, like I said earlier, it does make life easier that you can flick through them, especially when you've got a couple of the USBs. Pop them in a file, you can flick through and you can see everything that you have. But also when you get to actually cutting out, it's, you know, you can see exactly what each file is, which is amazing. You've got the picture there as well. So like I've already printed this out, so I can look here now and I can see it's called Classic Playtime. So I know exactly what file I need to find on the scanner cut. So we're going to go to the scanner cut. So I've popped the USB in the side and then you're going to go to retrieve data. Then you are going to go to your USB symbol. And you can see you've got Cricut, papers, SVG and vignettes. So I said earlier, you know, I haven't got a Cricut, so I'm not sure how it is, but the Cricut reads the files a little bit differently. So there's a file there just for Cricut, so you can use it if you have a Cricut. Your papers, so if you were on your computer, you can click on that and print out all those background papers. And then if you're using a scanner cut like me, you're going to go into that to get your SVG files and to print off your vignettes, okay?
Yeah, so importantly, I know it's probably pretty obvious to most of you watching, you put the USB into your PC for the artwork and for printing off the pages, and you put it into your cutting machine for all the cutting files.
Yes, yeah. Right, so then we're going to go in. You can see Classic Playtime is right there on the top. So we can click that. Now, when you click into these, you'll see you've got a detail cut and a speed cut. So your detail cut, if I click on that, just to show you, and let me zoom in. So this is going to give you all of the same detail lines like it would on a die. So can you see all those detailed cut lines you've got on there? That's going to give you all of those exactly how you would in a die form. If I click on the speed cut, you'll see we have more on there, but this is going to cut around the outside.
Okay.
So for me, I always say it depends what I'm going to do with it, if I want the detail cut or if I want the speed cut, and how many I want as well. Because if they can, when they do the speed cut, they'll add in more if they can do it on one sheet. So you can see that. So I'm going to do the speed cut because that's the one I've printed out. So I'm going to press OK, and then that loads to the mat. Now, before I do anything, because when I load the paper up, I need to line that up to the paper.
Yeah.
So I'm going to click on Edit. I'm going to select everything on the mat, and now you'll see I've got lots of red rectangles and squares. So I need to group that so I can move everything as one. So you select everything and then you click the square there with everything in, so it makes everything one. So you can see now it's one rectangle. So now I can move that around and everything will stay together. So now I've done that, I need to load my mat. So I'm going to pop my sheet onto my mat. So just line that up.
And also, when you're printing off the artwork, they make sure that every A4 sheet that you print onto is fully covered. You're not wasting any paper.
No, and that's one of the lovely things as well. Like I said, if you do the speed cut, which is what I'm doing, if they can fit it in, they'll fit more in, so you get multiples on the same sheet as well.
And by the way, they always recommend at Carnation ProPrint paper and card to get the best possible colours. And we'll maybe run through the ProPrint that we've got on the show. We've got it all available for you, some with adhesive backs, some are cards, some are paper, but it gives you the most vibrant colour reproduction, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. That's always what we use. So the one that I'm using now is the 220.
Okay.
I prefer to use the thicker cardstock when I'm doing the scan and cut in. It's your own preference, really. Sometimes I will use it with the dies as well. I know some people only like using the 120, and they always do the mirrored vignette, so they end up gluing two sheets together, so it becomes 240. So it's your own preference on that one. Right, so I've popped that in, I've scanned it, so you can see now, I can see the sheet of paper on the screen. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom in to 400%. And then see that corner line where it's taken that little square out of the corner. You've got the exact same one on the cut line. And then all you're going to do is just line that corner piece up. So what I do is kind of get it within the area, and then you've got your arrows here that you can move that down.
So when you line the lines up perfectly, that means it's going to cut in exactly the right place.
Yes, you can see now, because I've lined that corner up, everything else has lined up. So that outside rectangle, that is there to line everything up for you.
Cool.
And then what I do, and this is just my habit, is once I've lined that up, I'll ungroup everything. And then that outside rectangle, I'll delete. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't do that. If I don't do it, the only thing it's going to do is cut the outside rectangle on the black line on the cardstock. I'm in the habit of, I delete it, only because it just saves the longevity of my blade, because I'm not cutting something that I don't need to be cut, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you've done that now, we've lined that up, so we're going to click to cut out. Now when you click to cut out, it gives you an estimated time. That time it's giving me now is 3 minutes. It'll tell you your worst case scenario cut. So that's telling me 3 minutes if it needs to go back over it again.
Okay.
So because that's obviously testing the cardstock. So sometimes if you are cutting out a really thick material, it will go over it twice to make sure it's cut out properly. So that gives you kind of like your work. See, it's gone down to 2 minutes already.
It's like your own personal cutting robot, isn't it?
Yeah, I always say, you know, that starts working, it's going to save you time, because that can be cutting out now while you grab your mats and layers, where you start cutting your card up. And I always just end up watching it thinking, well, yeah, but how does it know exactly what to do? And how does it know that that's the card stock?
It's magic. It really is craft magic. And all of these are going to be cut out to absolute perfection because Laura lined up those outline lines.
Yeah, and do you know the other thing as well? When you print out your vignettes for using them with dies, and we pop the dies on and we say to you, you know, leave that bleed line like a frame outside of your die, you get the same on here.
Right.
So even if you don't line that corner piece up perfectly, you can still use the cuts. It'll still cut out. You've still got that bit of a bleed line. So even if you don't line it up perfectly, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be able to use the images, the cut out. It's going to be exactly the same as on your die.
And what model is your Brother Scan and Cut? This, I don't think I've seen.
SCX135.
Okay. Do we sell those here? We do Brother Scan and Cut here. I don't know if we do that model yet, but...
I have no clue on that,
Okay. So I'm rather impressed with it. It's very, very quiet.
It is really quiet, isn't it? Really quiet.
Check our website for Brother Scan and Cut. We may have got some machines available. I know we've done them in the past.
Which is good if you're a late person like me.
If you're a what?
Late person.
Late person.
Yeah. So if your grandkids are over, you can craft at night.
I see what you mean. Right, yeah.
Then you're not going to be waking everybody up then. Right, that's finished. If I pop the mat out, and now, so this black line if I hadn't have deleted that rectangle, like I said, that would have just cut out. So it would have just cut out that outside frame.
Right.
So it wouldn't have mattered, but just like I said, to keep my blades for as long as possible, I just delete it.
Look at that.
So now we have all of those images ready to go. So you've got your duck.
This is why you need the USB. This is why you need a cutting machine. It's the sense of satisfaction, the fact that you can make that goose 2 or 3 times the size it is. It's just fantastic.
And the thing is, even if you had these in die form, you know, you can't resize them. So like that card that we just showed you made out, you wouldn't be able to do that. And even if you had your die cutting down to a fine art of, you could run something through your die cutting machine, pop other ones on and run them through again, you would not have been able to have die cut those as quick as what I've just done that.
No.
So it does save you time as well. So especially if you do make and sell, your batch making, you know, you can make things like this more quickly than actually die cutting.
Well, let me just remind you, in case you've just switched on, got in or whatever, what we've got for you today is a brand new USB. It's called Wild Flora, and that's the overall kind of title of the USB, because on that USB you've got basically cutting files and artwork from Dreamland Safari, which has been a previous collection of Carnation in dies, Floral Embrace, another collection that's been out before, and Harvest Echoes. So you've got 3 full collections of cutting files and artwork. Say a collection on average is £100. Sometimes they're 150, sometimes they're 90. So say an average of £100. That's £300 worth of potential dies and artwork you've got there from those 3 collections. Then there are 3 bonus card shapes. Now, if they were dies, they'd be probably £40 each. I would have thought, for dies. So you get those as a bonus, and 204 backing papers on there as well, all included in a USB for £44.99. You haven't got any storage issues, you don't need to buy binders, you haven't got to buy big cabinets to put all your dies in, because they're all, the cutting files and the artwork, on the USB, which is no bigger than your thumb. Simple as that. £44.99, and you can resize the artwork, you can resize the cutting files as well, which of course you can't do with dies. We're not dissing dies. Dies are great, and lots of you love them, and you collect them, and you buy them, and new collections come out every month, and they're brilliant. But if you have made that initial investment in a cutting machine, whether it's a Caesar, whether it's a Cricut, whether it's a Brother Scan and Cut, whether it's any of the cutting machines, Silhouette, Cameo Silhouette, all of them use cutting files. So that's where you plug the USB in, and it then lets you cut the Carnation shapes. When you want to print off the artwork, you put the USB into your PC and print it off, preferably onto Pro printing paper, because that is what Carnation use. And if you use an inferior paper, you're not going to get the same professional finish that Carnation get that you see on the TV. And if you just look at some of the finished cards around me, in front of me, and on the counter here, just look at the vibrancy of the colours, whether they're autumnal kind of coppers and burnt browns and golds, or whether they're more vibrant colours. They pop because they've been printed onto ProPrint. And basically the ink sits onto ProPrint paper rather than being soaked in, which inferior paper, that's what happens, and that's what kind of dilutes the saturation, dilutes the colour. So ProPrint is the way to go, and Carnation bring you ProPrint printing paper and card. Shall we go through the ProPrint? We've got the 120 GSM as paper, 100 sheets. Now, I can't hear anybody now, my talkback's just died, so we'll get a new battery for that. 100 sheets of A4, 120 GSM is the weight of this. Comes in a cardboard box, as you can see there. So 100 sheets of ProPrint paper. This is what you say if people do the double-sided vignettes, they fold it over so it becomes two
yeah, so if you're going to do the mirrored vignettes, this is 100% the way to go, because if you imagine when you do your mirrored vignettes, you fold the sheet in half and then you glue them together. So your 120 is becoming your 240 then, because you've got those 2 sheets of cardstock stuck in half. So if you did that with the 220, let's just say, that die cut then is becoming 440. So yeah, it's definitely the way to go, especially if you love doing the mirrored vignettes, then this is the one to go.
And of course it comes in a cardboard box, which helps to keep the paper in tip-top condition as well.
Yes.
So if you want your 100 sheets of 120 GSM Pro printing paper, details coming up on the screen now. Just plug myself back in. £12.99 is all it is. £12.99. UC9C83 is your item number for less than £13. That's about 13p a sheet it works out to for top quality Pro print paper, UC9C83. Now, we've also got the Pro printing card. Now, this is what you said you like to use, isn't it? Is it 220? Yeah, 220 GSM.
Yes.
This is cardstock.
Yes. So if I am doing things like I've just said on the scan and cut, then it is going to be single-sided.
Yeah.
So this is where I prefer to use the heavier weight cardstock. So like those ones that I've just cut out now, you know, that's the 220. And to be fair, I'd say when you feel it, it feels like more than 220. But it is the 220 cardstock. But this is what I prefer to use with the scan and cut.
So there's 70 A4 sheets. That's the 350 GSM. This is the 220. So we'll put the 220 up for you. So 220, this is your preferred choice, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 220, coming up here it is AB9C34. $14.99 for 70 sheets, AB9C34. Yeah, and this goes for anything that you print out. If you print normally onto copier paper or whatever, or anything other than ProPrint, give ProPrint a go. It's not just for the artwork of Carnation, it's just that this is their preferred paper and card to print onto. But the vibrancy of whatever you print, whether it's photographs that you've taken on your phone and things like that.
Yeah, there's a sheet next to you.
This is the non-ProPrint and ProPrint.
Yes.
So, no prizes for guessing. That is non-ProPrint. It's all right. Look at ProPrint. Look at the difference. It pops.
You don't realise how much, you know, I was definitely one of those people that I thought, you know, it's nothing to do with the paper. It can't be to do with the paper. It is 100%. I need to invest in an expensive printer. I need to buy an expensive printer. And until you actually try the cardstock, you'll be amazed at the difference it makes. It is all about the paper that you actually print on.
Non-ProPrint, ProPrint. I mean, the pictures kind of, you know, say everything you need to know, doesn't it, really? AB9C34. Now, we have got other weights. Now, we have also got the 170, which you get 85 sheets. So this is like an in-between, isn't it, between the two?
Yeah, I mean, you might prefer using this with the scan and cut. Like I said, my preference is the 220. It all depends what you're going to do with them. You know, some people prefer a heavier cardstock as well for background papers. So like we said, you do have background papers on the USB as well. So you might prefer to print on these for things like that.
That's like a halfway house. It's like heavyweight paper, lightweight card.
Like an in-between, isn't it?
170 GSM, $14.99, 85 sheets. That's a healthy amount. MI9C89. MI9C89 for that one. Now, we've also got the Pro printing paper, which has got adhesive on the back. So in other words, you can print and then make everything into a sticker. Now, this is 120 GSM, and you get 20 sheets in here. So basically, you print whatever you want to. Imagine those fantastic Carnation characters like the giraffes and things like that.
I love the adhesive Pro print. You know, you're basically making absolutely anything into a sticker. So if you are somebody sat at home and you only craft, you know, for you, it's your downtime, it's your, you know, escape from everything. Maybe you love doing journaling, your diary, doodling and things like that. Can you imagine like the tropical flowers, print them out onto here, and then you've got all of those flowers in sticker form that you can pop into your journals, pop into your diary. Do you want my pokey tool, Dave?
It's all right, I've done it. There you go, just a proof point. There we are, look. See? And then that sticker can go onto a cabinet, can go onto a box, can go onto a wall, go onto a headboard.
Can you imagine those flowers if you enlarged them and made them the size of that, and then you're going into your home deco then as well. You could be popping them onto cupboards, you know, decorating your own drawers, things like that.
Well, that basically is making anything that you print out into a sticker, whether it's carnation artwork or not, but obviously we hope it is carnation artwork. So that is, and again, they all come in cardboard boxes, so it's nice to keep them nice and safe and clean.
And the best thing as well about keeping them in the boxes is if you are somebody like me and you've got multiples of the different weights, you're not going to mix up any of the weights then, so you can keep them separate.
Now, the only thing we haven't shown you is the 350, which is over here. So this is the heaviest cardstock. Now, this is perfect smooth. So this isn't pro print, but it's the smoothest cardstock out there. But again, it prints beautifully, Sue.
Yeah, you can print on that if you want to print your backgrounds. If maybe you could be printing out the... so sometimes we do our colourways. So our perfect papers, you've got that lovely shine onto it. You've got that gloss finish to them. But you can also download them and have them as matte. So you could print them onto here. So you could have the gloss and the matte version.
Right.
So you could print out your background papers on you and make these into your card. These, for me, is my card weight cardstock. So, but this, it is smooth, so you could stamp onto these, you can ink onto them,
so
you could do
embossing.
embossing.
This would be perfect.
Yeah, card blanks, this would be absolutely perfect, but it does still die cut perfectly as well, because I will die cut out, you know, if I'm doing card shapes or matte layers and things like that, I will use this to die cut as well.
Well, those card shapes that you've got on the USB, perfect to use this. You don't want cards that are kind of weak and are going to buckle and bend.
No.
350 GSM will not do that. $14.99 for 50 sheets is a good price as well. DA9C45 is your item number. Now, we have also got Elevate. Now, I know when Carla was working with Carnation, she raved about Elevate. You love it as well, Laura, I know. Now, we've got a full 10-sheet pack, and we've got a mouldable foam 4A4 sheet pack as well. And what this does is, I mentioned how, you know, using the adhesive makes everything into a sticker. Well, now you make everything into a three-dimensional sticker, because this is going to give you height. And it's a great way of kind of trying it. You get 4 sheets of A4 for only £5.99. But rather than using foam pads, you can cut out the character or die cut out the character, and instantly you've got a 3D foam sticker. Yeah, so you're really going to keep that shape as well. So if maybe you've struggled, because I know somebody messaged me about this a couple of weeks ago, saying that they just, every time they popped their decoupage or their characters onto a card, it still looked flat and they couldn't get that almost like three-dimensional look when I do my cards. And this would actually help so much if maybe you are sat at home and you think, oh, I just can't get that lift or that dimension onto my projects. Would your cutting machine cut through Elevate, or is it purely for dies, do you reckon?
I reckon it probably would. I tell you what, I'll give it a go.
Okay.
I am back
But
next,
dies will cut
not next week, the week after. We've got a scan and cut show here again. So I will try it before then, and then if it works, we'll do it on air then.
You can certainly die cut it.
You can 100% die cut it,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Okay, so 4 sheets for £5.99 if you want to try Elevate. And then we've also got the full 10 sheets of A4, and that again, it's exactly the same product. This has not been in stock for quite some time. So 10 sheets, it was October last year we last had the 10 pack of Elevate. So it's a £1.50 a sheet. And, you know, imagine how many dies or how many images you can cut from 1 sheet of A4. There's 10 in there, £1.50 a sheet, but it makes everything into a three-dimensional sticker. You can see how it's raised up the words. You can see how it's raised up the character on the picture on the front there. So give Elevate a try. It's double-sided adhesive, but it's got that, is it 2 mil? 2 mil height? 2 or 3 mil? What does it say on there? 5 sheets at 2 mil. Oh, 5 sheets at 1.5. It says on the front, sorry. Yeah, 5 at 2 and 5 at 1.5 mil. So different heights of Elevate for £14.99. MV9C49. I think that's all the kind of bits and pieces extras that we've got on the show for you. But the main feature of this hour today, and today from Carnation, we brought you not dies, we've brought you the USB, which is the equivalent of 3 full collections. You know, when Carnation are here, they bring you amazing die collections, but of course, you've got to buy the dies, you've got to then store them, and there's nothing wrong with that, and lots of you have got lovely collections of dies which you adore and love, and then you print off the vignettes and the artwork from their website. What the USB gives you is the equivalent of 3 full collections of cutting files and artwork on one USB. And say a collection, let's just say ballpark figure, a collection is £100. Sometimes they're a bit less, sometimes they're a bit more. So say £100. So you've got 3 full collections, Dreamland Safari, Floral Embrace and Harvest Echoes. Say 300 quid's worth of collections on there. You've then got the bonus card shapes. They'd probably be £30, £40 as if they were dies. You get 3 different ones of those. That's another 120 quid possibly. And then you've got 204 papers on there as well. Everything's in one place. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, and the lovely thing as well, like you were saying earlier, Dave, you can just store. I'm just going to pull mine out because we're not going to cut anything again. But even if you didn't want to keep that box and you just wanted to keep the USB, you've got the writing on the USB as well. So even if you just wanted to keep that USB, you can pop that onto a key ring and you can just keep the USB. So you don't even have to keep that box.
It's the size of your finger.
It's absolutely tiny, so you can see it. You can just store that and you've got that there ready to go, but you've got the writing on there as well, so you're never going to not know what USB you're using.
And the other benefit is obviously dies are dies. They are a set size. You can adjust the size of the cutting file, make it bigger, make it smaller. You can adjust the printing of the images, the artwork, and make them bigger and smaller. So you can maybe make something another 50% bigger or 100% bigger, increase the size of the cutting file as well, and they'll both cut out perfectly. So you can do not just card making with these, you can do wall art, do more adventurous projects, because obviously with the Brother Scan and Cut, the mats are 12 by 12, or the longest one that they do is a 12 by 24. So if you've got a giraffe, you can make a giraffe 24 inches long. With
you could even print onto fabric and cut out on fabric.
Yeah.
So you've got so many more possibilities because you've got it in a digital format. It just opens up that creativity, because I think once, I love dies, absolutely love dies, but they are limited. Whereas when you have it like this in a digital form, I feel like your only limit is your imagination with these.
But remember, if you needed a reason to invest in a cutting machine, I think Carnation USBs are that reason, because you've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth of value on each one for £44.99. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We're live again at 1 o'clock after Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker. Thank you, Laura. You're back when?
Thank you. I'm back here on Thursday.
Bit of Christmas, maybe?
Bit of Christmas.
Carnation Christmas. Thank you for your company. I'll see you at 1 o'clock opening up things tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night and shop on the website. See ya.